All right, I think we're ready because the schedule got ripped up and turned around and flipped upside down and middle fingered, but we just about made it. Always nice when nothing gets relayed. But welcome back, one and all. It's time for day number 2 of the Masters of Steel Denmark LAN. $25,000 on the line, and we already have some elimination series. And Freya, Daddy's working, darling.
Yeah, Daddy.
Yeah?
Yeah. This could have me outside.
Yeah, you go play, darling.
I'm a big girl.
Yeah, big girls go play. Boop.
What's that one?
Yeah, you can't touch that, Freya. Okay? You go play?
No.
Mummy?
No.
Go on. Wet, Freya, you're wet. It. 1 second, guys. Now. You're wet. You come in here wet. Sorry, my daughter's just soaking my floor. But yes, we are back for day number 2. We'll be the ones covering Vortex versus csoh and puppypaw versus Anatan, as there's multiple series going on at once. Yeah, it was originally, I was like, yeah, we have 15 minutes. We're going to be like able to a little pre-show. Not the case. The schedule got ripped up and shifted again. I think it originally was 10:30, and then when I woke up and I was getting ready, I sat down. It's moved to 10:15. I don't know. Like, I just saw, yeah, an interesting figure just got pinged by Hussein. I think he's right. This might be the earliest time we've seen for a tournament ever. Right? Like, I'm trying to remember. Wasn't the Norwegian LAN in the afternoon or midday? That's crazily early. And I don't know why it got shifted like last second. So like, I understand the shift because like scheduling, whatever, but it got shifted again on top of the last second shift, which is very confusing. But did I update the title? I think I did, right? Yes. But let's shift it around that way. So we'll be checking out on Vortex versus csoh, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, is already hopping into game 1. Also love it when players don't have their data public. Dry Arabia beginning seems correct to me. 1 moment. Yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, honestly, like, I don't know why the player's data is not public either. Some of them just have it privated, which is weird. In fact, let me message one of the guys. All right, just message the admins in case they didn't know. So map number 1, we're going to be on Dry Arabia to kick this one off. csoh versus Vortex should be an interesting one playstyle-wise as well, because actually, like, there's a decent parallel between the way that csoh plays the game and the way that someone like Lucifron plays the game. Delhi Roos beginning, by the way, and we just heard yesterday from Louis MT how he thinks this is a matchup where Delhi actually have some pretty good timings against Roos as you scale into the later phase of the game. So curious to see how that translates and if there's a differentiation in playstyles and how csoh is prepped for that potential counter that the Delhi can be, and whether Vortex actually understands that, right? Because I think a lot of European players, judging by what Louis has been saying anyway, it seems like the Euro players have been leaning more towards, you know, Delhi still being at a disadvantage in this matchup. So with that in mind, we might get a clashing of ideas here. Now, this is the cool thing about interregional play, right? It's like, obviously, these players can play with each other all the time, but they're going to have their own scrim bubbles, and with those scrim bubbles, they come to different conclusions. And I think that's where you get the most thrilling and intriguing types of Age of Empires for, right? It's the meta development locally into the clash, which I'm always excited for. And it's one that I think we've, like, taken for granted in AoE4 because, obviously, like, we just have the ability to play globally. Always have. But here we go. A $25,000 tournament, and already we are on an elimination series. That's right, the very first player to be eliminated will be eliminated here. And it's either going to be Vortex or csoh. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a fun one here. A best of 5 to see who can stay alive. We kick off on Dry Arabia Vortex on the Delhi Sultanate going up against csoh on the Rus. Red versus orange, and well, an interesting matchup as well. We're just saying we saw this one actually yesterday between Louis MT and puppypaw, in which Louis MT felt that Delhi had some really good timings against Rus. Well, Shu now on the other foot makes you quite curious as to how this one is gonna play out. Yeah, and whether csoh has something creative and different in mind here. Great spawn, actually, to start with. The double tree line close by, the hunting cabins. He does go quite wide for the secondary. I don't think he needed to go that wide, actually. Like, he could have clipped here and saved himself a few steps, just a little bit more efficiency. Overall, absolutely fine. And it's a very early day, actually. We're casting this live right now at 10:20 a.m. UK time. And an interesting thing was flagged in my Discord chat. It's like, I think this might be the earliest start we've had for a major tournament. And I think they're right. The interesting part to me is it's very surprising because it's in the EU. Like, this is the LAN happening in Denmark right now. Yeah, like, I sat down at the PC. I was like, okay, nice. We're like 20 minutes early, cutting it a bit close. And then I looked at the schedule. I was like, wait, what? I mean, this series actually, I believe, starts even 15 minutes ahead of the main broadcast series. So speed running through. I think they want to make sure that the eliminations are ready. And reminder, like, this is day number 2 of this event. But we'll be eliminating 2 players today. Actually, 4 players today. Because we've got the full lower bracket run. So, in terms of what you'll be seeing here, we're going to be covering the first series, Vortex versus csoh. Then the loser will have to face either MarineLord or Wham. A winner, sorry, will have to face either MarineLord or Wham. And then Anatan versus puppypaw is an elimination series with the winner facing either Beastie or Louis MT. Yeah, it's sweaty and the eliminations are quick on this event. Only 4 days in total. Culling of the herd very quickly to happen. Opening-wise, looks like... Oh, whoa. That's a pretty good spawn. That's actually a really good spawn. Open battlefield on the left side of csoh's base, but all the deer close by and quite close to his base. Honestly, guy hit the jackpot here. Vortex does have close by deer as well, so it's something he can try to block and maybe play for himself. Remember, with the Delhi, you will get pro scouts. It's an inevitability because you don't pay anything for it, right? So it's just time that it takes instead. Golden Gate and Dome of Faith, everything pretty standard so far. Do we actually have predictions set up? I don't think so, because I doubt, bless him, Faplarp is in NA, so he's probably going to be scratching his head at this one and wondering why the hell everything started so early. I need to get some more mods, don't I? Alright, there we go. Get that posted up. So what is csoh likely to do here? Because knowing him, knowing the way he likes to play, I would not be surprised if we see a night opening. csoh, for those that are not familiar with this player, is probably the most night-obsessed player in pro-level gameplay. I can't think of someone that likes building mites more than csoh. And this is, after all, a pretty good night set. So don't be surprised if you see a stables beginning. Definitely achievable with the pro scouts play, but I mean, the gold is not forward, but it's not on the backside, right? It's not the safest it could be. Yeah, rip for the NA boys. It's kind of crazy, actually. Like, NA makes up... I mean, it's not even just my channel. Practically all channels is like, on average, you're talking about 25% of your viewership is NA. So the start of the day just being missed out is rough. I think from a tournament organizer perspective, like, what's going on is probably Wham is worried about how long yesterday was, because for those who didn't know, the first day, I mean, and we didn't get any shifts, right? We weren't sharing the load. We done 9 hours, I believe it was, of broadcast yesterday on day 1. So I think she's maybe a little bit worried about that recurring today, because that was with, I think it was 5 series play? No, 4 series, right? Maybe, no, 5, I think. But today, you've got simultaneous series playing for the first half of the day. It should be like 4 series in length, right? But that could still end up being a very, very long day, especially if there's any tech delays, etc. csoh looking scary this tournament? It's a mixed bag. So for those that didn't catch it, on day number 1, csoh was able to open his series against MarineLord with a win. He got game 1. But then everything completely unraveled. Game 2, game 3, game 4. I think the biggest issue I see with csoh is usually his draft. His draft looks a lot better today, though. Gets the Roost, gets the Shushi, gets Lancaster. You know, he's definitely recalibrated, because I think despite that incredible win in the Japanese Roost game, ultimately, csoh, it felt like going into that series against MarineLord, he'd already lost before game 1 based on draft. This looks a lot more robust. Vortex. He's guarding. Yeah, he doesn't really care about rushing across the field, so he's just looking to play Denal and Pro Scouts, but a little bit weird for him to play all the way back. I like that he's already marching over because you need to be up in cso's face. If he gets 2 deer stacks home, he's happy, right? Like 2 deer stacks is enough to function here. It'll get him to his fast castle timing. And we do have a spear opening, so cso not going for the knights at all. Vortex already anticipating this predictable spearman opening that Roofs do quite a bit when they feel threatened. Has got the archer development underway. Yeah, not garrisoned with a scholar, so we're not getting the double production. Instead, he's prioritizing the tech timing. So it shows you what Vortex is really trying to do here. It's not an all-in. It's not looking for relentless aggression. He just wants to slow down the Pro Scouts and optimize his own greed. Sanctity in quicker equal more gold equal mirrored castle timing. cso, talk about a jackpot spawn with this wooden fortress as well, right? Doesn't have to worry about awkward extensions, just an organic area to play into. Also wallable. Very wallable, actually, so shouldn't be too threatened in the mid-game. If there's anything we know about Vortex, is that he likes to threaten in the early game. The first archer is soon to arrive. The spearmen are threatening. And cso, did he do the greedy thing? No, he didn't. He didn't go for the wider deer first. He went for the closer to be optimal. He wanted the deer gathering rate sooner. So that means he's more susceptible to being blocked now on this second pack of deer. First sacred site now getting locked in. And apologies, I just realized Spotify was playing that whole time. I hope that didn't. I hope it's not in the recording. Oops. Well, that would be an awkward start to this series. This is the trade-off of having like a 2 PC setup where like I can't hear the music doesn't audio loop into me because I've got it set up to duck out of the Twitch VOD track. I think it shows up on the local recording though, so that might be a problem with the upload. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, guys, I need a 20-minute finish, so it's not an underwhelming game, so that we don't need to think about that at all. And look at that. The man who loves knights more than any other pro player is showing you he loves the knights. We've got the first ones coming out. Something wrong with the stream. What do you mean? Stream should be absolutely fine. Feel like I'm being griefed right now. Everything looks fine. So, if Vortex can just lock in 3 sacred sites, I think he's fine to just cruise into castle. And cso knows it, which is why he's building these knights. It's a good way of trying to contest, and like your opponent's already Ghazi plus archers. Wait, is there an echo? Dude, don't mess with me. Alright, I'm pulling out the Banhammer. Yeah, Ghazi do get bonus against heavy, but like it's knights, right? You're still not going to feel great about that fight. Unless you peel back any injured and then like look to heal them up. The cso, man, he's going hard into knights. Like this is truly... He's the only player I feel like that would play it this way, really. And the interesting part is Vortex is like, it can't just be knights. It must be something else. So he keeps adding in archers, expecting more spearmen. It's weird that we haven't seen Vortex go spears himself, but I think his mindset, okay, it's coming now, but I think originally his mindset was that Ruse players typically want to be into archers. Because archers are efficient, they get more wood, and then also when you get castle, you get horse archers. So his mindset is correct in that, yo, there should be an archer threat coming over the hill. But the should isn't the is, right? In this situation, there is no real archer threat to be seen from the Ruse. Which is kind of crazy. Vortex, by the way, does also have the Pro Scouts play himself, so he's starting to return the goodies home. cso, even with 8 knights, like his tech timing's looking pretty decent here. Just needs to sort his gold, which he's now actively gathering. He kind of needs to because he's producing knights. It wouldn't work if he just relied on passive. Now, in fairness to csoh, it wasn't only knights. He did build a few spearmen first. And then it's turned into only knights. What is this macro, though? Have you, like, use a ticket, maybe? I don't know. This is crazy. He's got over 2,000 food. He finally has the gold. High trade house on the way, but look at the reserves. Now, for many players, this would be concerning miss macro. For csoh, it's fixable. He just needs to build a few more stables. Ouchie on the knight there, though. Does end up going down. Steel Arrow came in, and csoh doesn't actually have undermesh, so the archers do begin to hurt a little for the knights. And get your numbers in for this one. Kind of a mixed bag, actually, with the way he chopped the tree line. Not ideal, but let me know what you think. What number we get on the high trade house? Does Vortex even suspect this, is what I'm wondering now. I think you've got to be suspicious that Rusagon Castle. Even when you see this many knights, but csoh... Questionable choices being made by the Chinese lad right now. I don't really think there was any necessity to fight there. He just didn't keep track of where his knights were. In the end, it does look like it's going to be a 50-50 split. Like, overall, I think Vortex is happy with the Pro Scouts game, but I don't think he's happy with the tech timings that occurred here. And this is the interesting thing about the Knight massing, is like, in theory, it should be very hard for Vortex to dive you. In theory. The problem is, yeah, csoh, like, this man is crazy. Who goes Castle Age and then starts building the archers like this? He wasn't expecting the Spearman from Vortex. Vortex cannot dive this area, though. Needs to back away. Triple Sacred Site is now locked in, but csoh is already Castle Age, meaning he can start to directly address that threat, but also contemplate going after relics, which we are going to see as the next target. And high trade house, 136. Bahabada habada. Pretty good. Once more into the breach. Knights have been upgraded, though. A fair harder hit coming out of them. Interesting enough, the Wooden Fortress not targeting the Spearman down, though. No, so the Knights are just overwhelmed. Wait, what? csoh is going to lose some workers here. Needs to as well, really. Vortex is behind by 5 due to some little raids earlier on. I think it was a hit up here we saw. Yeah, we blame Henero for me missing that one because he tried to troll us on tech issues. Yeah, interesting actually, like, because the numbers don't make sense even mathematically. Vortex is skipping on TC production. Did he go textiles? He did. Okay, that makes up 1 then. I love harassment coming in here, but so far csoh has contained the threat really well. Sacred Sites are still going to be protected, and House of Lightning is now on the way. But csoh is blobbing into archers quite fast, and Vortex's army will ultimately get countered by that. It's spear plus archer. I imagine Vortex is just going to go for the standard Lancer opening, especially with House of Learning. You can see that csoh is on the prowl still. This is the nice thing, right? Once you reach this point, when Vortex has to back up to tech up, you start to go hunting for the eco. Eco that is out of the base, remember. He's playing onto the berries on the backside. The first relic just got picked up by csoh, so he's starting to bring the goodies home. It's just crazy how much army Vortex has in the field, right? Like, it's very hard for you to navigate with these knights and not just end up losing 1, 2, 3 here or there. Knights. Oh, someone will lose on 1, 2, 3. This is an opportunity. csoh dives in. Flops down 1. Quick reactions out of Vortex, though. He actually moved away immediately. So it looks like it's probably only going to be 1, possibly 2 workers going down. I mean, it really should be at least 2. Yeah, nice micro. csoh, he saw the injured worker there, so takes him out. Now a 7 villager lead. The relic situation tells a different tale of things to come. Vortex, this should be a mass majority. Instead, he's barely going to scrape by with an extra. Looks like it's going to be a 3-2 split. Spearman getting great trade there. If he comes back now, he can counter the Scholar. Yeah, with the Saint's Blessing as well, even better. So the Ghazi definitely can't square up against this. Wall on the other side. Oh no! csoh blunders there with the Knights. He didn't respect the Scholar HP. So -2 Knights in a Scout. More firepower for Vortex, less for csoh. That should lock in the 3 relics for Vortex. A nice conversion there. One that allows him to potentially get aggressive now. Oh, blunder. I mean, losing 20% of your Knights like that as well. And always remember, when it comes to Wololo's, it's not just you lost it, it's your opponent gained it. It's a double down of bad. The Sacred Site timer, by the way, has still not been stopped. Paused, maybe. But it continues on, 25% of the way to a victory for Vortex. Archer Blob is looking good for csoh. The problem is Vortex is scaling into Knights, so you're seeing csoh just pivot on cross into Crossbowman. Needs to be careful about when he comes out of this base, actually. I mean, the urgency is building for him to get a decap on the Sacred Site, but that means that you're desperate, right? And desperation breeds death. Not determination. We're not a motivational poster here, right? This isn't one of those hang in there kitty moments. Actually, why is the hang in there kitty poster motivational? That looks horrifying. A cat is dangling on a line, God knows how many floors up, and it could fall at any moment. If you find that motivational, you're a monster. Nice, a monstrous front line. Knights start to charge in. csoh has got the crossbowman, though. You have to defend the choke point. Saint's Blessing comes out. That's a big buffer. And the Knights are in the way, so the Spearmen aren't able to actually engage up against the Orange Knights. The numerical advantage is kind of crazy here. 66 to 33. A decent chunk of that is Scholars, mind you. And csoh will be able to chow down. The extra damage and armor here. Really going the distance to guarantee the kills. Well played. Lancers, even with the home blades, outmatched by the defensive force of the Rus. Great hold there by csoh. It did cost him 2/3 of his Archer Ball. Vortex kept most of his, but the problem is these Archers start to lose value in this composition, right? It's still a lot of Knights coming up from both sides. He's going to start to dive in looking for those crossbow kills. A smart maneuver to try and get the win, and actually might allow him to still come out slightly ahead, courtesy of the buff damage. Yeah, csoh, he overplayed his hand there. The Warrior Monk also going down meant that he lost the buff that was able to kind of sustain him. Now, maybe dire ties, because this is in the middle of a farm transition, which is why Vortex wants to be in that base so desperately. How much is the Warrior Monk? The Warrior Monk buff is +2, +1. So you get armor and you get damage. It's really, really good. Like, it's crazy how easy it is to forget how good it is. No, +1 armor. So you get +1 melee and +1 ranged. And then I'm pretty sure it's +2 damage. I always get it mixed up whether it's +2 or +1. Yeah, it's +2. Just double checked. So it's ridiculous when you think about it that way. It's a free damage differential. Saint's Blessing is wildly powerful. And quite often slept on, actually. It's difficult to maintain and remember to use in late game fights. And also, like, you know, one Warrior Monk's probably going to die before he connects with a Streltsy line or whatever. But if you can get that connect, I mean, especially on units like this, like Archers at this stage that have 9 damage, that's going to be a 20% damage buff. And what the hell is that? Vortex with the castle drop in csoh's base. Oh, that right there is a GG to be forced. csoh panic mode, gathering stone up himself. I don't think it's going to make a difference, though. Vortex wants him out of this game. And when the Lord Raider from Spain asks, you oblige. Now, look at right there. +2 damage, +1 armor. But Saint's Blessing, as good as it is not going to be enough to bless a win for csoh. It's a csoh no moment. As Vortex looks to close out the first game with a win. And how times are changing. We just heard in an interview yesterday from Louis MT how he thinks that Delhi have some good timings against Rus. Well, guess what? Now the Spaniard is here to prove that statement against Louis MT's teammate. At this point, you can see that csoh is just trying to dribble a little bit of aggro into the enemy base, but I mean, his grand army stands strong at 3. 3 knights, make it 2 now. And at this point, he's just processing the L. Incredible game from Vortex. Elegant execution, and I mean, csoh, this is the thing that we sometimes have to question when we watch this lad. We love his gameplay, he entertains time and time again, but you get these games where all he does is mass knights, and you have to ask the question, is it necessary? Was there a different way of going? Did it always have to be this way? csoh is dodging a bullet, by the way. He's lucky. Vortex was chasing that area, but couldn't quite find it. So that tree line is safe for the time being, but we've got siege workshops now. We've also got village fortresses coming in a minute. Which means he's going to start taking your wood, taking your gold, taking your everything. Yeah, I'm struggling to see what, like, csoh's way out is. We're 3 minutes away from a sacred site victory. You can already see that Vortex is guarding the area. He might even actually find the woodworkers. And yeah, he does. That should be the GG moment. csoh, he knows it as well. Curtains closed on game number 1. We've still got games to come in this best of 5, but csoh slips 1 step closer to elimination. Ooh, cool game 1. Yeah, a little bit brutal for Mr. csoh. Let's not forget, csoh eliminated Lucifer to qualify this LAN. Exactly. Like, csoh is doing really well. And like, here's the other thing to keep in mind, by the way. Like, that Saint's Blessing, if he didn't have that in the prior fight, he'd already be dead. I'm not even exaggerating when I say it's that good. It's that powerful of a tech, for real. Yeah, it's like, I think it was put quite nicely in chat, was like, that's a 20% attack buff, and you also get armor, right? It's like, you're right, it's insanely powerful. Wait, did multi-stream turn off again? That's weird. I'm also getting some weird pink blocks occasionally on my monitor. I think I've got a bad HDMI cable. Probably. Alright, anyway, there we go. So updated everything. So that's going to be 1 game going the way of the Spaniard. What's csoh going to do? He's still got some powerful picks, right? We've got Mountain Clearing. Actually, Mountain Clearing, he's got English. English HRE seems probable. English get the ball, which is a big buffer. A necessary one against the powerful gathering rates for your opponent. No, he goes Coastal. So Coastal Cliff coming up. We're going to have Byzantines going up against Shushi, which we know is a comfortable pick. It's one of Vortex's favorite currently, actually. So Coastal for game 2. Mark that up. Wish you could toggle Warrior Monks to count as army. Oh, because, wait, they don't come up and select all army. You're right. Yeah, that's weird. That actually would explain why people don't use them in the late game. Because, like, it is insanely good, right? Even in Imperial, it's 2 blacksmith techs and 1 defensive blacksmith tech. Well, actually 2, because 1 of each. Like, if it wasn't for that, they'd be giga busted, right? And also remember, the Saint's Blessing, like, it has a bunch of other buffs, so you can upgrade it. So you can get, I believe it's the extra range trigger, which means you only really need 1 Warrior Monk to touch. The extra duration. I think if they actually ever fix that, you might see people going for Abbey of Trinity over High Trade House. Like, that might be good enough. And wow, game number 1, nobody predicted on Vortex. I remember Fablop saying, you guys, your prediction rate so far in this tournament has been pretty bad. Now, I didn't say that. Like, that's just a perfect intro. So far in this tournament, apparently, you guys have been predicting really bad. I didn't say that. That came directly from my mod who was sorting the predictions. Well, let's see if you can get this one right. We head into game number 2. Vortex on his favorite civ at the moment. It is the Byzantines. Going up against csoh of Team Elephant in the blue as the she. Seeing if he can shoo the Byzantine threat away. Yeah, this is him playing these strong cards, right? Like, he started this series by going Roost, now Shushi. csoh is holding nothing back, and he cannot afford to. We are talking about an elimination series, best of 5. You do not want to be going into the tail end of this series with your opponent on match point. So he needs to even up here. Question is, what does Shushi really have against Biz on this map that makes them good? You know, in theory, Pro Scouts, but also the thing about Pro Scouts on this map is a thinner map, easier to kind of defend against the attempt to snatch deer. The weakness of Byzantines is what we're seeing here, though. Yeah, and Vortex, he already knew it was in this area, so this wasn't a blind punt. If you look around, there's nowhere else it could have been. The stone had to be this way. But an interesting thing, when this map was designed, and this was intentional from Avali, he put the stone further away from the base than other resources to discourage TC booming civs. This is the secret reason why Kilyadi has a poster of Avali on his walls and loves him so much. Seriously, like, if you're a player that likes aggro play, in theory, Coastal Cliffs is a map that is good for you. Because civs that want a TC boom, or in this case, civs that want a system boom, tend to be a lot more exposed. Problem is, csoh is playing a civ that doesn't really rush to deny that. In theory, they could. They have a very quick tech up, but usually when you tech up for Shushi, you're thinking about Pro Scouts, not about attack. This spawn for csoh is a pretty good one, actually. Triple forward tree line, so you can kind of wall himself in if this is a merc timing from Vortex. And we do have the back deer spawn. I am curious if Vortex is just going to play this as a full blow system build, or if he's going to aggro. Because if you guys remember, the first game of this tournament was Vortex versus Wham on this map, where Wham had the roost, and Vortex destroyed him with his aggro Byzantines. Coastal Cliffs gives you claustrophobia, you have a good win rate. There must be those bait and switches when you play against Byzantine players. I think that's still my most memorable Kilyadi game, maybe. No, actually, sorry. I'm sorry, Kil. I'm gonna do it. The Beastie one on bridges. But second most memorable has to be, I think it was the King of the North game, right? So Kilyadi had this crazy game where he's playing against Byzantines Jean, and he made the Byzantine player think he was building lots of knights. So the Biz player builds like 50 spearmen, and then Kilyadi jumps in with 75 archers. Pretty crazy game. One of the best bait and switches I think I've seen in a long time. Well, there's no bait and switch to be had here, though. This should just be your standard tech up choice. The weird thing is csoh, I guess he's just looking for a good choice. Like, he's already got the resources. Remember, you have Tang Dynasty, so you actually get the tech cheaper. You don't have to wait for 400, 200. Okay, so yeah, he does end up getting a reasonable one, though. It's going to be 36 food, 50 gold, and probably about, like, 10 wood, maybe. It's okay. It's not crazy, but by Coastal Cliff standards, pretty good. Hey, in fairness, there's no shame at losing, rather, against Baltoon. If you think about it, Baltoon is essentially like the European version of csoh. He likes knight civs, and he likes knights. Sometimes he doesn't build them, though. I think I still remember the last game that Kilyadi had against Baltoon. Was it not the HRE Roost game where he done the interesting 2TC into Black Riders build? I think it was crazy. I wonder if we're actually going to see any Black Rider HRE gameplay here in this $25,000 tournament. It would be cool. I don't know. I'm kind of torn because it's like, oh, more HRE wins probably if they get to that stage. But at the same time, it is epic to watch the Black Riders in motion. Sheep pool. It is going to be favorable towards Shushi. Yeah, so we've got 12 sheep compared to the 10. Vortex has got, what, reasonable spawn? Not crazy. Yeah, where are his big berries? His big berries are really far forward. It is next to the board, though, so if he secures this area, it's a huge amount of food to work with. But overall, pretty rough. Usually what you want is your 8 stack of berries. You want them to be back in the corner, which can happen sometimes. It seems for both players as a forward spawn this time, and Pro Scouts coming through just as we would expect here for csoh. No aggro at all, which throws the ball into Vortex's court. What do you think, guys? We're going to get him attacking? I mean, you can with Biz. I think you can look for a timing to intercept on the second deer stack. It depends if csoh takes the forward first. If he takes this one first, very hard to contest the second, which will be back here. But if he chooses safety first, your longbow spearman type timing can reach this easily. And longbow spearman is pretty good here against Shushi. The idea is that they're going to have the Pro Scout stables play, so they have access to horsemen already. You deny that with Limitane. And then longbows is really good at actually dealing with Chuganu, because Chuganu just struggled to actually gap close. And in the meantime, Limitane, although they do get shredded, like many spears do by the repeated crossbows of the Shushi, their resistance, their range reduction, allows them to sustain a lot longer. Not to mention the extra health that Limitane have. Roos is doing terrible this tournament. I think it's because people are just punting them out in predictable fashions, and other people have already been steering and altering, right? Other set Roos lost as well. I think, has Roos lost every single time so far? I think they've maybe won once. So what is up? I'm a big winner there. Thank you, Hero164 for your name. Appreciate the Prime sub. Reminding people, always get those subs in, especially Prime subs. It doesn't cost you a thing, but it does support us on our journey as a content creator. And the Palace Guard opening from csoh is interesting. Against longbows as well. Like, early Palace Guard is kind of rough, actually, into LB, I find. I remember watching a game that just stuck in my memory. It was on Cliffside. It was between two high-ranking players, Shushi versus English. And English just kept longbow spamming to kind of hold back the PG. Now, there is a flood point where Palace Guard can win, but the idea, actually, of this strategy isn't to beat the longbows in this age. It's that when you tech up, you feel a lot better about what you built compared to your opponent. And now, keep in mind, when we talk about that English-Shushi matchup, English can spam longbows, but Byzantines can't. They're very limited on how many longbows they can get by the amount of olive oil they have access to. So if csoh just spams non-stop into PG, this is a pretty solid strategy. People not practicing, they're kind of overestimated. Yeah, because like the thing that people didn't register deep in their mind was just how big of a nerf the deer shove change was to Roos. They got hit harder by the deer shove nerf than almost any Civ. I think the only other one that was up there that hard hit was probably Japan. Because remember, like Roos, you build all these scouts early, you shove in. Shushi, on the other hand, barely touched. Shushi in Chinese, like, I can't believe it. The deer shove nerf, I know that it felt needed, and I get why people are like, yeah, hell yeah. But I think the unintended consequence is it just actually consolidated power for, like, Shushi and in particular China. Because now, all of a sudden, like, these civs that would avoid pro scouts by deer shoving can't. And it leaves you with civs that are omnipotent when it comes to pro scouts. And there really is none more powerful than China and Shushi. Vortex. He's getting ready for attack up, isn't he? Yeah, 8 on the gold. I think this is the correct call. He just wasn't really able to stop anything, and it's because of the Palace Guard play. But this does now set him up to do something like a Cataphract opening. And the longbows still keep value to a certain degree. It's just tricky because Palace Guard, although they have less armor overall, once they're castle age, they do have a lot of resistance still. Yeah, not to mention the movement speed. Oh, did we do predictions? We did, and nobody gambled. Wait, what? That's a little bit surprising. Shaolin Monastery. Well, that's different, guys. You don't actually see Shaolin Monastery very often anymore. It's fallen off hard, actually. I'd say it makes up, at this point, it feels like less than 10% of games. But it tells you what csoh's goal is. This is a full relic rush. I mean, it's weird, actually, because like even if it was a relic rush, I still rate the monastery play better. Because, guys, the monastery, you're slightly delayed building into it once you arrive on age. But once you've built it, if you supervise, you get a monk out every 10 seconds. Shaolin monks take 20 seconds. So by the time you've built 3, the monastery play is just as quick. But the difference is that you spend less resources per unit. The only reason I think you'd really want to go Shaolin monk still is if you want independence. So normally with the monastery play, instead of Shaolin monks, you delay going relics by like a minute so that you can guard the map. here for CSO, the goal is I want these guys to go out into the ether blind and come back with goods. And with 170 HP and good armor plus resistance to boot, that is feasible. Problem is that people are not practicing and they also go for horse archers. Agreed. Horse archers are like strong, but they're definitely overproduced. And we've actually seen some deviations, right? In this series, we already saw knights failed, but I've seen some players go, for example, men-at-arms. Actually, Kiliardi in our midweek musters, he had a really cool game against Dumu quite a few weeks back on King of the Hill. I believe it was Roos versus, I want to say, Bassid. And what he'd done is he built proxy Raxas and then just flooded the enemy base with men-at-arms. This flood of men-at-arms, not as impressive. No, the Vet Lombo upgrade's already in. Like, this is the insufferable part. Lombos have higher base damage than standard archers. Lancer follow-up as well, but I think the worry here for CSO, he's jumping the gun. You have map control. Why are we diving into the enemy base like this? Yeah, I don't think he expected this many Lombos. Didn't give enough respect to it. Once the count is around 15, 20, they're actually pretty good at dealing with these one-by-one floods. Keep in mind, by the way, that was with Undermesh 2. He still got buffered away. And Vortex still has more damage burst potential. He hasn't got range 2 yet. Would have been great to have had on that dive, actually. But now we're going to be seeing Cataphracts plus the Spearman. I like this. The Cataphracts is his ability to raid, and the Spearman obviously just shut down Lancer play. So, this is there's such a thing as like the importance of gameplay variance, right? There's implied odds logic, right? So what I mean by this is, you know, if I'm playing poker against someone who always like quad bets only on aces, I'm eventually going to pick up on that and use it against them. The counterplay is then that when I think I know what you're doing, you quad bet me with, you know, a crap hand. And I fold because I don't want to deal with it. The problem is when you only ever do a 4-bet on pocket aces, right? And continue to do it, I'm going to rinse you for all your cash. And this is maybe the one big weakness I've noticed with CSO. He plays knights really well, granted, but he looks for it more than any other player in pro play every single game with every single sip. Yeah, I think for CSO, it's a comfort thing. He likes how it makes him feel in the game, and he likes how uncomfortable it is for his opponent. Now, wait, what? Vortex? The Akrotoy is kind of wild there. I cannot believe he got away with that. 2 workers go down, but look at the health bars. In general, that pathing somehow saved the life of multiple villagers without textiles. Yeah, he may have lost 2 guys, but he should have lost 7. Look at them. That is crazy. Well played as well. The lack of bloomery, the difference maker, right? Because like even if you get a charge in and then a strike follow-up, you're not going to kill them due to the Akrotoy. That is wild. Vortex looking to play the healing game as well. Even further, trample through. Cataphracts are overstaying their welcome. He actually microed away the wrong one. But it ends up being, what, a 2-for-1 exchange? Yeah, and here's the other awkwardness of going for Shaolin Monks. One player has the ability to heal, the other does not. Right? Shaolin Monks are selfish. They're that person that goes up to the bar to get themselves a pina colada, but doesn't ask anyone else at the table if they want some. Crazy just how well Lombos are doing here as well. Yeah, and he's just bait and switching him, right? Chase the Cataphract, lose the Lancers. That's the name of the game. Limitane now also trickling out. He's going to actually sacrifice the Cataphract. A little bit suboptimal there from Vortex. Now, the Relic game is really good for CSO, by the way. It is a 4-1 split. The Knights are trying to circle into the wood line. So CSO, although it looks like he's being outplayed right now, he's still trying to fish for his advantageous raids. So far, Vortex able to swat him away every time. This is starting to look a little bit grim, actually, for the CSO. He's falling back to Nest of Ease. Cool idea, but the problem is your opponent's built Cataphracts. This is one of the hardest civs to try and build Nest of Ease against because the Cataphracts are anti-siege. They're a support unit. You press Q, you click on where the siege is, you get the kill. Lose a Cataphract, but you get rid of the threat. Yeah, some of the most efficient at doing that, actually. And the other thing you have to keep in mind about this strategy from Vortex is the Lombos stop you going spears. right? This strategy you're seeing from Vortex right now, with the spear plus the longbow strap, this was the ultimate counter to China a few metas ago, where like China used to go spearman Nesta Bees. It wouldn't work because what would happen is the spearman would die to the longbows, and Limitane would then just rush in to try and kill the Nesta Bees. Or you'd also have to deal with Landschnechter killing all those spears too quickly. And no. To confirm, Vortex does not have teardrop shields. He's doing this all without. Doesn't need the movement speed at all. CSO's looking pretty pinned, man. He's going to try to fish for a few kills, but he needs quite a few with that system buff in effect. Yeah, it's just juicing the economy up. At this stage, Vortex essentially has an extra 10 workers based on efficiency. So Lancers will strike in. Textiles is there, though, so Vortex should be able to minimize the losses down to just 1. Might even get a Lancer for his troubles. 0 HP, come on. Meanwhile, the defense strat just looks weird, right? Like, I don't think there's any other word to describe it. The Nesta Bees do get a decent shot there. The reason this looks weird, guys, is that you're up against Cadders that can still hit the Nesta Bees. You've got mass Lancers, which isn't a great front line because they want to move, right? But they can't due to the Nesta Bees. I think we had a video about this recently. Like, Siege plus Cavalry does not feel great to play. Flash coming in. Limitane. Wait, the Nesta Bees... csoh. The Nesta Bees are not attacking the Longbows. No, wait, what? He A-clicks them. He will still stay alive, right? Because there's nothing to now snipe the Nesta Bees. But that was kind of wild. That should have been the full army wipe for csoh. Instead, he priority fires onto the Spearman to protect his Lancers. I don't know if it was really worth it, though. Like, your opponent can afford more Limitane. The thing that he cannot afford is to replace Longbows at mass. Nesta Bees are getting target fired down. 2 out of the 3 dead. Final one looking ready to fall. And I think if it goes down, that's going to be curtains closed for csoh. Lance count down to just 6. I mean, he's just never really making progress here, right? And the Longbows surprisingly effective at dealing with these Lances even now. Yeah, we'll have to reset, but I mean, the difference is, look at the economy after this. Vortex still has quite a lot of meat to grind with. He's got gold gathering access for days, and that means more cataphracts to come. I think if he just recalibrates the cataphract factor, these Nesta Bees are irrelevant. Then again, if csoh can re-blob Lancers, this Springwall player is pretty sick against Limitane. My concern, though, is he's out of deer. Yeah, look at him. Rushing out to the front side for what little deer and berries there are left. Boar as well. And that's the difference. Like, that's the tricky thing with Byzantines right now that I think has been inflating their win rate gradually over time. They're very happy with the idea of a gradual farm transition. They get paid quite nicely to do so. Never easy to snipe Nesta Bees. So against Clockdown Nesta Bees, it's very tilting. Against Shushi, not so much. Right, it's like 120 instead of a 180 HP. And then the other thing is cataphracts. Like, cataphracts with trample, they just melt them. You just press onto the enemy, and then within 5 strikes, it's dead. Actually, 4, right? It's 27. No, 5. Yeah, 5. I'm right. They're expensive, but they're worth it. I mean, 1 cataphract, as long as you're not charging into mass crossbows, is easily capable of taking out Nesta Bees. A cataphract is going to cost you 330, right? But Nesta Bees is going to cost 600. So 2 cataphracts per Nesta Bees is a reasonable exchange. And usually the cataphract will be alive after that kill. So he'll be able to take some extra units with him. It's a very cost-efficient trade. Right? For how threatening Nesta Bees are at this stage, if you're able to even trade in terms of cost to kill them, that should be considered a good trade. You see the desperation from csoh. Jiangnan Tower coming in, so the weakness is starting to show. The visage is beginning to crack. Vortex also with 21 longbows. I mean, the Springwall idea, I said it's cool against Limitane, but remember what we said about needing enough Lancers? The reason is that the longbows counter Springwalls pretty hard. Cataphract being a little bit annoying. Will at least get shut down in his tiny raid. But it's still a lead for Vortex, right? Up by 3 workers, and then the system buff on top of that. Like, this is getting out of control. STBs. Oh, that is an unfortunate rally. Losses you can't really afford. I mean, it's crazy, right? He's got 4 relics. You think he'd be fine with these type of losses, but he's just so in the gutter when it comes to military strength. He's got more seats than Bio. So how do you stop this? The trample, it comes through! Under the siege! Auf Wiedersehen and farewell, as it's going to be 2 on the board for Vortex. This is looking like a stomp out. csoh, I don't know if it's jet lag. I don't know if it's a lack of the groove found, but he needs to hit that dance floor soon before his face hits the floor. Whoopsie. Yeah, this is turning into quite the wash. Still, one more game. Another opportunity to come back. Alright, and to quickly type out. So let me pay out. This time around, no one predicted a Vortex win. But no one also predicted a csoh win. Where are my gambas at? Like, bruh. Let's see. Next up, oh, dude, this is so cursed. He chose Kawasan. I mean, he had to go there at some point, but this is a Knights Templar pick against Mongols. I don't know, man. That this is. This looks done. It's gonna take a miracle, right? A miracle that's really hard to see coming at this rate. Oh, boy. Well, yeah, he got a game off MarineLord, which is more than most will probably be able to say, you know? I like how I'm talking about him as if he's already dead. Guys, it's a Knights Templar pick. The only person I think to lose a Knights Templar so far is actually csoh. One player has lost with Knights Templar so far. It's not Vortex. No, actually, it's the guy on the other side. csoh is the one who's lost with Knights Templar in this tournament so far. Welcome back to the $25,000 Denmark LAN Elimination Series. csoh, 1 game away from an early flight home. He picks the Mongols for Kawasan, while Vortex had an ace up his sleeve. Knights Templar. It's the king, right? Whenever there's fish in the equation, Knights Templar is an S-tier civ in the eyes of many a pro player. csoh, there's potential with Mongols, an opportunity here to play aggro and play blocker, but he's going to have to play fast. Probably the best civ to have against KT on this map, but losing hard. Interesting. Kiliadi, you don't think Shushi's better than Mongols on this map? Because a lot of players, especially in the qualifier, were using Shushi as a counter-answer to the Knights Templar pick. And with mixed results, sometimes it actually worked quite well, because with Shushi on this map, you can just come in the center and just think about this meditation garden, right? Like, you're going to get probably about 200 food off of that, which is pretty insane in the early game. But yeah, we won't be seeing them here. The Shushi was already used up and burnt out in game number 2 on Coastals. So csoh, he doesn't go for any sort of aggro opening. Instead, he just plays for his own greed. We have a dock drop. Yeah, I think he was playing off the facade that his opponent might just rush Age instead of Fish, as is common. Most people don't want to build a dock against Mongols because it's just a liability. It's something you lose. So instead, what most players will do is they will just hunker down at home, take the quicker feudal timing, and then set up for it later. And wait, you're right. Wait, what? He skipped Uvu? I am shocked right now. So he's probably not getting Uvu until about 3 minutes, 3.5, because he's trying to get to a point where he has sustained production of fishing boats, and then it'll be surplus wood afterwards. This is rough, guys. It means he's not going to have the wood to get into the stone gathering, which means he won't have the double production at the beginning of age 2. Yeah, and this is why, like, most Mongol players, the other reason why you go for the Uvu is it keeps the options open between going racks or going docks. So you could scout this, for example, say, I need a racks, build the racks, attack this. I think, by the way, the reason why csoh didn't want to do that is I've noticed that Knights Templar players are more than capable of mirroring spears at a decent pace due to how efficient the wood gathering is. So I think csoh just didn't want any part of that. But the stone is still useful on delay, right? Like, getting it earlier means getting more Keshiks at the start of age 2. And csoh, wait, did he actually, he must have scouted the villager walking back. Because he didn't actually look at the dock directly. Meanwhile, Vortex, I mean, he's just blind punting for it now, right? He hasn't been attacked on the first dock, which means he feels safe to do this. Double dock play, and look at the eco. This is the craziness of this civ. He will beat csoh to age 2 after going double dock. Just let that sink in, because we're about to see a sinking ship for csoh. I mean, pick what you want, right? Most people go in Hospitalaire now. I don't think you really need Kingdom of France, but if you want to mirror the Keshiks with Chevalier, it can make sense. But there we go, dude. Everyone's on board with this. It's Hospitalaire for days. And why not? It makes your villagers much safer, right? They get the extra 15 HP. They move quicker as well. Then you also have the variants sometimes where the Hospitalaire themselves are actually useful in a game. Yeah, the meta is completely flipped. And, like, it's a bit sad, isn't it? Because the reason the meta completely flipped, folks, isn't because Hospitalaire as a unit got buffed. No, it's because they added a bonus. A different bonus. Yeah, a lot of these choices are decided more by this detail than the rest. Double dot play. Is this really how it's going to end for csoh? I mean, it looks like it. To work this hard to qualify for this LAN. To begin your journey by getting a game win over MarineLord. Only to go out 3-0? Potentially in less than an hour. Now, if it sounds like I'm being doom and gloom, it's for very good reason, guys. He's about to lose both water sides. It's double boat. Archer ship and Springald. He's even prepping a demo. This is going to be devastating because csoh built way too many fishing boats. More than half of them are going to sink here. Villagers moving across to counterplay into Vortex's pond now. But it may be too little too late. The double boat is revealed. csoh, there's nowhere to go. He goes for the naval arrow slits, but the naval arrow slits is not going to change anything about this affair now. It's double dock versus 1. Yeah, he never set up the secondary, right? Like, most people have a secondary dock so they can contest, but Vortex was so visceral on this timing. He'll go for his own dock play, but there's already an archer ship there. Vortex, he'll see it. He'll react to it. And csoh sinks into despair. There's just nothing left. I mean, you're going to be playing land eco against double pond. He calls it a 6-minute GG in an elimination series. Absolute disaster. 6 minutes. Tournament career or tournament journey over in less than an hour in an elimination series. That is brutal. Nothing you can do against Knights Templar. I think the challenge is to not be in that position in the first place where you're 2-1 down going into a water map against Knights Templar. That is a really unfortunate end to CSO's journey. Let me check if we've got the other series starting straight away, or if there's going to be a slight delay. So the other series, I think, is going to kick off at the same time as the other upper bracket series, if I'm not mistaken. In which case, we'll probably hop into MarineLord versus Wham. So bear me a sec. That was an underwhelming. That was quite a bit of an underwhelming series, actually. Unfortunate. All right, 1 second. I'm getting the draft from MarineLord versus Wham. Does play a huge role. There's kind of something else to it. The other problem is also I don't think CSO preps as much as a lot of the other players. So CSO, he plays a lot of team games. A lot of team games. So like a lot of people also are willing to pay to play with him, basically. So for him, there's a very big incentive to play team games over just grinding 1v1s. And I think that plays a big part in it as well. All right, so let's have a look here. MarineLord versus Wham. 2-minute game? What, for game... Which game are they in? Is it a 1-1 so far? Dude, it's a 1-1. Hell yeah, let's go. All right, we're hopping into game number 3. Oh yeah, CSO's definitely improved, but I think like the next step, right, is like making sure you definitely got enough time for 1v1s. All right. Let's get to it. He just can't do it. MarineLord cannot get clean sweeps. He dropped a game against CSO. He's already dropped a game against Wham. We are 1-1 into game number 3 between MarineLord and Wham. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Order of the Dragon up against Sushi. No Knights Templar affair this time on this map. MarineLord trusting in the Sushi that delivered him very well in his first series of the tournament here in the $25,000 Denmark LAN. Wham, throwing out something a bit different though. Order of the Dragon, not unusual to see here, but has not been seen so far on 4 lakes. Interesting, actually. 4 lakes OTD. I wonder what the strat's going to be. We're on the 2x speed, just because we're about like 2 minutes in, so we need to catch up. And that'll also give me time to also set up predictions here, as we should have a much closer series with this one. So MarineLord versus Mr. Whamsicle. What do you guys reckon, actually, about this matchup? I feel like OOTD has some decent answers, especially when they have fishing in the sales, right? Like, when you're talking about land on land, I'd probably favor Sushi. But Order of the Dragon definitely has some functionality here. I wonder if we'll get, like, just a classic good old Men-at-Arms rush. That isn't exactly an uncommon choice on this type of map. Has been pretty effective at shutting down some very potent civs like Mongols and KT on this map before. Sneaky docks as well, by the way. So MarineLord, he's going to be going for double pond quite early, actually. Wham's sticking just to the 1. So for Wham, it seems like the target point is getting to feudal age, while MarineLord is just looking to flesh out the greed. And that has been scoured. Alright, so we should be hitting up to live in a second. And I wonder, Wham, if he sees this dock spread, which he just did, he could play blocker. Yeah, because he's getting ready for a tech up. As he techs, he could try to, like, sneak in here. Okay, no, he is actually going to do it. I was about to say, he done double dock, which decreased the likelihood, but no, we've got aggro play out of the Canadian. Wham, now marching across the map to set up the aggressive dock in MarineLord's secondary. Yeah, it's not going to be his primary eco shutdown. But it's going to stem the greed. And MarineLord should be getting a little bit suspicious. He just scouted the enemy side and saw there's no dock. And fishing boat, it just got vision. Yeah, so tech up completes, but the problem is, order the dragon build structures quicker. You can't stop this. So it's definitely going to be going up. Spearman ship is already being prepped by MarineLord. I think we're about, what, probably 15 seconds out from live. Wow, of course, we'll have to walk home. Not worth hanging around anyway, but he achieves his objective of forcing an investment, and now I wonder if he just doesn't do anything. This has become a quite popular build on Four Lakes, is when your opponent has to react to the potential boat play, you just do nothing. Right? Doing nothing can be stronger than doing anything. No, wow, he's actually going for a demo ship here. Double demo? If MarineLord pulls away quickly, I think he's fine. Like, he'll get hit by the first, right? Wait, hold on, Wham. Oh, he's playing this really well. Yeah, he pulls back. MarineLord queues up the archer ship. It might take too long, though. Demo ship. It's scurrying in range. And here we go. It's going to be a sandwich. The demo ship's the 2 for the price for 1. Gets the kill. Well played by Wham. That was so well played. I thought the archer ship might be quick enough, but MarineLord not able to get away. And in terms of the maths on that, that's 340 resource investment compared to a 320. So your opponent still actually spent more to get counted, right? Often easy to forget with demos, considering how expensive they feel. An outpost coming up, but the Chugan new by MarineLord. Yeah, he snuck this. Okay, so that's going to be 1 worker down, possibly 2. Wham starts to move away, but it's too little, too late. Double repeater crossbow is just so strong. Does garrison the correct villages. We'll be able to get away, but that's -2 gilded villages for the price of 2 Chug. MarineLord, over the moon with this investment. He does have horsemen coming, so Wham can try to contest on land. The spearman reaction is already coming from MarineLord. Not just that, look at his macro. He's trending towards a castle timing here. One that'll hit pretty fast. Mind you, Wham. Not to be left behind. He's setting up the other pond, but he's also getting ready for his own tech up. So we are seeing a castle mirrored here. At least in theory. I mean, MarineLord actually... Yeah, he side invests. Spends quite a lot of resources on eco-techs. So what's MarineLord looking to do with this? Well, he's showing respect to the horseman, considering he has 4 gold spawn. The worry, though, is if you play a longer feudal, your opponent could just get a relics. Now, luckily, we're talking OTD, not HRE. Order of the Dragon actually get a lot more value out of Burgrave than the Holy Roman Empire. So you see this more often than the Regnitz alternative. Yeah, I mean, the Burgrave, the reason it's so good, by the way, is mathematically, like, if you are producing non-stop out of this building, the savings equate to the value of 2 relics anyway. So, you know, unless you can get at least 3 relics, mathematically, like, Burgrave is just a lot more reliable. Mountain Academy now coming in with a lot of workers. Oh, I swear. Shallow Monks are just gone. Never again. I mean, we just saw them from csoh in an elimination series where they got 4 relics, in fairness to them, but it doesn't deliver as much. I think Mountain Academy, just more economy, worth it. Whereas, like, Shallow Monks, once again, in theory, a cool unit. They definitely look cool. But in actuality, not something you want to be spamming a lot of. In fairness, this would have been the map as well when you've got all the fishing. But no bueno. A little bit of horseman poke. We'll have to walk away now. Other side of this Wham, it is going to be the men-at-arms. Crossbow's already being prepped though. MarineLord, he's rushing the regional inspection. This is the supervision increase. It's going to allow him to spam out crossbows to defend himself. Smart read. Lancers in the meantime being supervised down to 14 seconds. Once this regional inspection completes, he'll be able to get crossbows out in about, I think, 6 seconds. Which is wild. That means 10 per minute. More than enough to counterplay Gilded Men-at-Arms. I wonder if he's going to do it, actually. For the time being, he's choosing to supervise the monks. Yeah, getting them out in 12 seconds. Pretty crafty, actually, because what he's realized is Wham slowed down, he backed up. He didn't want to trickle in Men-at-Arms to die, so this gives map control to MarineLord, and he looks to leverage it fully for the greed. Sick play, dear, sick play. We don't have crossbows still being supervised yet. It's still on the stables. Lancers every 9 seconds. Why? How can you afford that? The fishing. MarineLord has got, in total, 23 fishing boats on deep water. More than enough. More than ample. I wonder if we'll see him switch now to the expos. The problem is he hasn't really seen additional men-at-arms, so he doesn't need that many crossbowmen. Aren't Shallow Monks a bit like Hospitaller? Yeah, sort of. But, you know, there's a very big difference there in, like, the reasons why you go Hospitaller is the bonus is good enough. It's not even about the unit. Whereas, you know, if you go for Shalom Monastery, you're missing out on the regional inspection that we just said gives you lancers every 9 seconds. You're missing out on this Speedy Boy Taxmen. There's a lot of value that you just won't have if you go that way. Wow, how many fishing boats? Okay, 21. He's not too far behind. I like the Gilded Crossbow switch. MarineLord in the meantime is going to be going Tug. Really good actually against the Spearman massing. And he does have the bolt magazines to make it even better. MarineLord. I think you're starting to reach the point where you'll just see him sneaking around the flanks. Instead of worrying about the direct fight, he'll look for Lancery. It's always tricky against Gilded Villagers because they are very, very tanky. But Lancers, you know, 3 or 4 of them go in, you can easily find 3, 4 worker kills. Doesn't sound like a lot until you remember they're Gilded Villagers. And it's Red Ball clock time, baby. Sorry, I shouldn't say Red Ball when these two are in the arena. Causes PTSD. Well, it was puppypaw MarineLord, but Wham was there. Bless him. He had to watch his poor brother take that beating. In a way, it must be like any time you're up against MarineLord, it's like, I must avenge my brother type feeling. Well, the avenging has been mixed bag so far, 1 apiece, but what I'm seeing is 4 relics for MarineLord. And enough resources to consider pagodas soon. And not to mention military firepower. More men-at-arms now coming from Wham, so he's just trusting that the crossbows will be good enough to deal with the lancers. It's tricky because if you get Dali horses, like, actually MarineLord can kind of sweep through those men-at-arms quite fast. I do like the Inspired Warriors detail, though. Underrated tech, incredibly powerful for OTD, and there is the powerful move now for Shushi. 4 relics, you've got to do this. Pagodas, remember, they take an 80 resource generating resource unit, what you want to call it, entity, right, with the relics. They take it from 80 resources per minute to 250 resources per minute. Yeah, you thought Regnitz was good. Well, think about the maths involved there, right? So if you have a 5 relic game with Regnitz, you're going to be getting your hands on, 800 gold per minute? But with pagodas, it's not all gold, but resource total, if you have 5 relics plus pagodas, is going to be 910 resources. Pretty good. Knights seem to have snuck in the base. What is Wham up to? Oh, he's completely away from home. The Lancer's going to go hunting. Happy to dive past the TC. They do encounter a few crossbowmen. Wait, MarineLord's like, wait a second, that's not the whole army. He turns around for the fight. And he needs this quickly as well. Because there is a move towards the base. Wham is going in. MarineLord needs to split away. He's wasting a lot of time here, not killing crossbows. Big negative for him. Chuginu do reveal themselves in choke points. And the men-at-arms, but he doesn't want to commit. Does Wham realize this is not crossbows? There's only 4. Oh my god, the hesitance is real. He does clear the lancers, though. Every single one goes down. They get nothing. Remember, MarineLord killed 2 workers early on. He got no additional worker kills whatsoever. Just needs to hold here until the second rally arrives. Once that second wave of troops is in, he's in control. And arms are weirdly enough being target fired. Not even the spearman, actually. And Wham is going to start to stand his ground a little. Second wave of crossbows now coming through. The Chuginu are targeting onto that back line, so Wham needs to back away a bit. This is actually working. Wham! That Lancer dive achieved nothing for MarineLord. Well, actually, that's not fair. That's not true. It achieved everything for MarineLord by giving the game to Wham. I can't believe this. I mean, it looked like it was going to be such a succulent dive, but instead of just backing away when he saw there was no easy target, MarineLord felt this necessity to commit. Now clearly deeply regrets that. I'm going to be marching deeper. The Horseman play is pretty smart from MarineLord. He needs a bit of time, but if he can get up to about 20, Wham only has 6 spearmen in the formation. And a lot of crossbows that could easily die. MarineLord. He does reveal the pagoda play on the front side with us. Economically, you would think that MarineLord's ahead, but look at the food. This is ridiculous amounts of gathering coming in from Wham. And the relics on the front side. Oh, he's got more prelates on the way. It's brilliant because he built them for the Saint's Blessing anyway. This is going to be the greatest heist of Denmark's history. If he gets all 4, surely not. Horseman. I've been trying to poke up reinforcements to buy time for MarineLord to get a beneficial fight. And Wham, he didn't pick up a relic actually, guys. The prelate, I think Wham forgot about him. No, he just starts to back up. Good crossbows out of position though. That's perfect for the Horseman. Nice sweep in there. So MarineLord able to just extract maximum value off these little raids. It's 1,000 resources down the drain for Wham. I can't believe this. I actually can't believe he didn't take a relic. Are they sacred in the homelands of Canada? Like, what's going on here? I mean, he had the prelate there. And losing, like, the monastery list isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? Because you can now just garrison the Shaolin Monastery and also the pagodas. So, yeah, like, you don't really lose anything. Like, you lose the passive in the meantime, but you don't have to now rebuild for 200 wood. Actually, on the other angle from Wham, he has found his way towards the food sources. Crossbow count is pretty decent from MarineLord, so he will clear that front line. Wham needs to retreat fast, but the backstab is coming. Spearman held in reserve. It's dicey, man. Wham, he may be overextended. Showing the appropriate respect to those Chug. The numbers are still very rough from MarineLord. But what the Speaking of numbers, how about this one? Where did he get that? The resources for Shushi Library. He's tossing away the army, interestingly enough. I think this is a fake out. MarineLord, he's trying to convince Wham he needs to go home. But that's unfair. Canadians have earned the right to be in Denmark too. No, but seriously, like the problem here is this tech up. If Wham walks home, you're in a good position. Now, it's dicey. That's going to start coming through. Gold access isn't great either for MarineLord. He's got what? Yeah, okay, it's this fresh 4K, so he's got some runway. But Wham now with a dive. He's looking to convert this into a big W before those upgrades can come through. The WMD of the Shushi is on the way. 10,000 bolts is coming in soon. He needs to fight now. Wham. Heads on in. Horseman front line. Drawing a lot of fire here, but the Chuganu are getting access. Wham, he's wiping all forces. It's working. There's no elite techs and 10,000 bolts just completed for less than 10 men. Wham now on match point against the chimp. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yo. Whoopsie, wrong scene. Wham cooking in game number 3. That was awesome. Holy crap, well played, Wham. All right, let's mark that one up on the board as well. I'm just double checking, confirming. Yeah, the Vortex cso's drafts are still showing. So they haven't actually started the draft for puppypaw and Anatan yet. So that series has not begun yet. So Order of the Dragon up against Shu Shi. A right side win. And match point now staring at Wham. Ready to be nibbled at. Ready to be grabbed. And I'm just going to film the other details for you guys. So mountain clearing. No, sorry, not mountain clearing. Dry Arabia. Dry Arabia was the beginner. That was a Byzantine versus Rus showdown. In which the Byzantines won. So that was on Dry Arabia. And then game number 2 went to Cliffside. French versus Lancaster. French won in under 20 minutes. Pretty impressive. And that means next up, Malians versus Japanese. There's either Phrygian or regions. Malians versus Japanese should be Phrygian. That sounds very much like a Phrygian pick. So let me mark that in as well. I'd be surprised. Like I'm like 99% sure that this is Phrygian. It doesn't really make much sense for regions. MarineLord starved Wham in game number 2. What, we have Lancaster? How do you starve the Lancastrians? They just eat imaginary resources, no? And what's the highlight of that game as well? Is that one uploadable? Maybe. What was it? 10 Lancers versus 3 crossbows. Who would win? Something like that, probably. Yeah, reminder, after this series, we'll be pivoting into the puppypaw Anatan series, which is another Elim series. And then after that, we should have lower bracket finals between Vortex and even MarineLord and Wham. And then the other lower bracket finals between Anatan / puppypaw versus Beastie / Louis MT. It's a pretty lengthy day still to come. I think the boys just hopped into game, so we can get ready to go. Is MarineLord about to crash and burn? That's what we're here to find out. That's right, the chimp finds himself up against match point as the Canadian looks to pull ahead in game number 4 of this upper bracket finals. Wham, with the Japanese in the blue, up against MarineLords. Malians in the pink. Map is going to be Phrygian Marshes, the new and improved version. And Malians has been growing in popularity, actually. Like, Malians is a very, very popular pick now on this map. It's weird because old Phrygian, Malians was never really on the mind back when we used to have the trade post in the corner. But ever since the fish got moved further away and the trade got moved to the center, what happened is civs that have centralized economy in the corner got better. That's the way you have to envision this. It's actually a smart pivot because it used to be the problem of going Malians is your opponent could actually just contest you by going for the fish. The fish used to be a lot closer though. Look at the distance now. The fish used to be about here. So it's an extra screen width to get to these now. A lot more difficult. And not to mention the fact, like, it used to be quite RNG. Sometimes you get a pond near you that had, I don't know, 5, 6 fish in it. Now you always get free fish. Japanese, on the other hand, a civ that likes their fishing and also likes their berries. So Does make sense that we see them coming out here. And it's going to be a Dark Age Rax rush. And I've got Frey next to me. What's up, Frey? Yeah, stream is on. All right. Frey wants to say hi. Say hi, stream.
Hi, stream.
Say bye, stream.
Bye, stream.
Say subscribe to KP.
Try to.
Subscribe to KP.
Try to.
Okay, close enough.
Try
Yeah, thank you. You go play. Oh, she even blew a kiss for you guys. You didn't even deserve it. Nah, you go play, Frey. And the outpost is coming up. Okay, so MarineLord, yeah, he's taking notes off of the Canadian brothers. Remember, we actually saw this from, I believe it was it puppypaw yesterday? So this is a counterplay to these aggro plays. You just build an outpost and build the mill behind and you're fine. Yeah, this is like super effective because essentially you're only spending 100 wood. It used to be this would be a negative because you'd have to keep your villagers on gold and you don't need that much gold as Malians. But by dropping the sheep off here, you need a mill anyway to produce into cows. And you might say, oh, but KP, that means I'm not getting the berries. Like, when do you really often see people in Malians go berries? Normally, you just build cow anyway to eat them. So the berry factor is kind of a non-starter. A Wham. Well, he was only getting started. No, he's committing. We actually have him going into the outpost. And sorry, I just realized we're a few seconds out from live, so we'll hit the 2x to get in there. That also reminds me I need to pop out this extra chat so I can see everyone talking on all platforms. And he actually hangs around for the berries? What an interesting idea. I'm not sure if he'll be able to stay here long. Like, he should not be able to stay here long, realistically. Manticore is going to be coming in. Well, Wham has yet to make a choice, but it should be obvious. Kura's storehouse is just a given here. Okay, so Outpost is at least stopping him from adding in additional pit mines, in fairness. Additional houses around the pit mines, rather. So, like, the gold gen is not going to be crazy on this thing. 72 instead of about, like, 106 or something. So he misses out on 30 gold. So as long as this Outpost stays alive for about 4 minutes, the play kind of pays off, right? And Kura's going to be on the tree line. I like that we get more and more people utilizing this. It was interesting because when it first came out, no one was dropping their Kura storehouse on the tree line, despite the fact that it's a drop-off building, so it's efficient. Like, you want to have this here because it just means that you save 50 wood. Actually, like, the size of this thing is more like you save 100 wood. Archery range play now from MarineLord. So he's getting the necessary defense force, but Wham. I wonder how he's going to react, because I'm looking at the macro, and this looks like just a fast castle rush. Yeah, just trying to exploit the fact that MarineLord needs to react to this play in some way. I wonder, does MarineLord suspect fishing? No, he sees the gold. He knows. Like, why else would you have this much gold gathering? Like, at this stage, we are 5.5 minutes in the game, 350 gold taken. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait, one darn second. No, okay, I was about to say, this is not Pro Scouts. So it's going to be survival techniques. It's going to be broad axe. And apparently it's going to be attack. Okay, so Wham isn't just trying to be a greedy boy. I guess that makes sense. Like, both your goals are forward. So if your opponent decides to play aggro into you and builds a ram, he should be able to shut you down in theory. And second pit mine being established by MarineLord. Is he going for the cows in a rush? No, he's going for the attack in a rush. We have got racks now being added in. Javelin plus archers is exposed to this horseman play now coming. But I think he scouted that, right? Yeah, MarineLord sees everything. Not a single detail getting through for free for Wham. We do at least have the Takazaiku coming in, so Wham is going to be able to accelerate berry gathering, but I mean, what do you do? Do you play under these ones on the forward? That's a bit risky with the stealth forest nearby. For a second, I really thought he was going to go Pro Scouts. It's probably a good thing he didn't. It would have been an intriguing approach for Japan to take here. The problem with going pro scouts is like, I think if you do that, MarineLord just does cow boom and then accelerates into castle quicker. So Yumi Horseman. I have been noticing this growing popularity, by the way. The logic with the Japanese going Yumi against javelins, it sounds really flawed, right? Like, why would you build a counter unit into its counter? The idea here is that you build the Yumi so big, you build it so high in quantity that the javelins can't kill them quick enough, right? So the Yumi is still good at trading out against Donzos. They're phenomenal there. But the javelins are incredibly inefficient because once you get up to 10, 20, 30 of these guys, they're going to throw so many javelins at individual targets, they'd be killing them 3 times over. It's just a waste of DPS. While Yumi are going to be very lean in terms of their burst to kill Donzos, etc. It's a pretty cool strategy. Like, it sounds very weird to be sacrificing troops like that. But you're talking about a unit that only costs 60 resources to snipe out a unit that costs 90 resources. Right? Remember, Donzos are premium spinner. MarineLord is not going to keep getting info for free, it seems. He's going to be scared away. And Stone Gathering as well. So Wham, he's looking for this timing around Yumi Bannerman. With that buff, he'll be able to start shredding through and even doing a little bit of damage actually to Javelins. Javelins have 3 ranged base, and Yumi are a 4 base with +1. So the Yumi Bannerman on top of that brings you up to 5.75. So that means that 1.75 damage will penetrate through the armor level that Javelins can achieve with Undermesh. So you're almost doubling your damage, basically. I wonder if there's a world in which he does the Yumi Bannerman instead. Nah, it's not that many horsemen yet. Maybe down the line when it floats a bit faster. Yumi? What? Wham? Okay, wait, he's attacking the Wham? He's attacking javelins. What just happened there? Oh my god, I think Wham didn't have vision properly. So he just A-click galores in there. I mean, it's actually traded better than I would have expected, considering Donzos are running around stabbing him. Yeah, because those horsemen, I mean, sure, they're meant to be the ones targeting the jabs, but we basically had all the Yumi attacking javelins for at least 4 attacks. Not ideal. Means MarineLord is a little bit battered on some of his javelins, but sustains a nice, healthy lead here. Reminder, the Yumi should put you ahead on military count. They are much, much cheaper. They are half, you heard me correctly, half the price of javelins. There's a bad sign if your opponent has the exact same military count as you. Yeah, it's kind of ironic as well against Malians. Malians that, if we get to Castle Age, we start to talk about it the other way around, where it's like, oh yes, you need to have more military count as Malians to feel good, because you're very Zerg-oriented. I think that's what makes Malians a very confusing civ compared to others, is that in Feudal Age, they play this premium role with Donzos and Javelins, the expensive versions of the other troop types in Feudal. But then you go into Castle and it flips. You get cheaper knights, you get these cheaper men-at-arms type counter unit. You build archers, you don't have crossbows. It's a very, very different style age to age for Malians. Wow, looks like he is starting to prep for the tech up. Still, with 4 gold, this is dangerous, actually. We talked about this at the start, when he was looking like he was going to do it, where it could get blocked out. We're in the same position. Outposts are coming up, mind you, but MarineLord already has blacksmiths, so siege engineering is feasible here. And you can just kind of poke in with the javelins to idle this, so your opponent can't afford any gold. Horseman is still trying to be a little bit annoying here. Is MarineLord actually going to do siege engineering, though? I would have loved to have seen it. Just a single ram to try and dent this defense. It would significantly slow down Japan's scale point. Because even if they're only planning Yumi, once they tech up for 600, they need to have 250 to get the upgrade into veterancy. Instead, he's just going to steer wider, and MarineLord is going to focus on his macro. Scouts going to reveal what's happening here. Villagers. With the Takazaiku, they are quick enough to run faster. Unfortunately, the javelins were already clipping in range, so one worker goes down. But Wham gets away with the rest. Floating gate halfway complete. And MarineLord, still some way to go on his own age up here, I'm afraid. Yeah, not looking like the cleanest timing, but once he does tick that box, we have to remember his army size is really good, and also he's going to have a lot of food with the Fulani. And that's why Wham's looking to attack, dives in. Double kill on the workers, actually. Finds double the value that MarineLord has so far in this game. Interesting approach. One that you wouldn't really see coming, because the thing is, MarineLord revealed himself on that deer. His army's completely out of position. Sick read by Wham to get some aggro done. Age up now complete. And I imagine we're looking at your atypical mounted samurai play. Yeah. Yorishiro drop already in there. Mounted samurai now queued up on the way in 16 seconds. Malian variant would be wild in next DLC. What would you do with them, though? Are we finally going to have hippo riders? Could it be happening? I mean, that Yumi veterancy is definitely happening. That was the first thing he clicked on. And MarineLord, this is where it gets a little bit iffy, having all these javelins. The javelins will not feel as good once they age up again. Right, like age 2, very, very solid unit. Age 3, the javelins are just going to do what they need to, which is take out Donzos before dying. The time being, MarineLord definitely has the military advantage, though. Wham should be looking to take advantage of this fallback from MarineLord to go for relics, and I think we should have the first Shinto walking out momentarily. Unless he forgot about him. No. Yep, I mean, it's the camouflage, right? Like, he's got blue, the Kura Storehouse has blue, it's hard to see him. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That should have been one relic already almost home. The second one soon to be played for. I bet Yumi are going to go for the clash because MarineLord still hasn't aged up. What? What? He's just scaling additional javelins. All right, MarineLord's crazy, man. It's weirdly enough working because Wham's Yumi count isn't out of control yet. It's 21 compared to 29 jabs. And although Yumi are much stronger than the Jav variant in terms of like the per value because they're veteran versus standard, the quantity is the thing that is keeping him at bay. I think Wham, like, I mean, you can't really horseman switch here. Really, what he needs is raids. Can you really trust double unfortified outpost to keep you safe, though? I mean, can you really trust 5 mounted samurai to do enough damage? One thing's for sure, you can trust that MarineLord is going to get to castle. Final food drop-offs coming in. And Grand Fulani now on the way as he retreats back to base. Shaky position now, Wham. He still hasn't... Come on. Okay, he's finally realizing he's going for relics. But this was a giant gap in Wham's attention span. Should have been, what, probably 2 relics was feasible by now? Close to. Instead, we haven't even got 1 picked up yet. Pretty painful when you consider the amount of mounted samurai he wants to build and how much that would have helped on the goal. Mounted samurai going in for a little bit of a poke here. Does he really have what it takes to full dive, though? Especially with all the outposts around him. It doesn't look impressive. First wave of mounted samurai not able to get in. So MarineLord, sure, he had to retreat into his base, but he was always intending to do that. Tech up now complete. Grand Fulani not quite full. It's not going to take too much longer for MarineLord to address that. And also keep in mind, this is the stage normally where Malians go sofas. This is where Malians start to look pretty good against Japan. Right? It isn't even about the feudal age. No, it's in castle age when you're able to start flooding sofas to mirror the mounted samurai play. And that also then counters the Yumi because of all the imported armor. Javelins. Great micro there. Just takes down the injured mounted samurai first. And Wham is wild. That is sick. Bugeisha is actually quite genius. As long as there's no sofa, Bugeisha is a sick transition. Javelins, they're going to overkill, but also not kill quick enough. Donzos will get melted by Bugeisha. And because Wham has map control, it can work. Like, this is how you actually make Onabugeisha strategies work. It's all about the reveal. So you have to hide it. How do you hide it? Map control. If you're ahead in terms of positioning in a game, that's when Bugeisha looks really strong. Because you need to buy 2 or 3 minutes even of it not being known. Right, with probably double, triple racks. Yeah, it's going to be triple racks with a Yoshiro drop as well. So producing 7 seconds out of here, 15 out of here. So you give him 3 minutes, this is going to allow him to get, what, about 40 Onabugeisha? 40 Onabugeisha would be enough to win the game. He does need to find the food for it, though. I've got him playing out with fishing. Notice the comp going head. He's not showing the ladies. The Bugeisha spam isn't quite spam yet. And Relics MarineLord is now thinking about, but one of them already got yoinked from his side. This is looking like a 4-relic game for Wham, which is perfect for Bugeisha. Reminder that they are the same cost as a Spearman, but it costs gold instead of wood. Yeah, pretty important differentiating factor there. Has he got the melee text as well? Not yet. That's going to be really important. Bugeisha is probably the single most valuable unit for scaling melee text. They have low base, high attack speed. Oh, but there's Sofa coming. Remember what I said. This is the counterplay. This is why Bugeisha is like a cool idea but hard to make work. And you just revealed it. Wham. He sends 4 Bugeisha in. And that tips the hat. MarineLord hews up the sofas. Already has imported armors on the way. He's going to turn up to protect the pit mine. But already on fire. Likely to go down. Wait, what was happening here? Was Wham actually gathering from this area? What the... Oh, that was the villager who was on the berries outside the base. Oh, that's brilliant. Okay, so who's winning this game currently? So Wham done a good job on the relic side, but like, let's not neglect to appreciate that this is Fulani. It's 75% full. It's a lot of food. Wham has got his work cut out in that department. He has got a decent amount of farms to try and contest directly. We're sitting at 14 so far with level 2 Daimyo on the way. So he's going to start to inflate his food quite nicely. He's also still been playing out to Shoreline Fish. However, Sofa have found him playing out for the gold. And he bails on the build, realizing it's going to fail. Just great find there by MarineLord. With the first free Sofa built. Still plenty of gold at home for Wham. 2.6k remaining, but just hemorrhaging losses like that. Unacceptable. He'll know it as well. MarineLord always feels most comfortable, most cozy when he's able to flank raid like this as well, right? You know, MarineLord's always been that type of more defensive player that relies on the raids to get him ahead to allow for the defensive play. And he just ticked that box. Those few kills make a huge difference. Oh, this is the go time, folks. Bugeisha count approaching 40. The Sofa count is not incredible currently, so he has chosen his moment right. Musafadi not going to feel great here, but MarineLord, he's been prepping archers. And archers is the counter for Bugeisha, guys. Like, the Sofa are phenomenal, but archers as well, as they get double damage against them. Especially if you fight in choke points, where you can't just get fully surrounded. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, Wham's army, I mean, the army value, that's pretty much all the mounted samurai, in my opinion. I would not give this army that type of value. It's the mounted samurai that's skewing the numbers to make it look that good. There is at least an attempt to kind of cycle into the back line, but good answer to the Musafadi. Front side javelins are going to be on the approach with the archers as well. Outposting placements, look at that queue up. Springhold's in. This is a good answer. MarineLord doesn't want to dive yet. Sofa count isn't crazy just yet, but it's getting there fast, folks. And you're starting to see the food issues arrive for Wham. We talked about his being weaker. You can see it now. Over 1,000 difference advantage for MarineLord. Man, plenty of wood to work with, so he'll be able to keep scaling Yuumi. I think gold is the biggest concern I have for Wham in this game. And also the quality of these armies scaling, right? Is like Bugeisha, very situationally worth it. Yuumi, cheapest of the cheap. And you're behind on military count. That's not a good sign. Really, the only thing that keeps faith in Wham's strat right now is the amount of samurai count. That's the real threat in this comp. And also, a very good raider. So, you know, if he finds just one moment where MarineLord is sleeping, a dive unnoticed, the damage that he could reap. The problem is, because there's no secondary attack, MarineLord isn't distracted. He's always looking. As he peels away from the Mount Samurai raid attempt. Pushes back the north side. Expansion. And this is just an elegant dance right now. You know, I know some people that watch these type of games like, oh my god, boring, where's the big clash? They haven't, like, murdered each other yet. No, but there's something elegant and beautiful and very strategically deep about the way they're dancing around the map. Both looking for that advantageous fight. Neither able to quite find it, but for MarineLord, he benefits the longer that advantageous fight isn't found. And that's why I like that Wham's doing this. Even though he's not at maximum population, he's thinking about the next age. Because he needs that buffer. Bugeisha, a unit that will scale phenomenally well getting into Imperial Age. Yuumi, honestly kind of need it at this stage. My concern is, can you afford a Tanegashima Gunsmith? This might allow him to. He's got Shogunate Castle on the way. Reminder, that gives your town center a rocket launcher. And for anyone who played Quake growing up, they know how effective that can be. As effective as a raid like this, nicely played. Wham finally sneaks in. Finds a bit of damage against MarineLord, but MarineLord is looking to commit. The size of this army, 124 military. And Wham, he had to cower away from it. Added in more units, could not just go for the age up in the end. Mount Samurai not able to find any additional kills yet. But this army is so ridiculously large. I fear for him just looking at it, because the problem now is MarineLord has a large army and has also reached pop cap. You guys know what comes after that. There's only one logical thing left to do, right? And that's to go Imperial as well. MarineLord does need to be careful with his worker placement, though. Yeah, he's desperately trying to get out here. So I think he's going to have to pull the army back to defend, to secure the 4K golds. And then just tech up afterwards with a Fort the Huntress towards the 8K. While Wham, now he has options. Tanegashima just seems dead obvious here. I think the problem with going Castle the Crow is it's just so far across the map to get the trade post. And you're nowhere near this 8K, which is where you'd probably want to drop a Castle the Crow. And you do already have a Castle the Crow-ish thing back here. You have the Shogunate, right? So, moment of truth. Yeah. Gunsmith it is. He takes the greed. So, reminder, Gunsmith is going to give him tickets to generate units for free. It's also going to give him access to the Reboldequins, which are actually pretty decent against a lot of what you expect Marines to do in the late game, like Sofa, Musafadi, Donzos, which they might want to stick to because of the amount of Samurai. Mount Samurai again into that tree line. Scratching their head as to where their targets are this time around. And farm count is pretty strong now for Wham, right? 36, not ultra late game. We're not talking about 50. Decent enough. What's Gunsmith give Japanese? It gives them access to Reboldequins. It gives them access to Uzutsu. And it gives them these tickets for free every 30 seconds that allows them to produce units. Gold block on the north, though. Wham. He may have teched up, guys, but he doesn't have gold access anymore. Yeah, so choose wisely, because you're not going to be upgrading many things here. Elite tech for Onabugeisha. And a move into the base. As he looks to converge towards that economy. Oh, he's full sending it. For the Huntress being built on the other side of the map away from this affair. MarineLord completely out of position for this. What kind of psychopath runs in your base like this? That's unbelievable. That's unhinged gameplay. Wham. He understood the main fight doesn't favor him, so he goes for the juggler. He goes for the cows. A jug of milk a day to keep the Malians away. And he will get the kill. Starts to burn it down. Villagers being sniped as well. The brigade shot, such quick killers. The cows, they're dying. This is crippling for MarineLord's economy. I mean, this is like, what, half of his food income just going like that. Going, gone. Needs to finish off the cow. Needs to finish the cow off. Okay, the Yumi are going to do it instead. The brigade, wait, no, the A-click. That was an A. MarineLord! That one sofa just pulled them all over. I don't think Wham wanted to be there. Was he maybe looking elsewhere? He's forced to clash now. Bugacia are going to get wiped by Sofa. The cow equation is looking pretty damn good, though. It's only 6 cow left in ranches. Watch that food income start to plummet. Farms on the backside also getting idled out. Wham now with a 10-worker lead. Still more to come. Mount Samurai Bugacia are hunting workers out here. There's 30. Only room to fort the Huntress for 15, but double outpost to also protect. New wave of Mount Samurai coming in to try and keep MarineLord contained. He does have a counterattack opportunity, but he'll need to be fast about it. And guys, that's the word here. Fast, fast, fast is how you describe what Wham just done there. Bugacia, Yumi, and Mount Samurai. A 3-unit comp that has the movement speed to raid very efficiently. That was sick. And he's already prepping the defense force for what comes next. Gold access achieved as well, even on the 8K. I think for MarineLord, the best thing you can do is try to cycle towards the north side and shut down that gold. Don't let him gather that for free. Right? Because that's the thing that's going to make the world go round for Wham. It's also going to allow him to get into things like Odor tactics, the extra university techs like the incendiary arrows, even maybe adjustable crossbars. If you can stop that, Wham can have all the food in the world, but he won't have the gold to swing it into most of Japan's best unit types. Hey, man, if you litter, you pick it up. Actually, wait, that's not true. The Japanese littered here, and now MarineLord's picking it up. Oh, that's right. When you play against Malians, you're like that douchebag that just drops cans on the floor in the high school because the janitor can clean it up. I'm keeping the janitor in a job. You know who you are. Dive in towards the outpost here. Hello. Well, he said he needed a strike back, and this is the perfect place to go for it. The army from Wham isn't even here. It's marching across now. The villagers desperately trying to keep this repaired long enough for the fortification to come in. But it's not going to be good enough to save their bacon. More workers going down. MarineLord reacquires the lead. Yeah, and on top of that, these are now elite Sofa. With 8 melee armor, they mitigate almost every ounce of damage you can imagine. You're only hitting for 6 on the Bugacia into a unit that has over 200 HP. Wow, also no Gung's second TC, so he's looking to turn this into more of a macro game now. He's just raw Bugacia as well. It's crazy, actually, we aren't seeing any unit diversity from Wham. He's got 6 Katana Bannermen and 50 plus Bugacia. And 1 Mounted Samurai who's going for the dunk. Okay, MarineLord does notice him. Oh, God, you always have to keep an eye out for that. Sometimes 1 Mounted Samurai can just win a game. We've seen it before. It's easy to forget, to not notice. MarineLord, the type of player that very rarely doesn't see these things. I think he sees the path to victory now. Because Wham, he's draining all of his remaining gold. He's going for the dive again. This is ridiculous. Every time MarineLord goes to that northern corner, Wham goes to the polar opposite. He heads to the south. We've got another TC attempt now to the south side instead. The Shogunate should make MarineLord a bit reluctant about diving, but like ultimately, this many Sofa, it takes 2 hits for the rocket launcher to kill a Sofa anyway. So he's got to be thinking about just how many worker kills he could get if he goes in. Wow, I'm just taking out the houses as well. It's going to force a pop lock. In fact, both of them currently pop locked here. 180, 180. I can't believe I'm watching csoh run away from Bugacia. It's crazy. Like, this is wild. This is wild and sick. Disgusting even. And by the way, this is pre-Oda tactics. He still doesn't have that. There's 20% more damage on the table. Sorry, 15%. Fast coming in. You can see how long it takes to actually just kill 1 or 2 csoh. Wham steering. Not able to find a worker hit still. But he has, once again, forced MarineLord to react to him. And what does MarineLord now have to do? He has to go back to the north to stop the gold gathering again. This is ridiculous. It's just a big old game of Benny Hills in game number 4. As Wham constantly just has MarineLord dancing around the map to his tune. Never really winning off of it, but avoiding defeat. Rough when you get caught like this, though. Every time you go in these type of fights, you're maybe killing like 5 csoh maximum and then losing 30 Bugacia, it feels like. Reboldaquin works here. The problem with going Reboldaquin is Wham's entire game strat revolves around the idea of raiding. How do you raid with a unit that moves less than 1 movement speed per second? Compared to a unit that can move at 1.55. Or 1.5 rather. Gets slowed down to 1.36, mind you, with the Katana Bannerman, but still very fast, right? So the problem with Reboldaquins is like a very cool idea. But A, your opponent still has a lot of archers. B, you're focusing on being dynamic, not slow. And yeah, what's happening with that other relic? Bruh. We need another monastery stat, please. Oh, he realized now. Okay, so he's going for the drop-in. Need more Bugacia being hunted, but never easily caught. All right, predictions. How long do you think this game's going to go? When will it end? I doubt it's going to end anytime soon. I do like to keep ideas from MarineLord. Just to kind of see what's coming and also whittle away at the raiders. Now, this is ridiculous, man. I mean, if they ever have to have a direct fight, MarineLord just wins. What's up, Chalkiest? Appreciate the raid, buddy. And MarineLord has adjusted. Like, earlier he kept exposing this ranch area, and now he doesn't. He leaves csohs in reserve. We'd honestly love to see him get Freeman leadership, just so the archers can react quicker as well. Wham. Does try to maintain control on the gold. That's not going to work, though. He's down to 489 gold income. This is why you're not seeing Wham hard commit with all the Bugacia. He can't afford it. If he does, he loses the game. Well, the build-up. Bugacia, they kill fast. They're going to have to be very fast. Can they actually do this in time? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's going to work. He denies the castle at 99%. The Shredders. And forces the cancel on the keep. Walks away with about 3 Bugacia losses. And that is why Bugacia is my favorite Age of Empires 4 unit. Absolutely crazy. Oh my god. Manga. Alright, Wham, let's put them back in the base and not think about that again. Did Wham for a second think he was ready for a proper fight? Because he just got a reminder why he's not. Yeah, I think maybe a little bit cocky after getting those kills. He's like, yep, I'm ready to fight MLord. Realizes that was a mistake. Why not go for Spearman? Because, once again, raiding. You go Spearman, 1.25 movement speed. You go Bugacia, 1.5. 1.5 is enough to run away from anything. Like, even csohs might catch you and occasionally club you, but they can't get on top of you easily. They can't sustain on you. Archers will never catch you. But if you go Spearman, archers can catch you. because you're the same movement speed. So anytime you stop to do something, they get closer. But with Geisha, you stop to do something, you run again, they're not going to catch you. This is a giant game of cat and mouse. But the cat is getting annoyed. Right? The cat has had enough of this crap. The tail has been wagging very anxiously for the last several minutes. And MarineLord is starting to get the stage where he's just camping on the edge of Wham's base. I think the only thing that MarineLord's really missing, a few more standard defenses and then 1 or 2 siege weapons to break the Japanese base. The Geisha. Well, this is the last group out of the base, guys. Oh, wow. Yeah, Wham knows it. He's stuck defending now. This is a heartbreaker. He just got Ode Tactics. The reason it's a heartbreaker is, like, you know, you kind of want Ode Tactics and then raiding for another 3 or 4 minutes. Because then you can take decent trades with the extra 15% damage and health against Sofa. But now you have to straight up take on this army that heavily outnumbers you. And Wham, he might have mangoes, but I'm pretty sure there's no adjustable crossbars. No, these are just normie mangoes. Buttons under the Shura, just getting rid of the gold sources. And whoa! Wham! He was holding on to all those tickets. We've got 25 hand cannoneers. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Surely not. The army's just so big. Maybe the miracle. The stockpile tickets. The one button to be his saving grace. Now, he doesn't have a Uni Bannerman. That's now been queued up. That's going to be the damage buff. An extra 5 damage to come into these Ashigaru. And it's working. It's happening. It's really actually happening here. Wham pushes him away. Room for more Geisha to come. Auras positively glowing. MarineLord thought that he had the game done and over. He was mistaken. Oh my god, Wham. I mean, that's a get out of jail free card and a half. And not just that, guys. That get out of jail free card survives. That's the difference maker. This wasn't a stay of execution. It wasn't like you've got Roost with Kremlin and they have 40 tickets and like, oh, we scared them away once. No. The hand cannoneers stand. And they stand gloriously. They even march out aggressively. He wants to reclaim the gold. Sacred sites are now locked in. I like this from MarineLord. He's finally realized how difficult it is to keep diving into the space. Geisha hand cannoneers charging in. Looks like Sofa's going to go straight after the mangoes. But maybe 1 kill? Yeah, shouldn't be able to get the second. But the push is real here. Frontline is already flopped. Look at how many dead Sofa there are there. And still, the hand cannoneers are not being killed. This is ridiculous. I mean, it's a good trade. Archer's taking out Bugeisha, but it means that the premium unit is just not dying. Wham might think about resetting here. I mean, the tough part for MarineLord is no silk bowstrings means that you can't easily kite and outrange the hand cannoneers. This is actually happening. Wham has flipped this game on its back with the press of 1 button. 25 times. 1 button 25 times. Well, nah, shift is 5 times, right? Shift Q, shift Q. What an incredible game this has become. I mean, Wham, he could end it here. He could actually send MarineLord down to the lower bracket facing elimination where he'll have to match up against Vortex. A Vortex that is looking angry after what happened yesterday. And reminder, you know, at this rate, if you don't kill the hand cannoneers quick enough, Wham's going to have another 25. HC feels like the appropriate acronym because it feels like this is hardcore mode, the way that Wham's had to play this. But play it well, he did. He's already got... Okay, he's not holding reserves. He's just using the ticket straight away. He spent it into the bombards. Remember, 5 of them gets a bombard. Oh, sorry, 4. So smart move to deal with any sort of static emplacements. And essentially, a bombard is a big hand cannoneer anyway. This is ridiculous. Like, you just can't get away. Bugacia are just so quick to gap close, and also the Katana Bannerman lit it in, wastes a lot of archer fire. Another clash coming through. Sofa look for the backstab. The hand cannoneers need to start backing away. But the Bugacia are breaking through here. Remember, gold access has been reobtained. Now with a castle drop to protect it. He's got over 5,000 gold to tap on this map. And Bugacia are only 20 gold each. Yeah, add in the 4 relics as well. Like, he can afford to do this for another 20 minutes easily. Well, the way he's been trading, most definitely. That reserve is starting to build up again. Could even think about just getting a few Ozutsu if you see some castle defenses, but the Bombard works fine as well. MarineLord trading? Nope. Oh, wait. Sorry. No, you're right. He has got 4 traders. Good eyeballs. Very light on the trade. He's still got quite a bit of active gold left. Yeah, 4.7k here. Wow. What a ton of events. Even now going for copulation, remember, this got changed. It now gives 15% more resources, so finite resources go longer. Whole idea to extend the life there. Definitely the point to do it where it'd be worth it. 5k left in the bank. That means you're going to get like what, an extra 750 at least. You only spend 500 gold for it. Yeah, I mean, we've still got the 4k here as well, so it was definitely worth it. It's got like 7, 8k total gold to tap through. I'm so glad he didn't go Castle of the Crow. Castle of the Crow would have felt like a please don't kill me scream. This feels like a scream for victory. Where's Springolds? Springolds is the weird one. In open battlefields against Bugacia, you actually die to them. Because Bugacia just jump on top of you so quick. Also, there's now hand cannoneers. I think at this stage, he's kind of stuck on the comp. In theory, right? Like, enough sofas should break this. Let's find out. We dive in the choke point. Wham did not bring many hand cannoneers, by the way. There's only 14 now. He hasn't been remassing them. Yeah, so this push is going to fail. This game is definitely not over. In fact, he needs to save what he can. So it'd be a good time to back up the bombards and the hand cannoneers because the flood is coming out. I think Wham, maybe not showing the necessary respect there. Only 8 tickets now in reserve. Down to 11 hand cannoneers. MarineLord with the 50 sofa and also fixing the other big weakness. Last time he was fighting, he was in range of the hand cannoneers. Now, silk bowstrings. Oh, boy. And Wham, he's trying to be greedy. He's switching to mounted samurai. I'm really not convinced that's going to work here. The gold limitation, right, for Wham. Like, you've just traded something that's lean in terms of its cost on gold into something drastically more expensive. Bugacia, the gold cost is 25% of their costs. Mounted samurai, it's 50%. Oh, close to 50%. Like, it's definitely more pop efficient, which I think is what he's looking for, but my concern is having enough gold and having enough time. Yeah, if only the Tanegashima Gunsmith had an option to produce mounted samurai, right? MO doesn't have the increased movement speed from the sofas. Yeah, I was going to mention it earlier. I think it hasn't been too much of a dramatic detail with the way these clashes have been going. Pause that for us. We've got a big one coming through. This is the way that Wham would need to trade, though. Like, not a full commitment on white, just partial. Because then you gradually add in the samurai. So for MarineLord, the best thing you can do right now is just bludgeon Wham's front line. Because if Wham goes down to no Bugacia, he can't just wait for mounted samurai. He'll have to rebuild Bugacia, which he doesn't want to do. How much gold are we talking about? 4k still here? He got harassed off of the 4k there, though. Not as much gold for Wham as we were assuming. Hand cannon numbers have been rebloated slightly. Enough to deal with the sofa. Honestly, the Katana Bannerman is the more important detail here, I think. Like, the Katana Bannerman are just not dying straight away to the archers. So if they move forward with the Bugacia, these archers waste a lot more fire. And this time, the Bugacia will not deny him. Castle drop goes up. Double Sacred Sight now locked in. Wham struggling to keep up now. Where did the Bugatia go? He's down to just 22. How many tickets? He's actually been using them, guys. We haven't got additional wiggle room for just a big spawn of hand cannoneers. An unfortunate end it could be for Wham now. After all this effort, after all this trial and tribulation, after being in such a good position, for it to now just turn into an inevitability like this. How would he do this? Oh god, he's gonna lose the castle, isn't he? Eventually. By eventually, I mean in about 10 seconds, MarineLord has his target set on it. Full gold denial. Full scorched earth, nothing less. Barely functions as a castle at this stage. Repair crew is going to try to make it last a bit longer, but that's Wham now out of gold. No backup plan, really. 16-man samurai is decent, but it feels like a drop in the puddle, really, at this stage. MarineLord's just going to steer back to try and intercept, because we've seen what Wham tries to do here. Double castle drop this time to contend himself with. And also, it does have cannon emplacements in one of them. He just gets torches out. Oda Tactics does make this fast. Also, for a guy with so little gold access, this is expensive. Luckily for him, a lot of the fire is actually going on the Mount Samurai, not to the Bugatia that die a lot quicker. It's one keep drop. Finds the villagers, will be garrisoned in the secondary. And that's going to buy the time. The backstab now coming in as MarineLord rotates in from behind. Wow. Is this the end? Castle needs to go down. He spent so much time, so much effort. Mount Samurai will start chasing on the workers. The burn power should be good enough. Castle drops. Hand cannoneers chase away the forces coming in behind. Wham not dead yet. Somehow, this game continues on towards the hour mark. We'll back away before the hand cannoneers start dying in mass. Difficult game still, though. Wow, just so many bannermen to play with. So little gold to work with, though. How can he do this? We have got Mount Samurai sneaking in towards farm, so maybe you can slowly just chip away at the economy there. I think the best way for Wham to do this, it just has to be kind of relentless attack. The position MarineLord was in before is the position Wham's in now, where he can't really... I don't think he can afford a stalemate where his opponent just builds up reserves. Not unless it guarantees him gold access, and he has snuck in again with 5 workers to the north side. I also believe he switched Yorishiros, right? Yes. Okay, so this is his strategy. All Yorishiros in forges. That's giving him an extra 200 gold. Then the relics are giving him an extra 320 gold. So he's getting over 500 passive gold a minute. Not bad. Oh, wait, have we got to switch up into Musafadi? Oh, that's a little bit dangerous. I mean, you've seen Mountain Samurai. I kind of get the idea, but the problem with Musafadi here, guys, is Bugatia just tear them to pieces. So it's a curious choice out of M-Lord. Maybe for raiding? Yeah, these aren't Mansa Musafadi, so they're not going to have that melee armor, because they don't care. And you are correct. It seems MarineLord has forgotten about one of the... No, he's got the melee techs, yeah. It's the ranged ones he hasn't. That doesn't matter, though. It's kind of okay against hand cannoneers, but like -1 damage against HC doesn't really make much difference. It's much better when you're up against archers, which might happen soon as Wham is kind of reaching the point where there may only be food and wood and mass left. In fact, we've got him switching into spears now. You're probably wondering why spears now after everything I said. Because he's not relying on running away from his opponent. He's trying to find a way now running into him. So you're better off just building spears and saving the gold for Mount Samurai. It does make sense. Like this Bugatia group will probably be the last raiding group we'll see in the game. The other nice thing is, of course, it does a lot better against Sofa. There is also a unique tech specific towards Japan that I'm expecting us to see in this game right here called Nagayari. Really powerful. 8% raw damage buff against cav units, as well as extra attack range. And it also now just allows him to have that gold deposit to go into additional hand cannoneers or into the Mount Samurai. Still needs to buy time for the elite tech, by the way. We're a minute away. Mount Samurai is going to ride in. Not sure you want to stay here for a castle kill, though. And he is about to get the bad news. He's surrounded. Okay, I like the way he does this, though. He sends the big Geisha in, he drags the attention, and he sneaks out with the more valuable samurai. Why no Adachi? Because you're not building samurai. You're building Mount Samurai. Different unit, different role. This game. This is ridiculous. He still just keeps dragging it deeper and deeper. Horseman switch now coming. Horseman spear. Wow, Wham is scraping the bottom of the barrel. Mount Samurai are going to just dive in. Apologies, my daughter decided to dive in here as well. And a return to Bugeisha. Well, we did talk about this for the Musfadi, right? So I guess after seeing them, Wham's like, I mean, Hankan is still with it, but Bugeisha are a quick wiper as well. MarineLord also now playing into the central tree lines. I'm kind of surprised. Yeah. I don't know if you guys can still hear her yabbering on the side. She refuses to leave me alone. How can Wham win this? So, in theory, if you can get like up to 40 hand cannoneers, you're in pretty good position. And the tickets are stockpiling again, guys. It's happening. Like, you'd think that MarineLord just wins, but it's really not that simple. The way Wham's been playing this is making it very frustrating for MarineLord to get that W. I think he's aware of the hand cannoneer threat at all times. Now the Spearman reveal. Eliteed. Nagayari there. All necessary upgrades to try and clear through the Sofa. It's a race to see what's going to die quicker. In theory, Spearman should be dying before Sofa Mass does. Especially when there's 50 of the Sofa. They're a lot more expensive to replace. And it looks like MarineLord will begin the retreat. Does not want to be in range of those hand cannoneers. Wow. Apologies, he didn't have Nagayari's. Only now coming through. 48 seconds away. Which means these choke points are a little bit awkward for him. And the archers, they are trying to snipe out the hand cannoneers. So Wham realizing this, will start to back away from that side of the fight. But he's holding his own still. This map has way too much wood, I swear. Like, this is ridiculous. And you are correct. Like, we're in an hour and the only walling is this. That's the entirety of the walling. Which is wild considering how often this map turns into a maze. Making this game truly amazing. So many bannermen. I think it's the other frustration for MarineLord. He can never really get rid of that aura quick enough. I mean, that's the value of having double Shogunate. It's giving him all these bannerman points to go up to 12. Yeah, always just one uni bannerman. Rest in the katana. Would benefit from having a few more Uma, though, which he's now adding in. And Wham, what is this? He goes north. Oh, he tries to fight for the gold, but that's not going to work. Castle drop already succeeding. Now your army out of position, but he's going everywhere. The Bugeisha, where they were so long ago. Deja vu strikes. Not as strong as the last time, though. We'll just start to torch down a few of the ranches. Hasn't killed the cows, however. And it is allowing MarineLord to gain ground as he dives deeper into Wham's main. But Wham, just like before, has got a press to win button in reserve. 16 tickets built up in the Tanegashima Gunsmith. waiting to be pulled. It's not just the quality of the hand cannoneers, it's the fact you can get them all instantaneously. Man, this is a good hold. Wham! It's going to push MarineLord all the way away. Yeah, the Spearman effect is really coming in clutch here. I mean, they hit so hard. Look at the stats on that. The Nagiari effect. They do a lofty 57 damage before reductions. Even more on the initial brace. Sofa's definitely starting to feel the wallop of that. Ranches are just going to be rebuilt. Yeah, like, Wham made a little bit of a blunder there. There was an opportunity to kill probably all 6 of these cow, actually. At least bare minimum 3. Didn't take it. Was too distracted by other things. Wham, he actually heads north. Okay, so he desperately wants this gold. Which is funny, because it feels like he's holding on without gold access, and that's a crazy switch up. We're seeing him going towards Samurai. This late in with so little gold access is a bit shocking. Remember, Samurai are a little bit more pricey, right? The 30 gold cost. Dachi tech as well. I mean, Mustafadi should trade out well there, but it's all about how he deals with the archers. My concern is like how the Samurai are going to function against Sofa. Awesome, will get chased away. More defenses coming in. The second wave is going to try to leak in here from Wham. And he's keeping these hand cannoneers back. The premium unit he does not want to lose. This game is getting weirder and weirder. All attention from both players into the northern corner now. There's no secondary raid by Wham heading into the Malian base like there has been in the past. No, he just gets cut off in the corner as MarineLord brings the entire army for the backstab. Yeah, and notice he's just dodging. It's mostly melee, so he just doesn't want to touch it. He'd rather just kill it slowly and then move into towards the enemy base. So many archers here as well, so we'll be able to chase that away. And what was meant to be some sort of reclamation force for the gold is now going to turn into a raid force. From both sides. Wham.
He will not let this go to game 5. We came in mid-series, so I haven't reviewed the draft. I'm wondering
what he's so scared of in that final game. I mean, if you can win it in 4, right? But, like, it feels as if there is something there that is ready to give him PTSD. Keep drops, making it harder for the horsemen to linger long-term for fruitful raiding. So much of his army out of his base as well. Like, we're talking about, what, about 30 military pop? Not ready to defend. The problem is, like, MarineLord can't leverage that as an advantage because he's reacting to it as well. 8 traders now, so MarineLord is gradually scaling into the gold. Wow, I'm just starting to get more pinned. Light miscomfort, I guess you could call it. Horseman, is that the jackpot? Yeah, that was a weird split. Archer's on the wrong side of things. We'll be able to retreat away. Still, there's no spearman here. The Donzo switch is on the way. It just hasn't arrived here yet. And, I mean, do I even highlight the fact that sacred sites have been captured? We're an hour in now. There's, like, do sacred sites really matter in this game? Like, really? Really? Nah, probably not. They'll get decapped anyway. The wood gathering is getting further out there, so there's potential, but I mean, this factory line, I think this is the one that Wham will play to minimize his risk at least. I'm starting to, okay, I don't know, I'm starting to think Frisian may need a break from competitive map pool. We've been using it a lot recently in multiple tournaments, and it sees a lot of these type of games. I want to say normally not out of the top, like outside of the top 8, not so much. Not so much in the top 8 rather. Outside the top 8, we see very late game a lot on Frisian. how many tickets does he have now? 26. I actually respect the way that Wham's playing this. He's slow rolling it. He could reinvest, get 25 hand cannoneers, stabilize the fight. But then we just do this again. Instead, he could just wait until he's got 40. And then pull the whole army. In the meantime, the samurai flood is real. 45 elite samurai on the field now. With the Adachi tech. The problem is this Adachi tech into mass sofa, useless. Yeah, I mean, you're tanky, but you don't get the extra damage burst against these very tanky sofa. And the hand cannoneers are gone. He's down to just 4. Wham realizes the error of his ways and goes straight back to Spearman. A failed experiment, but one that is incredibly expensive. He has still got that ticket pull ready to go. And I think this is where you line it up. Like, notching the arrow back, let MarineLord come into the base, and then unleash that second wave. And what? He goes Azutsu! A switch up that I could not have seen coming here. Wham! Opts out of hand cannoneers and into Azutsu despite how well the HC's done earlier on. Azutsu reminder, they've got better range, they are slower, but they also have more health than hand cannoneers at the cost of lower damage, but with splash. And the splash is what he's looking to use. Reload is also abysmal. It's over twice the weight compared to hand cannoneers.
What is Wham thinking here? That is crazy.
You know what I think Wham is looking for? Oh, that's sick if so. I mean, a bit difficult, but could this be a landmark snipe? If he wins one fight, he can end the game, is the idea. He's going to have to deal with the Fort the Huntress first, because that's away from the other landmarks. But if that one is removed, that variable is gone, you have a Send It here that wins the game. Reminder, Azutsu are siege weapons. Look at their damage. It's 32 base, but an extra 130 against buildings. So let's just like round at 150. That means like with 30 Azutsu, you're doing 4,500 damage on a round of attacks. Not bad. You're almost one-hit killing landmarks. What has this game become? Interesting he's not taking the wood line on the south side. And the problem now, though, is like Azutsu being so much slower than hand cannoneers. You have to keep so much army back to defend them. And it also feels like, if compared to before, if Wham loses a fight, with hand cannoneers, he was kind of getting them away. Azutsu, they're probably just dead. And yes, the Bannermen do buff them. They get the Yumi Bannerman effect. I think they used to be 32 damage. They got reduced down to 28. If you remember, actually, like Azutsu was first introduced to the game when the gunpowder affected your base damage. They were pretty nuts back then. They're a bit more clunky these days. The AoE, they do have AoE. It's just it's so small and unreliable, you don't often see it in fights. Azutsu. Going for the reload. I'm not convinced by this. I'm really not convinced by this. The sofa. There's just so many of them. Now, Azutsu do have good ranged armor, so it's on the sofa to get the kills. And get the kills they will. They break through. The premium backline is starting to fall. And Wham does not have that many tickets in reserve. Looks like he has got enough spearmen coming to scare MarineLord away, so loses about half of the boardmen. Only 6 tickets on standby. Not great. Yeah, this is the problem, right? It's like, in theory, the idea is Azutsu is good compared to hand cannoneers in that you don't die to the archers. That's the thought process because of the 7 ranged armor. The negative is you're doing about half the damage of a hand cannoneer, probably less on average. Unless you luck out and get the AoE splash, which isn't that reliable. Meanwhile, you still get countered by Sofa with the Azutsu because they're infantry. And here's another funny little detail for you guys. Musafadi counter Azutsu too. They're a heavy class unit. So you can actually just flood Musafadi to kill them. Something that you would not dream of doing against hand cannons. Yeah, and trust me when I say they die fast. Because Zutsu, we talked about them feeling tanky at 160 HP, but you know, when you're up against Musafadi, they do like what? At this stage of the game, is it 30 damage before reduction? More. Way more. Yeah. Look at that number. It's 36 damage per strike before reduct. Of which, Zutsu have got no melee. I've got a wake-up call for you. MarineLord has been trading for the last, like, 30 minutes. It's up to 28 now. It's big, sure. But Wham's been making no gold work for a long time. His problem now is the sacred sites. Wham's problem is that this Azutsu play did not pay off at all. It's just not delivering the DPS he needs out of his back line. Instead, it's just on full cheap melee blob to try and break through. Mass horseman, mass spearman. Have you guys noticed that we have no longer sim raids? It's just stopped happening. The truest of true meat grinders now. Spear spam. Looks to dive forward. Sofas. We'll have to react to this. It is a lot of spears. That extra range as well just allows that second line to kind of interfere compared to normal spear spam. Still, though, like, my worry is that you're on the clock and you have no solution right now. That is an intriguing proposition for a man who has got barely any gold. Adjustable crossbars, the targeted play now for Wham. Yeah, he's going mass mangoes. In fairness, MarineLord's army is half archers, so it's a good shout. And it fixes the concern, like these Azutsu we said are not delivering, so something has to. You can either spend copious amounts of gold on getting hand cannoneers, or wait a long time for tickets when you don't have time to wait with anymore, or you just go for your own siege. Hold on. MarineLord's going for gunners. It took an hour and 10 minutes. But we're actually seeing gunners coming out from MLord. Catches the siege. Oops. Yeah, a little bit of an exposed weak point there for Wham. At what point does he think, maybe I need walls if I want to do this siege play? And this is ridiculous. Just look at how much of the map has been covered by MarineLord now. And by the way, the trade, it's 35. It's 35. He's got outposts along the way, tolling, so he's getting the extra taxation. He's loving life at this stage. I think the gunner detail is really the thing that was missing to get a win. And they're smart as well. I mean, gunners performed really, really strongly here. We saw how good they are for Wham, but the problem is for Wham, he doesn't have infinite gold to sustain his own play with. No, and instead, he's leaning full siege folk, so he just committed the tickets into bombards. A little bit of a shaky concept here. You can one-hit kill an archer, which is cool, but it's going to take forever to kill a sofa. It'll take a bombard 6 hits to kill one cav. So he needs to rely wholly on the spearmen to deliver him. That is not a good sign of what's to come. Force Sofa march in and kill one siege weapon. That's exactly what you can't afford. Hand cannons reveal themselves. The bombards can try to target fire that down. It's not going to be a one-hit kill Mustafadi, but it's going to be close. What's the longest game in Pro Tournament? I think it's over 2 hours. We're nowhere near yet. The longest game I've ever cast, I think, was like 3.5, 4 hours on Confluence. When the game first came out. That was ridiculous. I think it's great, guys. Look at Wham's military count. This looks like the end. I mean, it took so long to get there. The sofa wave is gone, in fairness. Wait a second. Can he do this? Well, the mangoes aren't counted now. But it's only one mango. I am so torn on this right now. Like, he actually might get the decap. No way. MarineLord's out of sofa. I think he's got too many archers here. Wham. Needs to step up soon because he has to address that castle, of course. One mango doesn't sound that threatening, but, I mean, health bars. Preferably need 3 here. Size of this. Surely not. Surely this game has to be over. After 1 hour and 15 minutes, the Sacred Site timer now down to 2.5, but Wham is edging. On the precipice of a breakthrough here. The problem he has, he needs more mangoes and he's pop blocked, so he can't actually get them. Bombards sniping at Bombards. Wham has the math in his favor here. Pre-bomber in the fight compared to the 2. Third one now on the way from MarineLord. From MarineLord, he doesn't need a win, he just needs a stalemate. For Wham, an emphatic victory is all that will do. Bombards now moving in. Repair crew is going to be there. He has the advantage. He dives in with the horseman as well. The counter siege strat has failed MarineLord. And the castle now exposed. Timer has been paused. Wham is getting the space. More mangoes now starting to show up. The front line is failing MarineLord. What front line? It's all backline. Archers, gunners, and nothing else. He's done it. He's going to get the decap. This game is never gonna end! Objective achieved, sir. Salute for the Canadian. He does not won that game number 5. Like a predictable present of socks at Christmas, he's already asked for the receipt. He wants it done by Thanksgiving. Two more mangoes queued up. Horseman now starting to move across to the trade. At both ends, he looks for it. The ultimate Canadian cockroach. He just won't die. Now these traders will. MarineLord losing a pretty penny. He's still up at 39 traders, though. How on earth has this not finished? How on earth will it finish? Is the growing question in every person watching this' mind. The answer? Never. Never, ever. Ever to finish. Greased axles now from Wham. Leaning harder into the siege. Horseman raised now connecting more and more. MarineLord, the problem with moving to the gunners here, he's become more immobile. Never really able to move off the spot. He has at least got 3 more leadership, so in theory he could. But there's a growing concern for him down the center here. MarineLord takes a punt at the economy. Bombards looking good. He's at 4. 4 more queued up from MarineLord. While Wham only has the 3 with 5 mangoes queued. Still, he's got this. 15 tickets and building. Wham. Oh, this is tricky now. The Bombards. Whoa! 2 horsemen slip in. Freaks him out for a second. It gives the mangoes an open fire shot. Onto that front line. Bombards are trading out. There's a breakthrough happening though. MarineLord, it's every time in these fights. There's just not enough front line. He's getting melee thrashed. It's crazy. I mean, Gunner's great, sure, but they just don't have the attack speed to shoot down enough people fast enough here. It's why Wham keeps coming out alive from these engagements. Sacred Site just got started again. Time to pause that on the clock. Wham's like, if you capture the Sacred Sites now, we can't have a 2-hour game, MarineLord. What are you afraid of? Where have you got to be? Other than 6 feet under in a grave, waiting to play a lower bracket elimination series later today. Wham, is he living beyond his means, though? This full commitment is expensive, but we've seen this before where he goes down a military count, but then the back line, the squishy line, is exposed. See what it's going for, but the Bombard's now starting to snipe out the Mangoes. Wham, having to dive in just to try and deal with that siege with his horsemen. It's going to be expensive. Drained, has to reset. The never-ending story between the French and the Canadian. Reserves have been drained. Wham, only 23 horsemen in queue. I say only. It tells you how big that queue was before. I think he had 50 in backlog. No more. Villagers on the tree line, harassed out. He has to pull the spearman across to deal with that. Leaves his horseman to deal with Donzo Sofa. Not great. Instead, it's the miracle hand cannoneer point again. It happened again. Another 20 hand cannoneers to get a stay of execution. This is never ending from Wham.
Oh my lord.
This retreat, a little bit messy for MarineLord. Bombard's left quite close to the front line. Need to be careful because the hand cannoneers actually can snipe those out quite well. MarineLord, is he scrambling? It feels like it. 43 archers. Half of his army, only archers, and there's a lot of horsemen coming through here. Plus the hand cannoneers, so has to show respect. The Mango's chasing as well, but Wham, the problem is going to be whether he can have enough fuel to keep on pushing until they can't retreat anymore. Answer is no. And I mean, this is the thing that keeps holding him back from his full potential. Not quite enough military to penetrate. Not quite enough to force MarineLord to stand his ground, where those mangonels can just win the game. Horseman now going after the trade again. MarineLord, he will send sofas, but it's going to cost him on the trade account. Honestly, at this stage, don't go after gold, go after food. MarineLord's issue is going to be food, not gold. He's already built an insane reserve, and the hand cannoneers are usually the last thing to die. But the traders is the more predictable thing. This hand cannoneers just making quick work of that front line time and time again. The sofa count just not really as threatening as it once was for MLord. I think that's more a population issue, though. Another wave of horsemen. If he can just get in there. Onto the bombers. Which he's going to do. MarineLord. Move back. Whew. Wham's targeting not optimal there. Went pretty deep. Backed away from the fight. So gave the breathing room. MarineLord is able to protect the siege. Shaky moment, though. Make no mistake about it. These horsemen make quick work of siege weapons this late in the game. How on earth has Wham saved up 2,000 gold after all this? Reminder, he has had no active gold gathering for, what, 40 minutes? This is all the passive. Incredible. He goes to the ranches. This time, no cow to be killed. Siege weapons are staying alive, so Wham, as a result, will get to stay alive as well. Villagers are playing a dangerous game here also. Wham may need to consider sneaking for the north side just to get his hands on the wood there. Theory, a good idea considering that MarineLord hasn't looked up there in a long time. But he does have the vision, right? He's ready with the outpost. He'll know the moment you try. And that's the problem for Wham here. Anatan once again stand the ground, but no Yumi Bannerman this time. Not to mention the bombards. They're starting to snipe them down. The front line is not looking great for Wham anymore, no. MarineLord is going to go for a temp reset. Doesn't want to overextend here. Shows respect to the enemy siege. Meanwhile, like these tree lines, there's just still so much wood left for MarineLord. At this rate, he's probably going to sneak over to this side and take the trees away from Wham. Yeah, this is a wood game now. Like, both sides are leaning into spearmen. You've got horsemen coming from Wham in particular. MarineLord doesn't necessarily need as much wood. Well, then again, like, he's still... Yeah, he's off of archers now. But the thing is, he knows that Wham needs wood. So taking that away is a big advantage. Look at the paranoia outpost. He hasn't even bothered to wall this. I mean, what's the point against bombards? Sacred sites locked in again. How the hell do you top this? Game 5? 2 hours maybe? Man goes! Straight into the hand cannoneers! Wham! A play that's been working for him works even better for MarineLord. It's Siege Lord. Hand cannoneers need to get out of here fast. The Mangoes are also falling victim to it. Front line has been cleared. Wham! Somehow with a military numerical advantage, though. The tricky part is what remains, though. It's siege. And a trickle of troopers is a quick way to die. Hand cannoneers. He's now actively producing replacements. That's how bad it's gone for Wham. A player who has patiently waited for the freebies every single time could not wait anymore. He either senses victory or defeat. Either one requires urgency. Snipes the siege weapon, backs away. Still no move for these northern tree lines. The wood is running thin. As victory, rather should I say defeat, circles around Wham's base like a vulture waiting for a corpse. Wham, back up to 23 hand cannoneers after all that. MarineLord, it's still food issues that are holding him back. The gold is fine. But the food is really where Wham has been making his run for the money. 4,000 food income to 2.5k. Reminder that that is with Fulani as well. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you put 50 more workers on food. It's not like they've got anything else to do, right? Big clash again. Horseman seeping around the back. He's looking for that entry point onto the Mangoes. Just with Crossbar's effect, it's helping to get them low, but he needs the kills now. He's losing the siege. Wham! Down to just 2 Mangoes, 1 bombard remains. And the siege for MarineLord holds. Rally and a regroup. As he tightens the formation and chases this away, Wham is down to just a single sole siege weapon in this game. And the taste of defeat lingers on the lips. MarineLord, he senses it. The blood in the water. 2 more Mangoes queued up. A game 5. Feeling almost inevitable. But it has felt inevitable 4 times over in this game. And every single time you thought it was done, Wham has said no. We go back to how it started. Owner Bugeisha. After all this time. Because at this stage, he needs anything and everything that can get on that siege. Horseman We'll sneak into the trade again. Wham. Behind on military raw when you consider the siege. He needs to leverage those numbers to get on the flanks, but he's running headfirst into that front line. Horsemen try to steer wide, but 1 or 2 is not going to do it. MarineLord just quick to scurry away. Hand cannoneers just not growing in numbers anymore. Meanwhile, MarineLord now up to a solid 30 and never looking back. That's the problem. Even if you could reach this siege, how do you solve the gunner problem? You brought a knife to a gunfight. No, it's not the way you want to have to do this. But it really is all that Wham's got left. A few horsemen. Try to get in there. And the count has gone low. Can you believe it? A guy with 4,000 food income is reduced down to 30 military. And the wood on the front line. He has to punt for it. Further north. The more dangerous territory. Further away from where he can defend. And MarineLord already now giving chase. He's frontlining with gunners, though. Probably the most exposed we've seen the mangoes. But the problem is just Wham doesn't have that second wave in the wings. Waiting to strike at this. Ticket supply only at 8 as well, so he can't just pull for an amassment of bombards. He'd be able to get 2. 2 would not really do it here. And he's done it. He's finally achieved it. I cannot believe this went for an hour and a half. But MarineLord pulls it back for the 5th game in one of the most absurd attempts we've ever seen out of Japan to win ultra late. Oh my god. You can't make this up. Ridiculous game. I think we just call that one Japan's emergency button saves them every time. That was ridiculous. Game number 5 to come. And then after this, by the way, after this epic set, don't worry, we've got more, because after this, we'll be looking at puppypaw versus Anatan. You heard me correctly. We've got more epic sets to come. It's going to be a long, tumultuous day of epic action. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I cannot believe this. And I think... Are they getting it? They're browsing, they're getting ready for game. Let's see what we're going to get out of MarineLord and puppypaw for a deciding game. I can't. I actually cannot believe this. So... Let me find the Civ Picker draft picker, because sometimes it bugs out a bit. Are they not picked yet? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they need a few minutes after that. Feels like I clipped that keep deny yesterday, right? Like, I can't believe this game is still going on. Absolutely incredible. So I believe that leaves us with a Game 5 on regions. In terms of what is left and available to them, we've got Mongols or Delhi up against IU Ottomans. This is probably going to be Delhi Otto. You could technically Ibids. I really like Ottomans into Delhi on this type of map. You know, Delhi's a little bit discredited because of the wide sacred sites, and Sipahi are god tier. If your opponent goes Mongols, I think you can still play Ottomans quite well here. See, like, you know, I mean, also, I feel like we need to see an Ottoman game. All right, I'm feeling a bit robbed. It's ridiculous we haven't got more of them. And that was indeed a game. That was a ridiculous game. If you guys have not subscribed to the channel, by the way, I don't know why you haven't. Like, after that, whew, you done 9 hours yesterday. We'll probably end up doing 9 hours again today. Oh, I can't believe these two. What have they done to the average length for the day here after that game? A never-ending tournament, it's going to feel like. Like, I saw a comment earlier, it's like, neither of these players wants to go home. That's the hilarious part. No one goes home from this. Unbelievable. Incredible. And I think, do we have confirmation in now? No, I think they've genuinely taken like a 5-minute run around the block just to recover after that one. Reminder, after this we'll do Anatan versus puppypaw. And then after that, we should be into... yeah, we should then have the loser of this versus Vortex. This day is still somehow going to be so long. Hey, man. BO5s and AoE 4 can be long, all right? It's deceptive as well because more recent metas, they haven't been. I feel like more recent metas, game average length has maybe been 25 minutes. But then you just get, like, Frisian. I think Frisian is the map in this map pool that is going to deliver the absurdly long games. Because Frisian is overall a defensive map, for those that don't know. You're hunkered in a corner. The games definitely drag a lot longer. Like, outside that, what else do they have in the map pool? Let's have a look at this. So, here you go. I'll pull it up on stream for you guys. So, yeah, like, looking at these maps, nothing here should have longer game averages than Frisian. When you're talking outside the absolute highest level, where people maybe don't know how to defend early, you might see later games. I honestly used to see a mixture of where the late games would also happen with low rank players, whereas high rank usually was like locking in around 30 minutes, but now they've figured out new Frisian. We're seeing a lot more deep game states. And by the way, 1 second, I just noticed my camera's settings are off, so we're gonna fix that. Yo, and what is up, Darth Vader? Thank you very much for the sub. I think that's the first time new subber. Thank you very much, mate. Welcome to the Swarm. Hopefully the first of many. Remember, guys, subbing does support the channel immensely. Also means you get access to some incredible emotes to spam. And those emotes are going to become useful alongside the ad-free viewing experience because KPMM is returning in August. Our weekly circuit, like the #1 weekly circuit for Age of Empires 4, come back in about a week and a half. Woo. Last game's going to be 10 minutes long. It could be Ottomans versus Delhi is very volatile. It can be a super, super quick matchup with the way that it plays out. It's like I kind of wouldn't be surprised if that's what we saw. In 1 sec, just double checking something. What are they waiting for? Give me my picks. Like, it has... I think it has to be that we're looking at... let me close that. Because they're not in game yet. They're just sitting in the lobby. So I think they generally went for, like, a toilet break and everything while they're sitting there. But, like, I think it has... I know it has to be. I think it has to be Delhi. But on the other side, like... I really want that Ottoman pick. Coke or Pepsi? Ooh. That's dangerous. Oh, yeah. Also, payout and predictions. MarineLord with the win. Which one is better, Coke or Pepsi? So, I think regular Pepsi kind of sucks. And no spoilers on puppypaw and Anatan. We're going to watch that later. So do not spoil anything about that series. Pepsi F tier. Regular Pepsi, I can understand the concerns, but Pepsi Max slaps. Pepsi Max is pretty bog. Regular Coke has that problem with your teeth. You know what I'm talking about? Where you can feel it in your teeth sort of thing. Why does Pepsi... Why do you hate Pepsi so much? Dude, wasn't Pepsi like the underdog that you should be cheering for? Because Coca-Cola had like a monopoly, right? The glass bottle Coke? Damn. Those were like annoying though, because like they were cool at first, but then you're like, what do I do with this? Like, I actually don't really drink much in the way of carbonated stuff anymore. I kind of cut most of it out of my diet. The exception is like Red Bull. Red Bull's like the only... I think it's like the only fizzy that I regularly drink now. Don't regret cutting it out either. It's quite helpful. 1 second, I need to send a quick message to someone. Alright. Our boyos, I believe, have now committed to a pick. It is going to be Ibideli. I hate you, MarineLord. I'm sorry, but like, come on, dude. You robbed us. You robbed us of that. That was meant to be it. That was meant to be the Otto matchup that I wanted so badly. But he goes, I mean, Ibids do pretty well against Delhi, so I'm not really surprised. I just really want Ottomans because it's epic. So 4-1 votes in favor of Coke over Pepsi. Interesting. Would people have changed their mind if I said like Pepsi Max though? Because like I said, I have an issue. I don't like regular Pepsi. I think regular Pepsi like almost tastes like drinking BO. I don't know. Like there's a weird aftertaste to it. But Max is pretty good. All right, so we head into regions. Upcoming. I think this matchup is like, is it 55-45 favored towards Ayu? Maybe 60? Especially with the Dervish play, because you Dervish and then you can contest the early play into Ghazi with Desert Raiders. And you just don't lose any Desert Raiders. So it can be very snowbally. I think like based on execution, early game execution, you can run away with it as the Ayu. But it's once again, it's like all momentum. Like I think it's very close. It's like talking about Atri Ayu, where it's really a lot more about execution than like this Civ has an overwhelming advantage. Ta-da! Yo, what is up? The real agent. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Thank you, thank you. Mucho grande apreciato. Whew, I am so hot right now. That isn't even like a sexy hot. I'm just hot. It's really hot. Sorry, just double checking something. There's meant to be a multi-streaming option on one of these platforms we're on, but for some reason it keeps turning itself off and it's tilting me quite a bit. It shouldn't be turning itself off, but it keeps doing it. I'll have to look later and see. Oh, there we go. Multi-stream on. Boom. Pop a timer like EGC? For what? For like the starting time? We don't have the exact time because the players are like sitting in lobby playing patty cake. So we're waiting a sec. But it better be worth it, is all I'm going to say. Look, see? We've been teased by this right here. Tease Lord. That's MarineLord's stripper name when Age of Empires 4 fails to pay the bills anymore and he has a backup plan, you know? By the way, if you guys ever have any questions about like certain matchups, etc., feel free to ask them. We answer them all the time. In fact, like these are the perfect times to answer them when we're in between games waiting for the next one. You can get all your concerns answered. Like, hey KP, why is Lancaster so OP? Well, you know, on the first day of existence, Relic said, let there be Imba. And Imba it was, for Lancaster was born. And that's pretty much all you need to know. What was a fun Mongol matchup? Mongol v Mongol. That way, a Mongol player is always having fun. That's not true. Mirror is quite often no one's having fun. We're ready to go, though. How come you cannot have 500 APM? It's because you aren't dragging your face across the keyboard enough. Right? If like you have keys that aren't pressed down, you're not doing it right. All right, in we go. After one of the most epic Frisian Marshes games I've ever seen, we head to a game number 5. That's right, welcome back to the channel, folks, for Wham versus MarineLord. It comes down to this, a clash on regions, with the chimp on the Irobids in pink, going up against Wham in the blue, playing as the Deli. A deciding game to see who will make it directly into playoffs here at the $25,000 LAN in Denmark, and who will have to go down to that lower bracket, risking elimination, facing off against Vortex. A place that I don't think anyone wants to be. Oh, you're right. We have got... Thank you. There is a window. Let me fix that. Whoops. Good eyeballs. We get rid of that. That's because we were screenshotting something. Oh, what an interesting day it's been, though. We're only, what, 2 series deep? 3 hours of the day. It's hilarious because they started the broadcast 2 hours earlier to try and fix this, and yet still, here we are. Digging deeper, further, longer. MarineLord. He had the option to go Ottomans here, but opted for the Irobids instead. So I wonder if the goal is to play around Dervish, maybe? Dervish play did fall off, though, ever since the deer shoving got nerfed, because you can't use that element anymore. Growthwing was historically a very popular choice against Delhi. The idea being you would go Growthwing, you build 1 or 2 Desert Raiders, 1 or 2 Horsemen, force the overcommitment to Ghazi, and then rush into Castle Age with Ayu. A pretty solid play as well, because this map isn't a great one for Delhi. You've got double Sacred Site insanely wide, so you don't generate as much gold as you would on Dry Arabia, and it's also arguably harder to hold on to unless you go for an infantry opening with Delhi, which normally you're looking to try and get away with Ghazi, right? Ghazi is like your #1 unit for almost any map. And Sheephole is... That is a term. That's the term we're sticking with. MarineLord's going to make up for it a bit now, I think. But right now, currently, we are talking about a 6 sheep versus 15 sheep count. Both civs, of course, going berries. And it is going to be growth. So the tried and true classic. Dome of Faith response, we're not going back to Tower Victory days. Which makes sense. I think it's kind of weird in this matchup, right? Because then instead, like, you're like, oh yeah, I don't want to do this because I'm going to rush Castle. I'm probably going to go Home Blaze Lancers. But, like, that does mean you're going Lancers. You're going, like, Cavalry against the anti-Cav camps, right? So it does have a bit of a weird taste. I like that we're getting this type of matchup, though. Like, I don't think it's overly dominant for one or the other, which means we should get potentially an epic match. I would say Regions is a little bit rarer to play to the ultra late game. Also, these 2 civs, because neither is typically a defensive civ, you'd be quite shocked to see this go 40 minutes. Like, if this was picks like English, Ottomans, Byzantines, those are the type of civs that can actually just hunker down and play for a much later game. MarineLord, I wonder, with the back gold, he actually could just lean into full greed. He's definitely going for some sort of aggression. We can see by the wood that he's going to be going for a military opening. I just had a cheeky little goose staring in on me. Little Freya. I'll tell you guys, children are a wonderful investment for memories. They're a terrible investment for your wallet. Seriously. Like, honestly, like, if you're worried about monetary spending, just do yourself a favor and subscribe to the channel for $5 or $6 a month. It's much cheaper than having the kid. But the memories they bring... It's not... It's alright. Wow. I wonder, does he go for the greedy rush here, where you just keep all your scholars garrisoned inside so that you can get Sanctity quicker? And what's up, Lord Moo? Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you. I need more of those. No, seriously, she's not cheap. I woke up this morning, and she's like, hungry. I'm like, Emma, have you fed her? It's like, yes. It's like, she's hungry. It's like, when is she not? At this stage, it might just be more efficient to give her literal money to eat. Stable's beginning coming through, though. Whoa. Hold on, big boy. We've got a rack switch up. Oh, that is interesting. So, what? Racks archers, and then you secure the sacred sites? I mean, did he actually see... I think he maybe glimpsed that. That's why. So Wham does see it and confirms it now that it's going to be rack stables, which is so weird. Yeah, not your usual play you'd expect out of IU. IU typically are looking at Desert Raiders, Horsemen, maybe some Archers. Spearman feels like the least built unit on this Civ by far. It's a great read by Wham to get in there just in time before you complete the structure and make the switch. So full inventory. This means he can just line the sacred sites and reliably get the gold. No, take the rubbish out. Thank you. She likes to tell us things. She's very bossy. It's like, not rubbish on the floor. And I'm pretty sure Freya put the rubbish on the floor. Alright, that's a lie. That was Daddy's ball. Pro Scout's coming in 2.5 minutes. Yeah, this is why I think usually with Ibids you don't want to play a long fuel. It used to be because Castle Age was so easily accessible after a bit of harassment. But now, because you know there is a looming threat of free Pro Scouts, which means your opponent will stay in his base when you have to come out of your base, it usually feels better to try and get an age ahead. But we're even seeing Horsemen, so MarineLord continues to layer the cake. Still, Wham can hold back all this with just Archer Spear. Already have Blacksmiths as well. Steel Arrow queued up, 2 minutes out. And he's going 1-1-1. MarineLord is sending it. Okay, so why is MarineLord doing this? He believes there's a timing where he can intercept before the walls go up on the sacred sites. Essentially eliminating all eco benefits your opponent. And the reason why this can be seen as optimal is currently he has got an eco advantage. Remember, he went Growth Wing. So it's all about utilizing that early game advantage, because by the time you get Growth Wing, right, it's like a 20% inflation in your economy, 15-20% inflation in your economy. It's incredibly meaningful. How did you guys gamble, by the way? 76% for Wham. Wow, you guys have had some PTSD-inducing Delhi experiences, huh? It is a frustrating Civ. I feel like for most casual viewers, they see Delhi, they vote Delhi. Delhi is that type of pick. People are starting to lean that way with China now, which is intriguing and honestly quite fair. Double archer range. Why didn't Wham just build an extra scholar? He hasn't been actively producing scholars at all times. I guess he's paranoid about getting harassed on the backside, but like scholar production is more optimal here than more production buildings. It's a little bit weird to see this. Because an archer range is going to cost you 150. A scholar's only costing 80, right? And you aren't actively producing. Oh, I see. Oh, that is weird. Yeah, Wham didn't build a mosque. That is very surprising. No mosque at all. He just built the Dome of Faith. The reason that's surprising, guys, is the first mosque is almost always worth it. Because you get a scholar for free. So you pay 100 wood to get 150 gold unit. Or if you build it out of Dome of Faith, 80. So it's only an extra 20 resources, but that would allow you to keep scaling scholars while getting techs. Instead, what Wham has is a very delayed sanctity timing and an inefficiency on production type. You know, the type that should favor MarineLord if we're being totally fair about it. Horseman archers start to march in. And Wham, he only has archers, really. An interesting choice, one that might bite him in the butt. As villagers are forced away from the Ford berries. Is Wham out of food? No, okay, he's got 14 sheep, he's fine. Remember, he got a great rotation early on. Still, it's a win for MarineLord to force him to eat that now. Meanwhile, MLord plays out into the deer wider. Wham does now have the Pro Scouts coming in. Oh, curious game state to now be in. MarineLord, I think, definitely has to be liking this a lot more. Because he has options on the map in a way that his opponent just really doesn't. Oh, wait a second. I think we're... Just noticed a little +2. I think we're a few seconds out from live. There we go. Alright, we're as live as you can get. I'm a nitpicker, baby. MarineLord is bloating so many archers, though. And I mean, Wham, Ghazi is the correct reaction. The question now is whether you can get production up quick enough. He has gone for the Scholar Garrison, so we'll get the double produce. But remember, that one Desert Raider needs to go down. The debuff is huge here against Ghazi. Ghazi have higher base than Horsemen, ergo they lose more damage compared to Horsemen from the debuff. MarineLord just trying to skirt onto that tree line. He's getting close. Nice pinch. Gets to the Ghazi. Even just trying to poke them down for full HP. Wow, he's slipping. Crazy as well, guys, because I remember, like, we talked about the wall warfare, right? MarineLord versus puppypaw deciding game. If you guys remember, what map was it? It was Regions. It's not the same matchup. It's French versus Delhi in that game. Delhi versus Ibe in this. In that game, MarineLord said he felt Delhi had the advantage, but this time he definitely feels like IU are ahead. And it's extending. Tree line now being sniped. The workers at risk. Forces Wham to commit to the defense, but this is looking less than ideal. The defense force looking weak. The archer quantity too high. And I think after that epic game 4, we are going to get a fizzle out to decide this series. Yeah, MarineLord is dog with a bone now. Sacred Site's been locked in, but he does not give a damn. Why would he? He's up 5 workers. The military lead is out of control. Right? It's a 4-up because the scholars are making up a third of Wham's army. And just look at the mini-map if you really want to know how this is going. MarineLord is everywhere. And because Wham is nowhere, it means that MarineLord can get those juicy berries on the east side. That's the food buff he'd need to keep this push going. And folks, there's a lot of food over there. There is 42 berries, I believe it was, on this east side. 42 berries. And reminder, he got growth wings, so each of them is worth 400 resources. It's never going to stop. That's well over 15,000 food to work with. He can do this forever. Wham, however, cannot. Sheep count down to 3. It's almost gone. The deer isn't going to last for long here. He's at least dragging carcasses back. Unbelievable. MarineLord just waking up in the 5th game. Not waiting around, not risking the late game that we know Wham will happily take if he can get it. Good workers dodge death for the moment. Remember, they have textiles, so they're harder to kill, but MarineLord, he's going to dive in for a few. Does get pushed away. This Ghazi count barely existing, though. The moment it's gone, the archers just commit. Like, MarineLord is being very tempered in his approach. He could just A-click now. There's not much to stop him. I just love this one, Desert Raider. Every time the Ghazi go in, they get this debuff. Look at the archer count. Like, have you seen it go down once? If you're watching this at home, let me know. Like, every time you've looked up, similar to me, has that number just increased? 46. And MarineLord now also getting ready for castle. He's going to start diving in. Outpost being rushed up by Wham. Well, the Ghazi will force pressure onto them instead, but not for long. Target fire comes in from the archers, onto the workers. Wham now down by 10. And this game, done. There's just nothing left. Clean execution in the 5th. But, I mean, this is quite the trend out of MarineLord. First series of the tournament, he drops 1 game. Second series of the tournament, he drops 2 games. Luckily, we head into best of 7s in that playoff, so he could afford to drop 3. But it's MarineLord showing cracks, showing signs of weakness, or another way of putting it is the competition is heating up. I'm glad to say it involves the Canadians, but unfortunately those Canadians will have to come again in the lower bracket as MarineLord is the first to lock himself in for semi-finals. G to the G. Well played, lad. All right, with that, we've got to get ready to roll into our other series because we've got puppypaw versus Anatan. I think they already started, so we need to rush into this. As that series Took quite some time. Good lord. Whew. Let me update titling. And yeah, Anatan's draft is pretty crazy. Shushi got reserved. I mean, puppypaw, he got Biz. Japanese is very interesting at the moment. Malians is okay. Mongol Ottomans are situational, though. Like, Anatan definitely has the more robust draft, right? Like, his draft works in more positions than I'd say puppypaw's does. All right, so let's get ready. Game number 1. We are going to be heading into Coastal Cliffs. It's going to be HRE versus Malian. Wait, did these guys meet in EGC Masters? I don't think so, right? Let me double check. Because that would be an interesting grudge. Oh, they met early on. Last time these two met, Anatan got 2-0 wiped. But Anatan is a different beast from what we've been seeing so far. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's Anatan versus puppypaw, a best of 5 that kicks off here on Coastal Cliffs. Game number 1, and Anatan is already swinging from the high rope with an HRE pick. Puppypaw to answer with the Malians. We're going to go 2x just for the early game here, as we've got a little bit of catching up to do. The other series ran longer than expected, and we are going to be getting that Dark Age aggression. Yeah, HRE a pretty good pick into Malians because of their ability to just aggro like this, right? They're very good Civ at actually spamming in Dark Age because of the better production, better gathering rate rather, plus the better movement speed on their spears, able to chase across. So we'll be looking to harass on that backside on the pit mine. And it's just, it's taken over. There's no doubting it now, right? Like, can we just agree this is the counterplay? Fantastically well played. So Spim's going to come in, but it's going to be too little too late to actually do enough. And the outpost now up, plus the mill. Yeah, shout out to puppypaw, who really was the first person we saw innovating this. Super effective. And it means that the Spim play, at least Anatan stops it too, but he can try to poke and prod at the side. The problem is, yeah, if you garrison, like, you're still in range. Like, this is the value, even without arrow slits. It's very hard to find a position. I think this Spimmer might be in a good position, but the other one could get hit. Interesting that actually puppypaw doesn't try to contest it. Okay, there we... Wait, no, he's not in position? Okay, well played. And no, we're playing a bit of catch-up because this series, there was an announcement on its true start time. It didn't hold until, like, the time that Liquid Peter issue, from what I saw. So, like, the start times are all over the place. But we're the ones casting this because the broadcast, I believe, is handling the other upper bracket series. So if you want Anotand versus puppypaw, this is the place to be. And Anno going in for the mine work. Love to see this. Mine work has been growing in popularity. It actually has a lot of different credence points. I actually love it here because if your opponent thinks about Mustafa down the line, Spim and counterplay works with the all pikes. All pikes alone is actually good enough. Outside of that, there's also the power spike in Castle Age, where you essentially get a better version of Sofa because of the Barded Armor. Barded Armor is +2/+2, and Knights already have more health and effective HP than Sofa by default. Do cost more, but totally worth it. And with HRE economy, you can definitely afford it, even if you don't have that Arcan. Yeah, I think the thing that really sealed the deal on this new build type, by the way, was the pivot into the Cistercian Abbey tech. Cistercian Abbeys essentially changed everything. It created an environment where you can easily afford to skip mine work, skip Arcan rather, go mine work, and then get mini Arcans later. I know some people didn't like that as well. Like, why did HRE get buffed? I think it was necessary. It felt like the Civ needed a bit more robustness. And although I know they're a little bit powerful, they're being tweaked back, which is fair. at least in the meantime, as they get tweaked back, we have a Civ with more variability than it's ever had in the past. I mean, like 'em or lump 'em, Black Riders is one of the most epic additions we've had to the game. So cool. It does give me anxiety because it reminds me of, if anyone played Cossacks, it reminds me of the Dragoons, which were the bane of many players' existence who played that game. And no, like I literally, do I need to recap it for the third time? We are casting and catching up on the series because this one started without a clear schedule time. Bad houses by Anno? Why would you say bad houses? That's fine. Double archery is interesting though. Okay, so what has he seen that convinces him double archery makes sense? I mean, well, puppypaw, he hasn't actually committed to anything yet. It's going to be the javelins, though. So, like, this is why I'm a bit surprised Anno went archers. But the thought here, the reason you do this, even against javelins, is the blacksmith timings. With access to steeled arrow, double the speed and half price, you can get decent burst damage even into jabs. And the other thing, yeah, you saw the temptation there. Puppypaw was considering archer's beginning to counter the spearman that he sees. Does resist that temptation, though, which is a good sign for the Canadian. Archers are coming for that tree line. Puppypaw doesn't really need much wood, though. For him, with this type of comp, it's food and gold. Unless he feels threatened to go into Donzos, but I just don't see that. This is going to be Sofa Javelin, right? Which is nice. Sofa scale really well for that later phase of the game. I know, he's going to have that steeled arrow timing coming in succinctly. We do have a move out for the deer now. This is a very different game to what we were seeing between Atri and Malians just like a few weeks ago, actually. But the Mindwork taking over is a completely different mutation. And Sofa is nice. I think the problem with Sofa is usually the risk of losing them is quite high in Feudal compared to Castle, right? Where they become ridiculously tanky. Like, it's weird because, yes, it's cheaper than a knight, but it doesn't feel like it's 75% of a knight. Does that make sense? Even after the buffs. It's definitely, I think, a better proposition than Keshik's, weirdly enough. The reason why we see Keshik so often is for Mongols, it's like a numerical advantage because they get so many early on. Yeah, usually the play with Sofa is you want to use them as a raiding entity and then get into Castle where they can become a front line. It's especially difficult to use them for either function against HRE because of this movement speed. Like, look at this, 1.72. They move at the same movement speed as you when they charge. So for R, proving to be a little bit annoying on the flank, but this is the nice thing about actually playing additional prelates, you're just able to heal. I wonder, does Anatan now just go for like a semi-quick castle timing? Because he built archers, but like hasn't really achieved much. You force your opponent to invest as well. He will continue to invest, and that's a good sign for you because like javelin's not really something that you want to be scaling mass for your opponent just to go castle with. No, I know he actually continues this trend. So additional archers coming, which means we'll probably see Undermesh soon. And a boar as well. Man, I love the way that Anatan approaches the game like this. It's interesting because in the last major tournament, there was something highlighted about like Anatan being quite defensive. I can't remember if MarineLord or someone said this. But the way he's playing now, anything but, right? Like we saw this in the BC Anatan series, an opening game on Coastal Cliffs, where Anatan had no chill, no time for waiting. And he's done the same here against Malians from Puppypaw. Just shows you that Anno continues to evolve into a more present player than he's been historically. We've got new people getting AoE 4. I love that. Used to watch SE2 in the Golden Era. Somehow I feel AoE lacks the same excitement. So the problem with AoE is often the pacing. The pacing is slower, which is better for casuals, but it means from a viewing perspective, I'm almost just a bigger fan of having like a 12 villager start to fix that. But that kind of eliminates the Dark Age. The alternative I've suggested is that eventually over time we might see Age of Empires 4 just adopt a faster speed mode for pro play. But the problem of doing that is that it detaches from the reality of what people see in their games, right? So in a way, it kind of makes following the game harder for people, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's definitely a mixed bag, should we say. Puppypaw, he's lost the sofa. We did talk about this risk, right? Like, what did he build? Was it 3 in total? All dead? Worker kill a piece, so I don't feel like I'd say they really paid off. Meanwhile, Anatan is getting ready for castle. And this is where the game can get a little bit scary. Night play very strong for HRE with this tech right here, Steel Barding. Steel Barding is just one less than imported armors, but because Sofa have less armor than standard knights, you become as tanky. You actually become more tanky with higher base damage. Oh, nice snipe there, though. Did he really just get a prelate kill? And also, why is the bottom of their dress flat? What? I mean, I'm not saying I'm trying to peek up the skirt, but it's just actually, it genuinely looks like... Could we not have maybe done a little bit better of a flat, like, plane map to convince me there's more bump there? There you go, guys. I've answered the question of what's up a prelate skirt. Nothing. It's not a skirt. The giant lampshade with bottom cover. Regnet's coming through. To be expected here. Yeah, and this is the other thing. Like, Regnet's now feels very nice because you're going to be able to get that Cistercian Abbey effect, build farms around here. It's going to buff your gold. Then you also get access to additional prelates to buff outside your base. So you don't have to keep sacrificing villagers. Just a lot of upsides to doing the Minework Regnets. And I want to shout out the devs to this because that's been, I think, a really big development. Is that now we see people playing Regnets off of Minework, whereas it used to be Minework only really made sense for playing Burgrave. So we used to see the Burgrave rush where you put one on Minework and then rush Burgrave and Flood. But now we have more diversity between the landmark choices than I think we've ever had before with HRE. Even in Imperial, actually, we've been seeing some interesting 2TC into the castle Imperial landmark, right? Like, we've been seeing a bit of versatility outside of Palace of Swabi. Instead, we've been getting Elsbacks. But this started to fall off, but we're seeing a return. For Rimba Garrison coming in from Puppypaw. A landmark that really just disappeared in popularity, actually. Yeah, like, Farimba was really cool for a while, but if you remember, they nerfed Javelinier's movement speed by half of the value extra you were getting. So they went from 1.38 to 1.31, I believe it was. Not easy to gap close now for things like cavalry. And here's a bold choice doing this. He's not playing pro scouts. He's played out onto the deer instead. My concern with this is, like, you know, you don't have great amounts of food long term. I like that Puppypaw has been prepping the ranches, though. Also kind of baiting. If Anatan suspected it was Fulani, it's going to be dead wrong now, and he just discovered it because Mansa Javelineer upgrade just came in. Yeah, Archer's not going to trade very well against this. It's only feasible right now to do it a bit because your opponent does not have the veterancy, but that's going to kick in a second. And he just pursues this with spears, though. Even idles out the villagers, which is actually making it worthwhile for Anatan, who behind this is now rushing home all of the relics. Yeah, look at this. He goes super deep as well. So 4 relic gains looking realistic here for Anno. And Puppypaw, man, these Javelineers. The nerf is actually kind of being felt, right? Part of that is because the veterancy came in quite late compared to what Anno had. But it's also just the movement speed. Yeah, losing the 0.7 matters a lot, especially when you consider that these spearmen and these archers by default are 1.38. So they're always gap closing on you. First, the Knights does get queued up. Meantime, Sofa are going to intercept. Nicely denied, at least temporarily there. Still a 4-relic game looking quite realistic here, unless Puppypaw can camp on this west side. Definitely easier said than done. He's pulling the prelate from the boar. A good idea, but unfortunately too late. The army's going to camp for a bit, so Anatan probably going to have to wait until he's got a few knights out to then contest. What could you look to do next? think in this type of situation, as puppypaw, it's very hard on the food, but you just want kind of like 4 or 5 sofas to raid because you've seen your opponent is like flank gathering, right? Unfortunately, he actually has made the right call. He's fortified. He hasn't pulled more than 5 to the ball. Props to Anatan for that as well, because a lot of people get greedy about this. But the thing is, if you do the maths on it, like 5 workers buffed by 35%, you're not far off the full impact of 8 on a ball anyway. So, you know, what do you achieve by putting more out on the ball? Well, you tap out quicker on that resource, which isn't exactly a good thing. Anatan, there it is, still barding on the way. Okay, so this is going to allow him to absorb a lot of blows from these javelins. They do still have poison, which is going to be frustrating. But like overall, the sustainability of these knights in these fights is going to be through the roof. We don't have farms coming in. You don't really need them yet. Might become a necessity soon, though. Especially if puppypaw starts to maintain this type of position on the map. Shaky position, though, and he realized that the sofa does reveal the potential for a backstab. Will allow him to steer towards it. Reminder, these spearmen, they chase fast, so do the knights. I mean, this is the test, right? In an S-tier LAN, to see if javelin knees are still busted. Or if the nerfs were good enough. So far, I've been a little bit underwhelmed by them. And they're feeling underwhelming too. Look at this. This is 7 ranged armor. You're barely registering. It's mainly the poison damage that's doing in the knights. Still, he sustains himself. Anotand. Feels like he had to run before he walks, right? Like he didn't want to actually go yet. 4 relics soon to be banked. The tricky part now for Anatan is actually food. He's got the ball for the time being, but it's down to 300. That's about to run out. Berries on the backside is his one backup. The deer is quite wide and risky. The workers are in trouble. Actually, luckily for him, puppypaw tugged a prelate there. Sprinter placements are coming in soon, though. And this is the type of dive you have to be careful with. What puppypaw's doing here is not sustainable once these springles come in. Yeah, and the shots are going to be there now, so that'll be able to scare him away. Man. How many did you lose on that dive? It's kind of obnoxious how few Javelineers you still lose when you dive like this. I think it was 4, maybe 5. Kills, what, 2 knights? Plus the other time kills a prelate. So even exchange. In the enemy base. Underneath the enemy defenses. We do have a few more ranch units coming in. Actually, no. Guys, that's not your food. But it's just sitting there, and it looks delicious. Oops. The bigger whoopsie on the other side is puppypaw. He finds the workers. Great target fire there as well. Look at the kills. 4 villagers go down to that. Okay, so puppypaw in a very good position now because Anatan is reluctant to go farms. He's going to be forced to, though. First one's coming in. No Cistercian abbeys yet, which is kind of shocking. I thought this would be the time. Just set up the farms back here. Maybe get a tiny wall on the flank so your opponent can't run around. Instead, he's going to be building the farms right next to his town center. Knights are going to scurry off, going hunting. Like this from puppypaw, though. Rams. Rams can feel a bit tricky up against HRE because of the emergency repairs, but the thing that favors puppypaw here is he has staying power. You can't easily just boot him out of the game after emergency repairs. He'll keep coming at this base. Good read to go fortifications from Anno, though. Knights are forcing a reaction as the sofas are rallying back. What is the play from Anno? He's forced into crossbow spears. So he's given up on knights already. I was hoping to keep them for raiding. And we are going to see that now. I'm hoping he sees enough value out of this. He says, okay, 4 or 5 more makes sense. Because this is your MVP. You raid your way into victory in this game now. And what a reaction it's forced. The entire army comes home. So full pressure relieved. The sofa will clean up the knights eventually. They have better movement speed. And farms in the weirdest of places. This is pretty smart by Anno, though. he just noticed he can be dove in his main base with no impunity. So if that's the case, then you don't want to put all your farms here and have everything out of out. It does mean, however, you're going to have to come forward to defend this. Villagers will seek safety. Sheltered inside. It is fortified with the extra fire armor. Very hard to kill. Ram is being built, though. In his face. He's basically saying, Anatan, you've got to defend this. You're already down 5 workers. Can't afford another 5. Not to mention the relic on top of it. Relic inside means the Springwood is doing a lot of damage. Knights are going to sally forth, but they just can't hold a torch to this. Anatan sets it ablaze, dives in with a sofa, chases it all away. The ram has not been complete yet, though, so he needs to get back on target. This should be his priority, because he has actually lost quite a few javelins diving this. And well, hold on a second, he has to cancel the ram. So Anatan, despite an expensive beginning to that fight, you see the power of these emplacements. Yeah, every 8 seconds, essentially killing a javelin here. Raid on the back is going to hit nicely, though. Once again, Anatan caught with his trousers down. Did not get the tower up. And heavy losses. Barely any workers are going to make it back. 12 villager leads. 2 sacred sites as well. Puppypaw is steering for a victory. All right, maybe Javelineers do need to be nerfed again. Yeah, I don't even think it's as much just the Javelineers. I mean, it definitely was critical to Puppypaw's opening success at the start of that age, but he's been on point with the raids, the sofas. It feels like Anatan has just been forced to put his economy in an unacceptably dangerous position. And that is like the double-edged sword of mine work, right? For mine work to really feel justified, you have to have good map control. Anatan, despite the deceit of the early phase of Castle Age, never truly achieved that. Rams. A good answer to this static emplacement. Sofa, meanwhile, dive in. More kills to be found. And a lot of out time alongside it. Spearmen are now reacting there, but he's getting the prelates, and also the workers could be in trouble. Oh my. This is not great. He pulls the whole army back, which means now that relic, those workers are dead. Damn. Sick switch on the 1-2 from Puppypaw. He's going to get the 5 workers on the front side after killing some at the back. We're now up to and approaching a 20-worker lead for the Malians. And he's peeling back the relic situation. Hasn't bothered to pick this one up, but now that there's 2 on the floor, it's going to become tempting. And yeah, Puppypaw does not skip a beat. Already queues up the monk. Oh, he's not done there yet. He sees the weak outpost. Goes for additional. Triple ram coming as well. Archer spear quantity is looking good, though, so Puppypaw might want to rethink this. Bit of an ambitious dive. Yeah, I think the confidence of the 1-2 that paid off got in his head a little there. Glad he realized quickly before it became a snowball issue. Yeah, he recommits? I mean, most of the repairs is on cooldown, but like, come on, that's not worth it. Oh, now giving Anatan the military lead. A little bit deceptive because 7 of it is into scholars. But the sofa count, I mean, that's what concerns me for Anno. You're seeing he's like aggressively hard steering into spears, but Puppypaw's now prepping the archers to counter it all. And hello, Frey. What's up? Oh, sorry. Did I get your toe? Oh, darling. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I've got Freya creeping up behind me. And she's pulling that face to make me feel really gooey. Not my fault. You literally stood right next to her. The wheel had right away. I'm sorry. You gotta be careful with your toes, darling. Don't want to hurt them. You want to say hi to stream? You okay? Say hi, stream. Oh, okay. You wanna go play?
No.
Alright, well, Daddy's gonna get back to working. Clash coming in. Oh, talk about grumpy. Your toe's fine, isn't it? Sorry, Dad. My toe's fine. It's okay. She'll forget about this in a few years.
You just bent my back.
Your what?
And my back, Daddy.
What about your back?
You did bump.
No, I didn't break that too. All right, Batman.
Daddy, going down. I'm going to skip over. I know myself when you're down.
You know what, Freya? I think that puppypaw isn't going to trip over. Do you think Anatan's going to lose?
Yeah.
Oh. Would you say Anatan is a B tier player?
Antenna PA.
Is he a B tier player?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, Binotans. She said it. And Freya is always right. Her predictions are on point. So Anatan's got to rise up to prove her wrong here. Puppypaw in a grand old position in game number 1, though. 33 Spearmen. Not a great defense against this many Sofa and Javs. And remember, for Puppypaw, he doesn't need to come out. He just needs to hold firm. Anatan's economy is now properly online. We're 34 farms deep. But we have keep drops. Puppypaw knows what this is going to come down to. Inevitability begins to circle Anatan. I like that he's still trying to lean knights. In theory, a good idea, but the problem right now just feels like quantity is going to kill him. It's weird because he does have quantity in one way. The spearman count is phenomenal. Did he get all pikes? Yeah, he did get all pikes. This is the other tech that makes you feel like it's worth it. It's an extra 2 blacksmith techs, essentially. Alright, so I'm trying to creep into the base. Puppypaw not really overreacting. He's keeping enough troops in checkpoints to guarantee there isn't a sneaky decap. Yeah, we even have the workers out here on the gold and the forward. And he found the litter bug on the back. It looks so silly. All the cow out here that were meant for ranches. Most of them did get in the end. Some got eaten. It's just survival of the fittest. Now the bovine brawler is about to get that big brawl he's been looking for. Anatan looks to march out of the base. With only 3 minutes left on the clock, he cannot wait any longer. It also feels like he cannot get deeper. Even with 4 relics. I mean, it's kind of crazy to think about passive gold he's got, but then you remember, it's Marlians, lol. They mirror that. They've got the pit mines at 99 apiece, if not more. Then they got the Manticore for 75. Plus the 2 sacred sites. Like, passive gold-wise, he's fine. Not to mention the active gold gathering. 34 on gold. Oh, Puppypaw. Yeah, it really is the battle of the premium versus the trash, which is rare because usually you're thinking of Marlians as the trash. Not in this game. They have the military lead and they have quality. Anno knows he has one shot at this. One golden opportunity. But I don't think it's made of gold. No, it looks like it might be brass. Puppypaw baiting him towards the castle defense in Anand's hand. With only 2 minutes left on the clock, you can feel the desperation sinking in. He needs a decap. He's going to check the other one, but then gets the bad news here too. There's a castle on every site. And he just split his army. This is really bad. Spearmen start to dive in. Javelins just need to skirt around the castle. Sofa Flood could overwhelm this army. Look at the lead. There's 20 more Sofa than there are Spearmen. The crossbow cannot be protected for long here. A-click comes out from the Sofa. Puppypaw jumps on for the win. And we'll open this series with the win. Yeah, a castle drop now coming in from Anatan, but there's going to be no army left to stand on it. We began this fight at 100-100. We end it at 85-43. A double up for puppypaw. And an infinite increase on his score of 0, going up to 1. Ooh, but this series is one I think that promises to deliver. We talked about last time they met. puppypaw took it 2-0, but Anatan has been no slouch in recent weeks and months. And there's a best of 5, and reminder, it's critical. This is elimination on the line. It's like, you know, one of those family games where you answer the questions and move closer to the goo, right, on the chair. You're sliding down. It's that type of feeling. You have 3 wrong guesses, and Anatan has guessed wrong once. 2 more, and he drowns in the rivers of Denmark. Well played out of the boys. Interesting game 1 coming in. I just realized that... No, we're fine. On your side, it's all caps anyway. So puppypaw takes the early lead. What do we call that one? That was pretty cool. Wait, can you hear my daughter coughing? She's outside coughing. She's been having a really bad cough recently. I think she probably went in the water, maybe? I don't know. I'm gonna have to go check on her a sec. Emma's out there. This game, what do we call it? It's to do with the Japanese, right? All right, I'll get game number 2 ready. So game 2, we're going to be heading into Dry Arabia. It's going to be Byzantines versus Lancaster. Did I say Dry Arabia? Yeah. Biz on Dry Arabia, Lancaster fits anywhere, right? Oh, you can get outpost rushed on this map. Like, yeah, Biz is really vulnerable to Lancastrian outpost rushes. So bear me one sec, guys. I'm just going to double check on my daughter, who's coughing her guts up. And I'll be back in one sec. You okay? Stay out here now, Frank. That's go. Love you. Okay, yeah, she's fine. Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. She's just on the trampoline, coughing her guts up. A little bit dodgy. Anyway, let's get ready for the second series of the day. Wait, no, second, third. How many have we done? It'll be third for us. We went on the MarineLord one as well. An early lead arises for the Canadian, but we are far from done here. Elimination series in the $25,000 Denmark LAN. Game number 2. And Anatan finds the perfect pick to try and even this one up. Let's see if he can execute, though. After G1, and let me flip that around, puppypaw taking a cozy lead with that Malian pick. We now head into Byzantines versus Lancaster, and we're going to fast forward slightly, but slow it down quickly as we catch up at the early game. Because this time, Lancaster is a potent blocker pick, guys. Byzantines, a civ that loves berries, gets shut down because of the Spearman Rush opening. And look at the recal from puppypaw. To adjust for this, he goes out into the berries early, so it looks like we're going to be getting some Hippodrome gameplay, not the Grand Winery. Yeah, this is a smart adjustment, but, you know, you got to ask the important question, like, do you want to be doing this? Right? Like, do you want to be going the Hippodrome route against a civ that typically opens spears anyway and then follows up more spears? So I'm curious to see what puppypaw's overall plan is going to be here. Because for Lancaster, normally they're thinking about mass manners and they're building spearmen to allow for that. Anatan. Is he just going to stop at 2? I think so, yeah. He just scouted what's happening. So he sees the berry gathering early. The reason why Byzantines usually gets hard countered by this is because an outpost rush doesn't need to connect on your gold. It just needs to connect on your berries. So like puppypaw's goal is simply to remove that as a variable in the first place. And that objective would have been ticked. So I'll go for the 2x until we're at like probably 5 minutes rather in. In fact, we can even go 4x, because this should just be a tech up now. Probably looking at the safety of Lancaster Castle. And there's the Imperial Hippodrome coming, as expected. Yeah. Lancaster Castle spawn not great, though. Ooh. Okay. There's hope for puppypaw, then. If Anatan wants to go for more than 3 manas, this is rough. Because of the placement, like, the stone can't really be guarded easily. Even if you build a wall on the sides of it, like, your opponent could follow up Archer with Horseman, which makes a lot of sense. Looks like puppypaw. How much olive oil? Enough for 1 mercenary contract. We're probably looking at... Do you just go longbows here? Longbows can make a lot of sense with Horseman. It's like a desirable combo, right? You have the longbows kill the spears, and then the Horseman kill anything else that comes, and there's your confirmation. So Western contract's coming through. He is going to look to harass, and this makes a lot of sense, guys. In the Civil War, Lancaster versus English, actually, English does pretty well against Lancaster with longbow spam, because you can reach in. Lancaster Castle has 8 tower range. Longbows have 7. Manas have around the same. And the problem with that is that although the Lancaster Castle, manas, etc. can return fire, longbows cannot be impeded by garrisoning. These buildings do not let you garrison, so you're not safe. So pretty smart play. Pretty smart fought by puppypaw to go in for the LBs as a counterplay. How's the stone gathering looking? We've got enough for the second mana coming in soon. 3 on stone should be quick enough. The longbow timing is going to be, what, quite delayed? I think he won't arrive in time to stop 3 manas, which is why it looks like he's rallying to the west side instead. And I think Anatan, you don't go for more than 3, right? I think it'd be hard to justify unless you want to build more military. Whoa. I think he wants to justify going stables. Are we about to see what I think we're about to see? Hobblars? He's got 12 sheep. It's not bad. You start with more sheep than other civs of Lancaster, remember, and you have a better gathering rate, so you can afford it. It's dicey against the horsemen, but, like, puppypaw isn't building a real army, guys. This is a bait and switch. He's going fast castle. And with the food gathering, gold gathering as it is, like, I think Anatan is going level 2 manas. Moment of truth, he's got the resources. No, dude, he's going mass hobbler.
Yo, what?
Yeah, let's calm down. I think 2 stables is good enough. 3 is overkill. I like the blacksmith instead. It's smart, guys, because, like, here's the thing. Hobblars have a lot of ranged armor, funnily enough. And if your opponent is going longbows and then being greedy, like, you can just die the TC. TC fire is not going to do much damage to your feudal horsemen, because they start with the 3 ranged armor, get up to the 4 easily enough. What a cool idea. Remember, the thing with Hobblars is they're a weaker horseman. They have less health, they have less damage. But if you look at the ranged armor, that's where they even up. You pay less for a unit that has 25 HP less, but it has 1 more ranged armor. So on average, against things like archers, you're just as tanky as a horseman. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this either. I thought he'd just take the greed. But the other thing about Hobblars is they produce really quickly. I mean, it's 15 seconds compared to 23. It's really, really fast. Now, admittedly, for the horsemen here, Byzantines, because they have the cistern, it's even faster. They're down at 14. But against standard horseman spam, it's kind of like Yumi. This is the melee horseman version of Yumi. You think 1 kata kills 10 hobos? Whoa. That's a bit unfair. Have you not seen Kilyadi? Look at the tiny daggers. Look at them. Like, you remember how, like, you're much bigger than Baltun? He's a tiny lad by comparison. And yet he beat you. Size isn't everything, Kilyadi, okay? That's how you use it. And he's going to use it on the workers. Hobblars? Ooh, the body blocks puppypaw! Okay, he still loses 1 villager. Gets the rest away. Age up complete, but Anatan is not far behind, and this has to be King's College, right? King's College with Hobbler charge, and then Kilyadi's logic is broken. Because then 10 Hobblars definitely beats a Kata. So remember, there's a tech that gives them over double charge damage. Well, true Fano. And it is. It's King's College time. Yes! Oh, it's been a hot second. So many people just go White Tower. It's almost just become instinctive, like a default move, even when it doesn't look that good. So glad to see a refreshing take going the other way now. Oh man, this is cool now. Has me really excited to see how this one's going to play out. Like, after Hobbler's tech got slightly nerfed, same with the other tech in King's College, the one that gives bonus heavy damage for your knights. I feel like nobody's been going this. Puppypaw, it is going to be a battle of the ponies. We've got Cataphracts, so, like, actually, if Anatan just pivots knights, he destroys these. Cataphracts are pretty stacked, but the problem is, despite your extra health, your extra damage, you give standard knights an extra +5 damage against you. That's a fight you're going to start losing pretty heavy-handedly. For now, though, it's going to be Hobblars. Oh, nobody expects the mass Hobblars. Hill training, remember, not only gives the double damage to charge, it also doubles your production speed. We said 15 seconds. Let's take it down to 7.5. Lancaster has probably the worst age-free landmarks? You really think that? King's College, you think it's one of the worst landmarks? 15% discount on all technologies. Collar of Essus tech. To get heavy maces on knights. I think people also sometimes sleep on Burgundian imports. It makes your hand cannoneers cost the same price as Streltsy. Military tactics training is definitely a hyper late game. I will say that Warwolf Trebuchet feels pretty bad. Ships to the Crown is broken on water. White Tower is a weird one, though. Like, White Tower is super cheesy broken. As in, like, you break players who don't know what they're doing. But, like, yeah, it's... I think I highlight this to the devs. It just feels a little bit... small. Doesn't feel like you get a lot out of it. 17 Hobblars now from Anatan. The numbers continue to scale upward. I can't believe how far he's taken this. I thought we'd at least see some knights by now, but no. Cataphract gonna try to get cheeky. Trample through. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just passing by. You'd rather get High Trade House or Golden Horn Tower any day of the week. So your comparison for it being one of having the worst landmark choices is two of the best castle landmark choices. Is that correct? Like, High Trade House, even after the nerfs, is still really, really, really good. Hobblars? Ooh, that's a cool answer. Okay, that is actually a really cool answer to hobbies. Because Landschnechter, like, you have very low base HP, right? Not a bad idea. The Hobblars are everywhere, though. Work is starting to be lost. Doesn't want to dive too hard. Cataphracts are getting on the flanks. Freya, Daddy's working. You already talked to stream. Go play. Sorry, Freya's pretty persistent. Villagers. Oh my god. Puppypaw is losing so many workers. This is ridiculous. They're just everywhere. Hobbler Flood. A unit that people meme on and mock for just sucking. Anything but right now. Sucking the wind out of Puppypaw's plans. Incredibly effective. And the poke does just continue. He's even cleaning up the longbows, so you could just follow up with spears now and be in pretty good position. Behind this, I wouldn't be surprised if Anatan starts to contemplate going for the additional manas. Reminder, like, any time these guys just touch with a charge, 22 damage upon impact. He's like, hey, this is pretty good. Let's get some more Hobolas. Cataphract Landschneck are approaching, but they are achieving some auto time. It's just not kills. That's the problem. Regnet's Guildhall Floating Gate. I mean, sure, like anything that gives like that's in general, yes. I could agree on the eco things being good. But I feel like there are some worse landmarks, right? I think what you're seeing here is presence of like King's College being a situational landmark choice. But when you find that situation, it looks ridiculously good. And reminder, like this also scales very nicely into Imperial Age. 15% cheap attack. On 1,000 resource techs, you're saving 150 per. Hobolas again. Relic's just getting denied. Anatan hasn't even bothered for them. Villagers, though, hold the phone. Puppypaw finds a raid target on the north side. Okay, so gets 2 worker kills out of that. A lot of idle time forced. But still, an upward climb for Puppypaw to try and get back into this game. The Hobolas, can't believe I'm about to say this, have been unraveling him. They've been rattling him. A charge in. Trample through. Look at that. See? Kiyoya's like, I think 10 Hobolas lose to a Cataphract. Puppypaw is running scared. He is fearful of that one spinner. What a wacky series this is already becoming. I mean, game 1 was pretty, I want to say methodical in the end from Puppypaw. But the difference in this game is the chaotic elements. Puppypaw hasn't been able to get to that orderly element. Anatan, once again to praise his early aggression. In game 1, he wasn't quite able to find it, but game 2, that strike timing with the Hobolas has put him so far ahead. Kept him there as well. Now, the system buff will eventually kind of iron that out, is the idea. The problem is Anatan, he just needs to move across on a stone. He keeps forgetting that he's already unlocked mana level 2. There's 3 more manas waiting to be birthed. Both armies have been reduced down to nothing, though. The oddities really coming through in this one. Crossbow counter now for the Cataphracts. Hobolar crossbows is not something I say very often. Yeah, that's a very rare statement. And also, Puppypaw is now on 2TC. Less rare statement. The problem is, like, right now, Anatan is still reacting to Cataphract raids. If Puppypaw can keep sending in just 1 or 2 Cataphracts and forcing that, then this 2TC detail never needs to be known. Right? By the time it would be known, the lead's going to be too big. So it's really important for Puppypaw to just keep that production rate going. And almost just very neglectfully just keep sending them across the map. Anno, it may have been delayed, but he's finally looking at relics. Yeah, so this could still be a 3-2 split, actually. We're positioning, looking that way. Hatters try to break away. Crossbow does catch him, though, so not going to get out of there. Expensive losses. Try and slow things down here. Also, the monks cutely trying to rush out for relics already taken. Yeah, despite his heavy delay, I mean, this is the cool thing I love from Anatan. It's a reminder to people that you don't always have to rush relics to win the relic game. Puppypaw tried to build for relics, 2-3 minutes sooner. And he's going to come out lighter on the count. Which is painful for Byzantines. Remember, they usually need that to push into the mercenaries. Might be a good thing you can't, because I don't really know if you want to be building that many longbows against mass Hobolars. Yeah, just a reminder, these Hobolars upon contact will take over half your HP if you're a longbow. Alright, at this stage, I think Anatan did forget about the manas. He's back on stone now, though, so that should be fixed soon. And he discovers the second town center. A little bit worrisome because we've seen what happens when puppypaw gets too many workers and the hobblars realize it. Look at this. Anatan, 28 hobbies all around the base. Waiting to pounce at different locations. Additional worker kills to be had. Textiles is going to minimize some of the losses, but he's moving towards the gold. Emplacements are there. Puppypaw will remain safe. How many towers does he have now? 6 towers? Bro turned up with 53 garrison slots for his economy. That is crazy. And Anatan isn't done, folks. You know what? These hobblars have been doing really good, but I just feel like... I don't know, man. 7.5 seconds ain't quite quick enough. We could really get that number down. Anyone for 5 seconds? Anatan, I don't think you have the food income for that. Chill, little bro. Chill. Extra mana. I like how he just doesn't care about where they are anymore. The crazy thing is, like, right now, Puppypaw's probably wiping the sweat from his brow. He's like, oh, man. This is great. I've counted it. There's no more hobblars. They're all dead. They're all... What's that? Sound the horn! Rohirrim rides! 20 hobblars just turned up. There's only 3 spearmen. He tries to wall them in. Not gonna work though, the charge. Okay, he actually turns around. The land snake in position scares him off. Guys, I'm telling you, the counter to this is actually probably land snake. You don't, not even the limitane, just a few limitane to have the brace, but which stops the charge. But the land snake, 17 damage a swipe. They 6 hit. They 6 hit hobblars. It's actually crazy how often the Landsknecht has been the thing to turn Anatan around. You do have another 3 mana soon coming in, though. Puppypaw's in a decent position with the systems now on 2TC. Farm count is looking respectable. He's at 20. And this is the other funny thing. Like, hobblars against standard knights, I'd rate this play really strong. But you just saw why it's not great against cadders. Cadders have got the ejection pod, right? They just press the button and they get out. And no, land snakes do not have melee armor. The key is that they have very good base damage against no armor, right? Remember, hobblars get additional ranged armor, the cost being less raw HP, which means they're harder countered by melee. I know, now with second TC. Not just that, though. We're getting Collar of Essus. Okay. Does he think there's more Cataphract than there are? Because Puppypaw is done with that chapter in his life, okay? You know, he rode through the hills gloriously in the Middle East, and now he's had enough of that. Villagers on the north side are going to get found again. Trample through to stick on top of them, but just look at the damage. That was a Cataphract, believe it or not. You don't believe me, do you? 25 damage on a charge. And yes, the Collar of Essus only helps Knights and Demi-Lancers, giving them plus damage against heavy. We do see the Demi-Lancers now coming through, so he basically invested in Collar of Essus for this. It's not too bad. Collar of Essus is like, what, the cost of a Knight? And you're going to get 11 Demi-Lancers getting plus 5 damage, which for Demi-Lancers is about a 40% increase to the DPS against heavy. Yeah, look at that. Well, he's got the melee text as well, so, you know, a little bit skewed in the numbers. Yeah, because I think it's usually like 50 or 60% increase, but he already has 11 damage. There's just so many ponies. Yo, what's up, Matt? Thank you very much, mate. Subscribe for 4 months? What a legend. Appreciate you. Welcome back to Swarm. Reminding to get those subs in. We've still got plenty of hours of entertaining content to come here. I don't know if the Color of Essence was truly worth it, but that... Oh, that's interesting. Military tactics training is an oddity, actually, in Castle Age. It buffs your bonus damage by 20%, but specifically with Hobolars. Remember, he's already doing plus 20 to ranged. He's going to add another 20%. That's going to be 24 damage. He's going to be hitting for 49 damage if he touches a longbow. That's kind of wild. And I'm not entirely convinced it's worth it here. But then again, the crossbows, right? Like, I don't know. This is the more sensible logic, right? Is Yeoman. To counter the Limitane, 20% bonus there is pretty notable. At bulk. Especially with Sync Shot afterwards. Hobbies continue to circle the base. Remember, this is 2TC versus 2TC, so any losses are actually felt now. You guess the charge damage is not affected? The charge damage is affected. Watch what happens with the numbers. So, military tactics training is coming in 10 seconds. These Hobolars damage will get buffed. So there's a breaking attempt down here. Hasn't been reacted to yet by Anatan. There you go. You go from 20 damage up to 24. Someone play the theme tune. Kilyadi's brain is expanding right now. All the possibilities. Kilyadi's like, I will take this information and win the next EGC tournament. He's like, I've done it. I've figured it all. Goes into game 1. Lancaster gets banned. No! No! It's a rarity as well, man. Like, military tactics training, I remember when Lancaster first came out, I looked at it, I was like, that sounds broken. And then I tried it in actuality. Usually they make sense in Imperial. So kind of interesting that Anatan took it the age early, but I think it's more for the Sync Shot. Remember, with the bonus damage effect from Sync Shot, like, look at this increase now. Right? Like, it's a nice little inflation of, like, 1.5 damage and whatnot. And he's still knocking for that gold. Has got longbows now, so Anatan will have to flee. But the army's circling. Both with a sizable force. Puppypaw at risk of being overextended, though. Only 12 Limitane. And the Hobolars, it's chow time. Jumps on in, and look at that second wave. Puppypaw, he doesn't know it yet, but he's about to discover it. Hobolars, there's so many of them. He's got the Sync Shot as well. It's ready to fire. He's just looking for the ball of Limitane. Puppypaw dodges a bullet. He's getting ready for Imperial. On the back, though, the Demi-Lancers have been raiding into the farms. Puppypaw. Positioning is going to be key. It's going to be everything in the next fight. Reminder, Hobolars are strong, but there is Triumph. Not that it matters, because so far the Hobolars have been looking better than Triumph ever could. But this is the moment for Puppypaw to prove otherwise. This is probably the only opportunity. He marches in. Horseman. He has not activated Triumph just yet. In fact, I think Puppypaw may have forgotten about it. Doesn't matter, though. He's still winning the fight. Sync Shot's going to come in the center to try and clear them. A decent number of Limitane going down. But Anatan needs to get back now. The Hobolar experiment has failed. Even without the Triumph, Puppypaw emerges triumphant. Still, he's dealing with a ball of yeomen that are hard to reach. It exhausted most of his horsemen as well. A reinvestment now coming in. He's not trying to play for Imperial. He's rebalancing for a castle push again. Anatan, loving life. Yeoman count continues to go up. Now 40 plus. And yes, Triumph should cap out, I believe it's 46. It's just weirdly bugged where it's meant to be 45, but it can go up to a 46 point. So we will not see any more Triumphs until he uses it. Problem is, he doesn't have much cavalry to now use it with. Like, I actually can't believe that. Puppypaw, did he not win that fight? He won the melee, but he lost the ranged. Crossbow, yeoman, enough to send him to the afterlife. Hades waiting for a hug. Catapult placement's going to come in, but I don't think Anatan cares. He's even now got the knights coming through. Knights that have got the collar of S's. Bonus damage good enough to beat Katas. And Anatan, all he needs to do now is back up, go Imperial, and then dive. Good God. What a game. What a weird one. A weird and wonderful game here. Another interesting thing about the fact that he went for the military tactics training, he's getting a pre-nerf Collar of S's. He's getting the +6 damage. Actually, more than that. He's getting, because it's a 20% increase, he's getting... Oh, wait, no, sorry. It is exactly right. Yeah, he's getting 6 damage instead of 5. So it's as if that nerf never happened. It's expensive, mind you, but it is balanced. Like, military tactics training, I think, is about 700-800 resources. Maybe 600. It's not cheap, though. And this feels like a cheap shot below the belt. Wingard coming in. Always the go-to for Lancaster. The spear spam could be relentless here. Might hold back on it just because there is a lot of lombos, but alternatively, just going for the Demi-Lancer choice, Demi-Hoblars, not bad. Puppypaw, we thought he'd be first to Imperial. See him be dead last. He reinvested it all. 20 cataphracts, 20 Varangian. Remember, 10 cataphracts is practically what you pay to go Imperial. It's 3,300 resources. He could have had that age up. And Anatan, you are a master craftsman. What did we say about this tech? Burgundian Imports is slept on. Guys, Burgundian Imports is the one that lets you build hand cannoneers in Castle Age. That's deceptive, though. Not good to do. The real value is the 25% discount on hand cannoneer cost. It means that Lancastrian hand cannoneers cost the same as Streltsy. That's a huge deal. And 510 gold, like if you math that out, you're saving 60 resources per. By the time you built 10 hand cannoneers, Burgundian Imports has paid for itself. Scooted Incendiary Arrows. I mean, I don't even know if he's going to reach hand cannoneer point. If you lose the Yeoman, sure. But right now, the focus is on the cheap and good. 50 Yeoman ready to play. Foreign Engineering Company coming in. If Puppypaw can buy the time to get into like 3 Nesta Bees here, solid defense, but also flimsy. Remember, Hobolars melt Siege. That bonus they get against ranged also works against Sieged. Yeah, there's even some cases where it gets like a triple up. Range and Siege, right? Which is freaking wild. My favorite one for that, by the way, guys, I don't know if you know this, Condottiero get triple damage against Culverins. They get bonus against Gunpowder and bonus against Siege. So, like, Bombards, Culverins take a lot more damage. Oh, march in here. Puppypaw may have teched up. He doesn't have the upgrades yet. The Sing Shot comes in big. Catches the Lombos in the choke point. And throttles him to death. The perfect position. Arrows from heaven here. Anatan's ready to send him to the afterlife. 20 seconds until the recharge. Nesta Bee's coming out in a rush, but look at this shot fire. The Yeoman just go for it. He rushes it down. He's beating the repair rate. Scares him away now. Trample comes through as well to bait fire. He stays alive. But this is looking slicey and dicey right now. Puppypaw, it's only Cataphract left standing. They just got upgraded. Can they hold? Or is Puppypaw destined to take the knee in game number 2? Trample comes through. Yeoman able to dodge it out. New wave arriving. It's going to be the switch. Garrison command. There's no Lombos left. No threat to Lancaster's best unit in the late game. The Spearman. And Triumph. He finally finds the button. Cataphract to run this down, but they need an overwhelming victory before that next wave arrives, and it's too little too late. Spears and Knights come in behind it. The cannons are getting cleared. He has nothing prepped in reserve. Puppypaw down to just a mere 23 army size. Uses the rest of Triumph to run away. Triumphantly? No, definitely not. Varangian spam is not likely to save you here. Sink shot coming in. Damage not too insane. But the spearmen just got deleted. That last fight, they didn't have the extra damage. Counterfrag now with the charge through. It's just not enough. Wave after wave on the way. Anatan is maintaining a triple up in military. And puppypaw can stand no more. It began with Hobblars, but will begin not as it ends. A classic Yeoman Spear to close this one out and remind us why the House of Elves only knows how to shoot for W's. Okay, that was cool. That was a pretty epic game. Is my mic peaking or anything, by the way, or is it fine? In my ears, it's coming over weird. The only player to use Hobblars like this. All right. Game 3 to come. We're going to be heading in to Kawasan. Puppypaw versus Anotand. Mongols versus Shu Shi. Well, I guess... Well, the good news is it stops the meditation garden. Let's find out. We're going to hop into game number 3 here of this elimination series between Puppypaw and Anatan. Anatan on Kawasan chooses Shushi, a phenomenal civ because of those central meditation gardens. But Puppypaw, aware of it, plays blocker. Mongols, the perfect civ to say no, no, no to the big medi gardens. Yeah, because of the ability to go into the Rax play early on. Interesting series, interesting game. Crazy one, actually, between the two so far. Definitely one that has delivered as well. Game 1, Game 2, absolute bangers between the two for the set. I'm curious to see, actually, what Anatan's going to try to do here. Because this is the weird thing, right? Like, against Mongols, they can look to block you going onto the docks. They can also look to block that central meditation garden that we talked about. So instead, Anatan probably going to rush H2 and stay at home. And look at what Puppypaw done. Great little tip for people trying to maximize what you do with Mongols. You punt out the Hawk, you see everything, they can't make a move, they're paralyzed. We're going to do 2x speed just until we're at like 5 minutes here. Puppypaw benefiting from the straggler RNG. They just love it when they walk over like that. Oh, what a good life. I wonder... Masters of Steel here. I'm just remembering, like, so Anatan or Puppypaw will face off against Beastie or Louis from this one, right? That would be an interesting rematch. Remember, Beastie Anatan was insanely close. Puppypaw versus Beastie, we haven't seen in a while. Puppypaw versus Louis would be a rematch as well. Because that was also free too. So, like, actually, Group B has been incredibly close if you think about it. Like, opening results was 3-2 in the upper bracket. Compared to, actually, here's an interesting one for you guys. Group A, the MarineLord csoh, Wham versus Vortex, they were both 3-1. So, yeah, this is definitely the tighter group overall. And even in the lower bracket, like, we're seeing no differentiation, right? We've seen differentiations already today where csoh Vortex was a 3-0 in the other group. But this one really is the hard group to try and survive, it feels like. So Puppypaw, he is going to move up for the dock now at the same time, but Anatan, he already teched up first, courtesy of the build speed. By the way, that's a pretty good meditation garden. So close to home. 25 food, oh, sorry, 25 wood, 25 stone, 36 food. Stone is pretty nice as well. It allows you to get into the naval arrow slits eventually. And we have got double pondage. Puppypaw. What's his reaction going to be here? Does he even realize he's up against double pond already? Probably not. Okay, he just goes naval arrow slit, so he's going to slow roll this. And he's going to play land. Okay. Cool idea. But how do you get an advantage when your opponent already has docks? Because the problem here, guys, is you can build Keshiks, but your opponent's already going to have archer ships, springle ships. So you technically can't do anything. Right, like Keshiks, the only option will be to raid on land. Khan's already setting the foundation for that, shooting a lot of these guys low. Definitely an annoying little detail dealing with Mongols. Not that there's many annoying details these days unless they rush Imperial Age. Imperial Age rush is not really something to be feared on a map like this unless your opponent can actually get water control as well. I made the minimap a bit bigger. Minimap's fairly big. It's the largest setting you can actually get in game. Look, see? We used to use an enhancer to make it slightly bigger, but I kind of like that we don't do that now because it, regardless of like your best efforts, it would pixelate slightly. Oh, puppypaw. Okay. This is starting to look like one of those snowbally Kawasan games. Kawasan without a single pond is usually a recipe for death. There are very few civs that can function without pond access. He got one dock down, right? But like the problem is you've already been contested here. So while this is his eco pond, Anatan treats this as neutral territory. The only option for puppypaw is a land grab. Keshik's now riding in, but Anatan, he already has the spearman in position. And Keshiks do not handle spears well whatsoever. You know, a French knight, let's say you have, you know, 2 French knights to 4 spears, you might try to, like, finesse that. Definitely 3 French knights. But let's say you have 3 Keshiks to 4 spears. Not going to do it at all. Quick way to die. Puppypaw didn't even realize what was happening there. Takes a free hit. No! He went for the forward outpost! Absolute disaster. Not only that, the hardened spearman is quicker. There's no wheelbarrow, so he gets a kill. Alright, I'm trying to be a positive lad about this. But I might have to settle for being a negative Nelly. There's really not much right here for puppypaw in this game. This is just turning into a knockout punch, really, isn't it? Spring ship. We'll get sunk. So at least that counterplay works out there, but puppypaw, if he can't get a dock kill in about like 2 minutes, over. Because the fishing count's already up to 5, soon to be 6. Like, you're just falling behind in raw economy. He comes back for the outpost, though. Tricky. One outpost isn't going to change too much here because the second tree line. That's away. I mean, archer ship is out here defending, but puppypaw still doesn't feel safe to build into fishing boats. Unless he finds a way of feeling safe. He's trying for the outpost again. Unless he finds a way of feeling safe into building fishing. This is now the point where the fishing lead takes over. Like, we're up to 6, soon to be 7, make it 8. And that means Anatan can just afford mass blob of infantry plus cavalry. Khan goes down. Villagers have to pull away. It's only 1 villager, mind you. Yeah, I don't see this outpost going up. Puppypaw is going to have to die on this hill. He creates a choke point, which is pretty cool there with the outpost. But the brute force is real. The villager almost goes down. Even if he gets this up, what does he really achieve? Keshiks are dying. Puppypaw, a valiant stand to try and achieve this, but it's not going to work out. Villager dead. Archer's gone. Keshik's gone. And gone is any balance between these two swiftly as Anatan takes the 3rd game. Yeah, that was a snowballing, underwhelming game. But Kawasan does that sometimes. So Anatan now on match point. Let's see what else the lads can deliver us. So next up, we've got regions. What maps we got left? We got regions and mountain clearing left, right? Mountain clearing is going to be Rus, right? Rus versus Japanese? We actually saw the Japanese pick work really well for the Canadians before. Up next, regions, it's going to be Ibids versus Delhi. IU Delhi. We said this is a pretty even matchup that can go either way. But we did just see a pretty convincing win from MarineLord with the IU. Alright, let's find out. Let's hop in. Alright, time for game number 4. Puppypaw with the Delhi going up against Anatan, who's on match point with the Ibids in this elimination series for the Master of Steel's LAN. Ibids versus Delhi, a matchup that we just saw a little bit earlier today, actually. MarineLord versus Puppypaw was the deciding game. Sorry, not Puppypaw. MarineLord versus Wham. Deciding game, and MarineLord was able to get the dub with IU. Let's see if Anatan can replicate here. We're going 2x speed just for the early game. Map is going to be regions. Remember, this is the one that has got the deer on the west side, berries on the east, big golds in the center. So essentially, the map has been tiled out when it comes to resource allocations. Ibids. I'm imagining we're going to be looking at a growth wing build. Alternatively, you could try to play logistics into Delhi Ghazi. Pretty effective at just not losing anything as you keep healing through, but growth wing has been quite reliable historically against Delhi, and ever since the deer shove meta got nerfed, dervish wing has lost its popularity and will maintain that trend. Growth wing now coming through. Dome of Faith reaction from Puppypaw. Curious to see if he's going to take the same direction that his brother did in that deciding game number 5. Game 5, you remember, Wham, he didn't rush his techs on the Dome of Faith. If you remember, he didn't go for a mosque, which meant that he was very delayed on producing extra scholars in favor of just trying to skip on the 100 wood investment. I wasn't the biggest of fans with that. I much prefer seeing people go for the mosque, because at that stage, you get an extra scholar, remember. So, 100 wood cost mosque, even if you're just relying on building the Dome of Faith scholars, that's 80 per. So you're essentially paying 20 wood bonus to get an extra scholar. But on top of that, it means that you get your tech unlocks quicker. We'll slow down to 1x speed as soon as the eco wing completes and we see the opening moves. Anatan is already prepping wood, which tells you we're going to be seeing a militaristic opening. That's to be expected. Ibids are really good at flexing their military lead at the beginning of the age, because we just saw growth wing hit. 3 villages added in at this stage is equivalent to about a 15% eco buff. Right? Like at this stage, it makes up an extra 15% eco. Pretty good deal. Puppypaw, it's going to be a stables beginning. Pro Scout's on the way. Organic thing to get. You don't really have to worry about Anatan going Pro Scouts. Ibids did try to make Pro Scouts meta justified. That was quite some time ago, though. If you guys remember, that was the beginning of the Pro Scouts meta back in Season 9, where Ibids had this pretty cool advancement wing play into Pro Scouts. It didn't feel that good. It really didn't feel that good. Wait, is Anno just going strictly Desert Raiders? That would be ambitious. So we saw MarineLord versus Wham earlier, and the play for Ibids was actually to go stables, racks, opening. And you begin with like 1 or 2 Desert Raiders, and then you switch into Spearmen, and eventually go 1-1-1. Anno has got the diversity of buildings. This is a really cool thing about Desert Raiders. They give you flexibility because you can go archery range stables and build Desert Raiders out of both. Or you flex the other unit types, which we are now seeing. So he's going to go for the more old school approach. Yeah, this is very reminiscent, if you remember, like Abbasid Mirrors a long time ago, where both sides will build a Kajillion Horsemen, and then you just have a camel to debuff everything. The idea here is you want some Desert Raiders with Horsemen littered in, and then when you fight, you bait the Ghazi attacks onto the Horsemen, the Desert Raiders then re-engage. That way, you don't take the bonus damage, because reminder, Desert Raiders classify as ranged, which means that Horsemen do double damage against them. Yeah, that's why Ghazi can actually trade out quite well against Desert Raiders in most cases. Puppypaw, very smart about this, adding in the archers. Can't play for the Desert Raider. Probably going to be seeing him move towards a 1-1-1. It seems like Anatan is going to stick to the cavalry, though. He is adding in archers, but it's no racks. And this is the thing, like the abnormality of when MarineLord played this strategy where he went for the racks is very on the cuff. You don't expect that out of Ibis. The way we're seeing Anatan play this, much more predictable out of the Camel Sith. You know, some people are simple-minded. They like the good things in life. I see camel, I pick camel. I am simple man. Understandably, a simply effective strat after all. Another nice thing about Desert Raiders, if the guys you don't want to attack you, just do that. 1-2 tap. Gradually whittle them down. Obviously, for puppypaw, if anything escapes alive, though, he can always pull it back and heal it with Scholars. Sanctity has been delayed, by the way. He did do the same thing, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is a Canadian brew. They skip on the mosque entirely. Quite rare. A little bit surprised. I'd love to get what his thought process is behind it as well. Like sacrificing an extra skill point. I guess on regions it's kind of okay because Sanctity is nice, but it's harder to achieve. You're delayed in your timings anyway because the sacred sites are much further out, so you want to wait until you've got map control and then wall it in. Anatan looking to take control though. The Scholar pull on point there. Puppypaw invalidates the fight for Anatan. Oh, that was a sick timing. He tried to deny the pro scouts, but now the Ghazi with the healing. They don't give a damn. Archers also target firing down the Desert Raiders. All of them flopping dead. Finally, some Ghazis start dying here, but the Scholars are now intentionally frontlining because they can't die. A phenomenal fight for Puppypaw. Comes out full thumbs up. 19-7 military. And that is the time Puppypaw was looking for. He's still 2 minutes away from Sanctity. He can rush that now down to be a minute. And then he can rush for the sacred sites, knowing that Anatan no longer has the capacity to stop him. Damn. Great patience out of Puppypaw. You know, I think in hindsight, looking back at that moment, Anatan's going to be asking himself the question, like, did I need to go? Did I need to stop that? He saw pro scouts and reacted urgently. The left in quite wanting. Puppypaw now with a very solid comp. Archer plus Ghazi. Enough to contest all ahead of him. Wolves coming up on the backside from Anatan as he's now worried about these flank raids. He rightly should be. In fact, Puppypaw's already contemplating. He's going to come steering from the west, though. Bad news for Anatan's gold. Something that you know he's going to be on, by the way, because remember, he's building Desert Raiders. They cost food, wood, and gold. Another crazy thing for that game. Do you guys notice it? That was pre-blacksmiths. Yeah, you'd expect that from Delhi when they usually take the blacksmith lead, but he was heavily delayed on that timing. No delay on Anatan's reaction, though. Does pull away with the villagers straight away. And we have got the Woolen. Like, this is always the nice thing about playing infantry for Delhi, right? Is, you know, any other Civ tries this type of play, you pull a villager. And actually, it used to be, if you remember for a while, we were seeing Delhi players pulling workers to build wolves because they were only playing Ghazi. Now the infantry comp has come back into play, it's a much more comfortable position for Delhi. I think Puppypaw just wants to drag this now. It's really on Anatan to make a move. After that atrocious fight near the enemy base, he needs something to kind of scrape back in. Like, he can theoretically over, like, 10 minutes with his slight worker league kind of build up to same match again. But this is where it gets dicey now. The Skull's on the way. Sacred sites are going to be locked in. And once this starts happening, Castle Age doesn't just become a possibility. It becomes an inevitability. Maybe Delhi workers should also be free but take longer to spawn? Oh, God. So you want military schools for town centers. Economy schools? You want economy schools? Please stop. I'm begging you. What I want is more military presence in general. It's quite nice that these civs weren't just able to eco boom. All goes up from Anatan, but the Ghazi count is crazy. Yeah, up to 15 on the dive. It's the workers. Anatan is bringing the troopers home. Was bringing the troop. Why is he not bringing the troopers home? A little bit of a delay there. He was focused on the villagers, so the army didn't come. The wall is up. The puppypaw. Can he get out of here? He needs to get out of here. The blocks are coming through. Anatan! He gets in there! Cuts him in two! He gets the block. But the workers also got stuck in there. Ghazi may have been blocked, but they are not dead. He's only killed 2 so far. Puppypaw gets half of them out, guaranteed. Other ones look like they're going to be going down, so a good trade there for Anatan. The problem is, now that you're locked in your base, reacting in your hole that you've created, Puppypaw's reaction is focused more on technology. You can see it. He's holding reserves. He's thinking about Castle Age. Sacred sites, they have been locked in place now. You cannot reach this east one. The west one is exposed. Interesting that he didn't wall both, actually. Steel arrow upgrade is also on the way for Puppypaw. He always has more than you'd expect. How does he do it? You have your opponent dive your base when you've got mass scholars to heal early on, pretty much. Like, that's really what it comes down to. This game, the flow of this game has been decided by that one dive from Anatan. He's been looking for a recovery arc, but because it's Ghazi Raiders, you're always stuck in your base. Well, same more or in Anatan's base. But the difference is going to be, what? The access point and the berries? Like, Anatan still didn't play for it. He played for deer instead. Comparative, that's fine. I think the more important detail is probably the timing he's had on Sacred Sites. Like, has it not been like 3 minutes so far? 3 minutes, what, 125 gold per? That's 750 gold. Also learning down the way. It also, on average, feels a lot harder to lose Ghazi than Horseman. I say as finally one of them dies. Still, House of Learning's coming through. Scholar count is almost 10. He's cheating. Alright, Kilyadi, I think you've had too many games queued into Dimmu. Yo, Kilyadi, you must be loving life right now. Dimmu can't queue into you. He's busy at EWC. Now's your moment. Get that MMR, boy. Anatan, he does arrive at the time of the tech up. Hold on. No, please tell me he doesn't just walk away. Ghazi upgrades a minute and a half away. I mean, if there's any time to get a good fight, Anatan, this would be it. But no, no, not that. Anything but that. There's a war elephant on the way. Double production speed as well. Yep, it's coming out in 20. It doesn't even matter. He doesn't even get to that stage. GG comes in. Puppypaw able to strike back. A game 5 is guaranteed in the Elim series. Oh, damn. Wait, you've been doing some coding? You're a coder? Or are you just casually learning? I haven't coded in years now. It's been a while. All right. G5, it's going to be Rus versus Japanese. So traditionally the best civ or second best civ on this map? Against kind of a question mark. We've seen how this civ can work, right? But I want to call it a mixed bag. All right. Let's mark it up. 2 apiece. Deciding game. We've seen the Canadians make Japanese work here once before. Was it a fluke or is it an actuality? Let's find out as we hop into a deciding game of an elimination series in the $25,000 tournament. Puppypaw versus Anatan. Anatan has got the classic powerful pick for mountain clearing though. it is going to be none other than the glorious Roos. Yeah, this Civ, incredibly powerful here. Just feels like it can do no wrong. A powerful pick to go straight after the boar, and then afterwards think about going for a Kremlin drop. Instead, though, did he get the pullback all the... All right, GG. But this is... All right, do we go into rant mode? I love me some good mountain clearing, but this is the warning I have for this map. It's the same thing that needs to be adjusted on Socotra. The placement of the boar needs to be manual. The boar spawned here. Look at the pull. Look at how far he got it. The aggro distance is what? That? You think I'm being dramatic, but think about it this way. If the boar had spawned here, the best pull you could get is there. You'd be eating it here. He's basically in TC range. Not even basic. He is in TC range. This is an outrageous advantage. Anotand. There's no value for puppypaw here. The only option is to do an outpost rush. Which, I mean... feels a bit dicey. Like, the problem here is he may be able to stop the boar, but he won't be able to get the boar now. This is the awkward thing. You'd ask for a read. The problem is the read doesn't fix it. The boar almost always spawns like this, right? Like, sometimes it's here, but it's very rare. Usually it's, like, staggered one side or the other. Yeah, this is rough. So outpost is going to be coming up. That's at least going to stop the boar gathering. By the way, this is why we don't really use mountain clearing much in our KPMMs. It's also why we had to stop using Socotra, actually. As much as I love those maps, the problem is, unless you can guarantee the spawn is split, it's never going to be fair. It's always going to have this issue. It's just really unfortunate. So puppypaw, he's going to gather deer at home at least. He has blocked boar. The good news is Anatan's deer spawning like this means both are technically blocked. Puppypaw's out of tournament because of this, quite possibly. In fairness, he has now blocked the boar. Sadly, his opponent got 400 resources off it, which kind of makes it worth it. And yo, what is up? Azrudar, thank you very much. He thinks it's worth it to sub here. Appreciate it. Reminder, guys, get those subs in. Always wonderful to see more of those coming through. Got to build the swarm. And hunting cabin, are you kidding me? The embedment is glorious here. 32 gold. Makes up for the fact the other hunting cabin had to be placed as a resource gatherer. Okay, so how does puppypaw do this then? Well, the play is meant to be semi-fast castle, and you just look to play into static comp, right? Because this map is all about static comp. It's the single sacred site. If you can lock that in, you can lock it down. And the way that we saw that, actually out of puppypaw's brother, if you remember, is that he was able to play into mass outpost Springald emplacements with Springald, Mangonels, and Mounted Samurai. That same strat can somewhat work against Roos. The tricky part is Springalds. Like, they're not going to be the same. Like, that game I'm referencing was Wham versus Vortex. It was HRE versus Japanese. I think in this type of game, because your opponent's going to be going into Horse Archers likely, puppypaw is probably going to get more value out of Mounted Samurai Yumi. Yumi's pretty good to scale, though. Super easy to get up in numbers on a map like this with all the wood access. And also balances your economy nicely on a map where there's not that much food. We'll see how he's able to lean into this. He did not get survival techniques, by the way. A little bit surprised by that. Anatan going to be cheeky. Just shoving the deer away. So that he's going to force more houses. Which is kind of okay. Puppypaw's going to need more houses anyway. Would have preferred to build them around the berries, though, for the backup option. Good guy, Anatan. He sees that all the deer aren't dead and looks to help the Canadian out. What a nice guy. Reminder, by the way, winner of this will face off against either Beastie or Louis MT. Looking like it would be Louis, so that would be a brand new matchup. If Anno does just take the expected win, Anno versus Louis. The reason it's an expected win is, like, there's not clean counterplay now for Japan with the way this is played out. Like, for the moment, he's denied the outpost, right? But Anno could technically reclaim that. I love this reaction as a result of that, though. We've got fortifications coming in. That's really smart by puppypaw. Because otherwise, Anatan could blob scouts and burn this down. By the way, is he actually... No. Okay, he's building scouts just to clear this. I was wondering for a second. I was like, there's no way you're pro-scouting for 6th year. So he's simply building scouts as a reaction to this play, and it's why puppypaw is a genius move to get the fortifications. Because now it's very hard to kill. Like at this point, Anatan probably wishes he just went for siege. Might actually do that. He's got double archery range after all. If you're wondering why the hell is Anatan so focused on this outpost, it blocks everything, really. I know he's got... Actually, I mean, in fairness, he has got, what, 15 sheep? So he could actually just run into castle. Yeah, maybe it is a bit of an overreaction from Anno. We don't have the ram yet. No, so he's just built 2 archers. Ah, okay, that's kind of creative. He's going to come across and try to block the forward food that puppypaw's gathering. So because he can't get his, he's like, well, you can't have yours either. And then does like that stroppy face my daughter does all the time. Only, you know, Anatan is nowhere near as cute as my daughter doing that stroppy face. Annoying as well. Puppypaw's pop locked. Has he got another house coming? Oh, wait. Where's the wood? Okay, so he'll have to force drop off and rush the farm house. No, okay. Actually, Anatan backs off. Oh, he was underneath TC. So he lost double scout. Tech up coming, though. Anatan is going to get the lead there. High trade house on the... Oh, my God. Dude, like... I know Roos hasn't got a good win rate currently in this tournament, but if Mountain Clearing's picked, do you not just have to ban it for this exact reason? The ball pull, the Kremlin potential, and now this? Get your numbers in, folks. And you know what? Shoot for the moon. It may only be bounty level 1, but that looks ridiculously full. Wait, what? I'm at a loss for words. We're getting Temple of Equality. Puppypaw. I mean, if he loses, he has an excuse. If he wins, he's a god. Why Temple of Equality? I mean, you debuff horse archers down to half damage, so in theory, you can beat horse archers with Yuumi. Knights also suffer, so like you're removing 2 very good plays that Roos love to do, if you can scale up the Buddhist monks. The tricky part about Buddhist monks here, by the way, is like the whole Zen factor getting gold. It's good, but not as good, right? It's much better on maps where you know you're going to run out of gold. It is very, very, very rare to see someone run out of gold access on mountain clearing, because you have 2 8Ks near your base. This is sick, though. And it will be prepped to counter those horse archers that we can see very clearly are on the way. Something that puppypaw is also aware of due to the forward outpost. So tech up complete. Buddhist monks get queued. Is this going to be Yuumi? If it is, it's going to be delayed. He's prepping the wood line. The intent seems clear here. Scouts are going to try to intercept, but quick ward guarantee they can't. The horse archers are rotating around, but no. If Anatan walks up here, he might see this tree line. And the horse archers... actually, at this rate, he might just invite the horse archers in on the back. Uh-oh. We'll see if Anatan realizes. TC5 is going to start hitting. He still hasn't cleared this outpost. And the Yuumi play is underway, so it's what we expected from puppypaw. Okay, only a single archer range so far. I think he just realized. Wait, is that chop through? Is that an entry? I know. Wait. It's not. But it's gonna be. Oh my god. Wait, no. He sees him! He sees him! He sees the one! He shifts the tree line! It was on 27 wood! Oh my god. You cannot make this up right now! Unbelievable. Anotand. The right idea, the wrong timing. Sacred Site is at least locked in. Anatand's going to get more of the relics. Trebuchet is coming, so he's going to address the Ford food and get access. Puppypaw begins the Buddhist monk spam. I cannot believe this right now. This is outrageous. Wait, and there was a gap here? No. Did he know about that? I think he did, but he didn't want to go past the outpost. And he's gonna get the wall. So Horse Archer backstab did not work. Anatan, though, is still scaling Horse Archers quicker than the Yumi come out. We'll be able to snipe the freebie Samurai. Does he know that it... Did he actually... He scouted it was Buddhist monks. Yeah, because he was attacking with the archers. So he knows that it's Temple of Quality. Which is why it's a little bit surprising to see him spamming Horse Archers still. Like, this stage, I want to say maybe archers, just because it's, like, lower base. Then again, I guess if you go archers, your opponent just goes knights, and you do no damage at all. Hey, don't flame the trebuchet. Did it achieve its objective, Kilyardi? It did. And look at the glory it reaps. Boar and deer, now achievable for Anatan. The high trade house, by the way, 214! Okay, so it was probably like, what, 180 before the bounty tick up? That's ridiculous. 3 relics, almost? And that allows knights. We do have Zen on the way, so he's going to get the gold gen. I'm telling you, this map is ridiculous for Roos. Like, Roos, English, like, they're the go-to picks, right? HRE quite good as well. But Roos, like, I mean, I remember in the earliest days, they just Kremlin drop and the game was over. No Kremlin drop this time, mind you. I mean, that was the cool thing about the Japanese idea from Puppypaw. That the trebuchets are now going after the Temple of Equality. He's looking to hit him in the toe. Boys Fortitude as well. Crossbows on top of this. Puppypaw's comp makes sense. I think as long as he doesn't hemorrhage eco, there's a way. It's just it definitely feels bad that you're already economically behind, right? Like you're essentially against 5.5 relics with your 2. But Zen can kind of rebalance that a bit. He's now already generating an extra 100 gold a minute. This is an ambitious reach-out, but he's worried about that timer. Yumi are chasing. Sprone on placement is going to make this messy, though. And wait, the Buddhist monks? The Buddhist monks. He doesn't actually turn around to protect them. That BM wave goodbye. Like, hey! We survived! Yay us! Why are we bald? I mean, this is cool from Puppypaw. I'm a little bit worried about if this is too slow. The concept is there, right? But Anatan was so quick on the Sacred Site capture is the problem. It's a small map as well. Trebuchet's already sieging again. And the mangonels are coming. Smoosh smoosh time. I feel like Puppypaw should be using the relic. Not a bad idea. When he's in his base, just Wallalow, get that buff, and then run out. It's tricky because your opponent has got a mobile comp, though, so when he sees that, he can run away. A reminder, what's being talked about here is there's a unique ability of Buddhist monks called the Buddhist conversion. See right there? You get a 20% damage buff for 20 seconds when you use it. Pretty sick on things like Mounted Samurai, 20% damage buff with Bannerman as well. It's crazy. The tricky issue is, like, how do you reach Horse Archers in time? Now, reminder, there's also a tech here when you get to Imperial Age, the Nehan. which allows you to also get a movement speed buff. Yeah, this stuff is kind of slept on, actually. Very hard to leverage quite often. 20 seconds sounds long, but only if you can force your opponent to commit. The problem is when you wall lull, they usually run away anyway. Yumi? He just deleted the wall with confidence there. Yeah, he wants the fight. He's like, wait, you actually want to engage here? On the monks, this time they will start dying. No wave goodbye to the enemy, just a goodbye to the life there. Almost all Buddhist monks are dead. Well, not gonna work. Good to know there. Mount Samurai in the back of the base though. Puppypaw, he goes for the trade. The issue is Anatan is doing the exact same. And we'll beat this army, this split army. The Yumi just getting sniped down. After that, it's a case of who can kill more eco. But at the end of the day, one player has a sacred site locked in. The other most definitely does not. And that's really what this is going to come down to. An ambitious idea by Puppypaw. But Anatan, with the balls of steel, swings them at the Japanese monolith. And the Empire comes crumbling down. Puppypaw eliminated from the $25,000 Masters of Steel LAN. GG's, that's Puppypaw gone. 2 players now eliminated over in Denmark. csoh and Puppypaw sitting on the sidelines with a sad look on their face. No, Wham is not eliminated. Wham was in the upper bracket. What do we call that? Was it drama alert? Map spawned decides player's fate on STL LAN. Ooh. Is Dumi not in? Nope. Remember, he's at EWC. So he didn't even try and qualify in the end. So Anatan, 3-2 victory. Unbelievable. And looks like confirmation in. Beastie just beat Louis MT 3-0. Which means Beastie is qualified through, MarineLord is qualified through, and that leaves us with Wham versus Vortex and Louis MT versus Anotand. Good lord. Or is he even doing EWC just drinking beer? Dude, you can't drink beer there, Kiliardi. It's just wrong country. Wrong country. Dude, you're gonna get him imprisoned, man. You cannot drink beer in the Middle East, mate. It is illegal. Which is I really don't know what Timu's gonna do in the evenings, actually, now that I think about it. Is he just gonna did you reckon he's making like a bathtub gin? He's like, oh, I gotta have my brewski. I need my brewski. Oh, man. Oh, the question now is, do we keep on rocking? We've been live for 5 hours. There's 2 more series to go. We could keep casting. So we'd have Wham versus Vortex next, right? And then Louis MT versus Anotand. We're probably going to have like a 5 or 10 minute wait, though, for that series. I know the scheduling was a little bit of a mess though. I was hoping to catch those games immediately live, perfectly live, but we basically were waiting around, and then we went into the MarineLord series. We cast that one game, and like that game was an hour and a half long, and we're like, well, I guess the other guys aren't starting until this series finishes. And then we found out midway through into game 5 that Anatan and Puppypaw were already starting their game, so that was a bit confusing. But is what it is. Yeah, now Let me have a look. So it said Wham versus Vortex. Are they setting up already? If they've got a draft already rolling, we can get ready for that, which is cool. If not, though, it's like... You're probably looking at a 10-minute wait? I don't know. Sometimes AoE4 games still be really long. It's becoming rarer, though. I do just think that Frisian is the type of map that can achieve that more than almost any other map in the game. That game was an hour and 20? Let me double check the recording. That game was an hour and 28 minutes long. If you guys haven't seen that, check out our VODs on YouTube. We also got all the games from yesterday as well. That was... I don't know how Wham lived that long, really. It's crazy as well, like, you know, just grasping at it, and then he just goes in the 5th game, and it's just a rollover in 15 minutes. Like, MarineLord was like, okay, we spent way too long on this series. I just want to qualify and go relax for the rest of the day. Peace. But shouts to be here from Beastie himself, who just beat Louis MT Frio.
Louis is probably the best KT player. Like, he's really good with KT. He even plays it on LAN maps, like practices it, not necessarily in tournaments, but so he's really good, but I felt pretty confident. I think KT is a bit overrated maybe on water maps, and
Nani?
yeah, I mean, when I saw him first pick KT, I was like, yeah, I'm happy with that. So
KT's overrated on water maps.
At some points, it gets kind of scary, but as long as you kind of transition to Castle and Imperial pretty well, there's no timing for KT to do anything.
BC got a good haircut. Dude, this is the dress like trash logic, right? Because he had like the weird shave head and the dyed hair. It's genius. Like, if you do the polar opposite and then you just go for your regular haircut, people are like, damn, that's like, he must pay $1,000 for that thing.
It was more like, okay, we are transitioning into the castle age as well. He went up with the heavy spearman. Was it a little bit of surprise for you that he went with the heavy spearman?
No, I think a lot of people do that because Genoese crossbowmen
Are they
like strong
loud enough, by the way?
is usually mass archers at that point, so people go with the heavy spearmen. But
Yeah, that's
I just
Corvinus.
committed a little bit in Castle.
It looks
Got
quite
one
different
big
from the
fight in
pictures he had
where
elsewhere,
I
right?
killed like half of his army, or caught half of his army, and then after that, I feel like it is heavy spearmen, so it is men-at-arm, but you don't really want your army comp to be like spearman / men-at-arm plus archer on a map where you have like crazy amount of resources.
How
I
are those
feel like
headsets that they're
might
trying to
be a
flaunt
lot
on the
better
table,
with
by the way?
Jesse Crossbow
I haven't
anyway.
used SteelSeries headsets in a long time.
So,
I used to have... Did anyone else used to have the Siberia V2s? Those things were goated
so
back
I
in
can
like
hold that into, like,
2012.
direct attacks. Meanwhile, if he makes
The
any
Siberia
mistakes,
V2
he's
whites?
bleeding economy, so.
But I heard that they don't really make them like that anymore, which is a shame. Those were bangers, man.
Oh my god, I have Mangudai anyway.
I used them until they got
funny
worn
thing,
and
I thought
battered.
their
I feel like
last ones, I
most
was like,
headset
"Why
brands have
are
been
you
like
making those?" And I was
downhill
like,
in the
I
last several
clicked
years,
on
right?
it. Like, I'm not
Like
even joking.
2012
I
time,
clicked
I've still
on
got
it, and I
Astro
read what it
A40s
is,
from
and I was like,
2012.
yeah, those exist.
They are goated.
I
I
don't
should, dude,
remember
why
the
am I not
last
wearing
time
them now? I
I
should get back
so,
on those.
I mean, I had a bunch of hand
These ones are pretty good, though. I've got the ones from Shaw.
Like everything else.
I didn't really realize that
think
Shaw
he
done
was probably
headsets, but they're really
getting
nice.
low on gold, even with 5 relics.
Yeah, also he didn't really much secure the gold on the map, right? Because most of the fortresses were also close to his base rather than on the map to secure like a large gold or gorge at all. So let's see, the last game was on regions.
I can't tell if they got slight audio delay or if it's just the way that Corvinus speaks.
This matchup, because most of the time we don't see Abbasid at all, like who picks Abbasid, right? So
Is it just the way Corv speaks, or is there a slight audio delay?
I mean, against Byzantine, so there was a little bit of a mind game going. So against Byzantine, you obviously want
Dude,
to
they stared at Corvinus for a long time
or you want to
there.
spear rush the berries. And
Oh, so they done
I
Biz
have
Abba last
seen
game.
or played against
Abba's kind of
Louis
weird
and
there,
he
no?
was,
Into
like,
Biz.
military into Tower Rush. So because there was no Dark Age barracks, I said, I'm just going to go Hippodrome anyway. So when his villager arrived, he then realized I don't have Grand Winery. So he immediately started running back. And at that
Dude,
point,
this
I feel like
Hippodrome
investing
switch has been
stable,
huge, by the way.
villager
Like,
ran
lots
across
of
the
people have
map,
been doing it.
And then he went second TC, so I felt like in a really, really good spot. As long as I'm not losing villagers, I secure the bears on the right side. And after that, I was like, okay, I'm just going to age up, get upgrades, and kill him because I haven't used the Hippodrome tickets at all. I just waited for like the one big engagement.
Yeah.
And he kept making horsemen, and you know, if we both make horsemen, but mine have an activation ability that makes them heal and do damage, I was like, yeah.
I honestly felt like
We've seen a lot of people shift towards this Hippodrome meta in pub games in the last 3 weeks, by the way. Like, it's really powerful because most players are assumptively going to go for a spear rush to block your berries. So you already force them to invest in something that's redundant and worthless. Even worse if they pull the villager. And then the follow-up logic is that with the Hippodrome, like, you have a fast castle timing where Cataphracts can slap pretty well with Triumph. Or you just flood Horsemen. And, like, BC's right. Your goal is to play until you've got enough that you can just overwhelm. You don't want to, like, use the Triumph, usually in Fuel Age. It's like it's a nuke that you aim at them, but you don't launch it, right? Like, do you remember the early days? I think you used to have this in StarCraft where you could keep cancel and then targeting the nuke. So you could kind of grief people like target, right? And they'd be running left and right. It's like, when's it going to shoot me? When's it going to shoot me? It's like, you're never shooting them. You're just griefing them. It's kind of that effect with the Triumph. Like, it just existing makes players play different.
This landmark is not really that much appreciated compared to the other one, because we like the extra olive oil, of course. We love if you are, you know, getting oiled up. But anyway, so the Hippodrome with the +4 damage and the HP regeneration is just such a nice, you know, landmark to have both on the Horseman, Mangudai, or the Cataphracts as well.
Oh, dude,
right?
Mangudai are insane with the
I think
Hippodrome.
Grand Winery.
Might be
Hippodrome is the king.
Oh my god, you heard it. You heard it today, right now. Beastie just said it. And you know, I can already
S
tier. We need a new landmark tier list immediately when he will go home. Everyone has to spam the chat like, Beastie, make a new landmark tier list. You have to. Well, yeah,
What do you
that
mean
was
this
the
lady's
amazing 3
good?
games we had. So
Why you gotta do Corv like that, dude?
that's all the questions I had for you. Thank you so much for being here and showing that you are the Byzantine king with the Hippodrome, because you are the first person who wins like that, right? So thank you so much for
Corv
being
looks
here,
like he just met his
and,
hero.
See you guys after a little bit of break.
The puppy dog eyes.
Or not?
Dude, the stare from Corvinus is like, well, it's gonna go off me now, right? It's like, I swear, there's a guy out back who's just intentionally holding these angles on Corv. He's like, just hold on him. Just hold on. He's like, bless him.
Wireless. We're here in Chicago in the loudest city on earth to test voice clarity.
Okay, I'll pass on that, thanks. Whoop. Alright. Yeah, Corv used to have really long hair, right? And I guess he just went for like the buzz on the sides. He's trying to do the is it called the pomp? Is it the pompadour? I'm trying to remember if it's called the pompadour. All right. I'm guessing they're gonna have like a 10-minute break or something.
Oh, do we keep going or do we call it? It's gonna be like a 9-hour day again, isn't it?
Thanks, Wham and MarineLord. I see no AC. What do you mean? Oh god, that's bad. Jesus. Only on one side though. Whew. What happened there? Damn. I'm sweating. In fairness, for good reason. My daughter came in, moaned, and then closed the door. It's really hot in here. Sheesh. I am sweating it up, to be honest with you. I don't know, man. Like, I want to keep going, but it's also like, we could just call it and then chill. Because I'm probably, I don't know, I'm of a mixed feeling. So I don't know if I'm going to go live for Saturday, Sunday. What I might do instead for Saturday, Sunday is just recap on Monday. I think that would be really cool to do our recap series. Because there's probably going to be a lot of people that just won't be able to catch them, right? Because I'll be busy or whatever. And that also lets me catch up on all the other things that I need to catch up on behind the scenes, which is nice. Like, how long would we have to wait for the next one? There's like a 10-minute wait, and then they're going to go through, like, all the panel and pre-show waffle, right? Which is probably going to be, like, another 10, 15 minutes. So probably, like, 20 to 25 minutes from actual in-game now. Could cast a pub game. What do you think, chat? Do we just go and relax now? Do we salute and say our watch is over? I am also getting hungry. It's weird, actually. It's only like 3:30. Expecting you on panel casting? They didn't ask, so... It's what it is. From, like, basically, from what I'm seeing, I don't think they would have had the budget, to be honest. Like, everything looks quite cut back, basically, so... Which is a shame. Which is why, I don't know, that's what we were saying about, like, the other day. It's why, like, it's actually good to have people like Red Bull in the scene, right? Like, Red Bull respect, like, the cost of casters, etc. and production, etc. But who knows, maybe next time, like, Steel Series will have a bigger budget or something. I don't know, we'll see. Because I was kind of hopeful, because they had, like, So they had an Apex tournament a few weeks ago, where I think they had, like, 10k prize pool. And then they basically had, like, ALGS casters, which, without going into details, I'll say the Apex ALGS casters would have got paid quite well to do that event. So yeah, maybe next time. I don't know. Like, yeah, I mean, I hope the event goes well for them, but it does feel weird not to be working the AoE4 lands. Am I going to watch Lionesses on Sunday? No. Emma will, but I won't. How much does it cost to sponsor such an event? It varies. I think they didn't... I don't know. I think with Steel Series, they only wanted their sponsors, maybe. So I don't know, like... I think they weigh that out differently, because Steel Series has, like, certain sponsors they work with annually. So it's not the same as, for example, when I'll help Garrison get sponsors. And then I can pitch Garrison at a certain price point for sponsoring that event. It's very different. You know, like, these type of events, like, really, if they wanted, we probably could have, like, tried to get people in at 5, 10, 20k sponsorships, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to see. It really comes down to what the speculative viewership is and what the sponsor wants, right? That's how you decide. Yeah. Like, in an ideal world, sponsorships are allowed, and then you have more money to play with, and then you can go and hire casters, and etc. So I think someone said in the chat, there's a lot of people there volunteering for this one. So my assumption is they're going for, like, a you prove the concept to Steel Series, and then Steel Series like, wow, we should spend money. But I am always dubious about that, because, like, and this isn't just targeted at SS, it's just, like, in general, like, the way that a lot of these industries work. Like, I have to go through this when we do influencer sponsorship stuff. So, like, basically, let's say I'm given a $10,000 budget to deliver 20,000 unique viewers. But I deliver 40,000 unique viewers. Your brain is now saying, KP delivered twice the expected viewership, so now they're going to renew for twice the money. You delivered double the viewership we wanted. So next time, that means you can deliver our target viewership for half the price. This is sadly the way that a lot of marketing companies think. I've had to be very careful with this with one of my business partners on one of my side ventures, because he loves to over deliver, right? He wants to over deliver to make them happy so they come back. I'm like, if you do that, they're gonna come back smaller. Like, so this, I've talked to other agencies. This is a legit strategy where they don't overperform, because they overperform, they burn money, and they don't get more, right? So, like, you're almost looking, you're like, okay, how do we maximize our profit and just about hit that goal? Or maybe improve on it, like, by 20%. It's so lopsided. And by the way, this affects so many different avenues of the industry, right? So, like, I've talked with peripheral brands where they're global brands, right? And they go, we'd love to work with you, but like I'm the UK office person and your viewership is like 10% UK. And you go, but you're a global brand. And my viewership, like you sell in all those countries. You go, yeah, but I'm like the UK office person, so we can't work together. And you're like, you go, okay, but so does that mean I go for the German office? Because like my German audience is like 20%, or the US audience, because my audience there is 25%, right? Nope. You go to those guys and they send you back to the UK person. There's so many weird anomalies in the way that like many companies work and many marketing elements, like many elements of like marketing in general work. Not just like gaming, not just like maybe this is how SteelSeries work, I don't know, or however anyone else works. 10K is relatively inexpensive for a company, but the returns on such an event are not clear. Exactly, especially if like you don't have someone who understands how to do integrations. Like realistically, the only case study like Age of RTS, etc. have is probably SteelSeries across AoE4. I don't know how clear or muddy the result that is. It's not like, for example, when I get Surfshark to activate on like an EDC event, and then we're able to track how many sales it has, right? Or like right now, some of my other influencers are activating Opera GX, right? And like one of them has 400 new signups so far this month, which is a really cool like statement of like, yo, this guy actually converts. So then you can use that as case studies to move forward. This is why most esports events run their first event at a loss, right? It's a proof of concept because you can't easily get sponsors in quite often there. So you burn money. Like Garrison, I think the rumor was like they burnt maybe 25K to make that happen in the end. But now they have a case study, right? Garrison, the first one went really well. So next time they can go to sponsors and say, look at our market penetration, look at our results, look at how many viewers we get, unique viewers coming through, channels being involved, etc., etc. And then a brand can be like, damn, all right, that's worth us dropping however many $1,000s on this. The problem quite often with gaming in general, and I've been having a different discussion in the background with someone about like running launch events for their game. And the problem is the response to me is like, this doesn't move the needle for us at all. We haven't seen this as a positive result. It's just cost money. The sad reality is because most people who activate these spaces falls into two categories. Those who are getting exploited because they haven't valued themselves high enough and they just get milked until they get burnt out. And those that overvalue the proposition and then scare the brand away. Does that make sense? Like that is pretty much your two categories quite often. It's sad because you can be the person in the middle who's like delivering value all around. But it just doesn't matter at that stage. No one cares, right? Because like for most, they've already been burned. They've already felt the sting of activating with a poor agent, right? Like a bad actor. And then that just, like, what was the saying? I'm trying to remember what it's called. It taints the pool. And this is something which, by the way, I deal with day in, day out on my own channels, my creators channels. Because, like, the people who came before me in these roles messed it up. And it annoys me every day. I feel, because I'm talking with one of my contacts on a different agency who really wants to work with this game developer. They love this game developer. And they do really good work. They don't overprice. I know they don't overprice. But the game developer's like, we'll get ripped off. Because they've been ripped off before by someone else. It's so unfortunate. It really does break my heart. When we get 100k Red Bull again, maybe next year. I don't know, though. It's hard to say. So up next, we've got Wham versus Vortex. Vortex is overall leading when it comes to series, but they are neck and neck on games, by the way. It's like this series should be a 5-game series. I was thinking about going offline, but basically now we've been sitting here so long talking about the bidness of the world that I'm like, screw it, we might as well keep rocking. So let me update. Wham versus Vortex. But like, I don't know. I honestly don't know if like Red Bull will come back again. I'm kind of surprised they keep coming back. And the reason is not because the events are like a big L, but like Red Bull usually likes to move around, I want to say. They're not the type of... So if you look at Red Bull, typically I feel like historically most games they've activated 3 to 4 times and then they stop. The thing you have to remember about Red Bull is it's done 7 editions. I also think some people just being like, we don't need Red Bull, we're fine without them, does not help the matter. Because we're definitely stronger with Red Bull, for sure. What you need is more tournament organizers stepping in. At the moment, you've basically got, like, me doing my thing, you've got Age of RTS doing their thing, you've got EGC doing their thing. None of us are big, powerful tournament organizer companies. Really, what the scene needs more of is, like, ESLs. You know, star ladders, etc. The problem is the people who have power already when it comes to the content creation angle don't want that because then it dilutes their power. It's always been the way. First step towards AO4's own Red Bull-like event in the future? I mean, sure, but the challenge is like how we scale to get the budget of that, right? Like, once again, you know, it's... Maybe, like, it's not fair to actually, like, SteelSeries, but it's also not fair to Red Bull to, like, compare the two. They're not even remotely close. Like, the scale of Red Bull is 10x larger, easily. And by the way, like, you're actually seeing this out of AoE 2. It's really smart, this dilution of priority. You go back, like, 2 years ago, Age of Empires 2, it was just Red Bull, and only Red Bull, right? Now, and by the way, we have draft ready. Now, what they have being Esports doing the Garrison. You've got Gamer Legion with the Apartment Cup they done last year. There was just a LAN announced that I believe is being ran by Onamaru Esports. That's really healthy, right? Because the other problem you have here is like, okay, like, you know, EGC had a monopoly and now the monopoly is slipping a bit. And you've got like me with my midweek musters and you've got Age of RTS with events like this. Let's say like Age of RTS becomes the new monopoly man. That's not healthy either. That's completely unhealthy, right? Because that gives, like, once someone has monopoly, they can set terms however they want. There's a reason why monopolies are bad and there's things called anti-monopolies, right? But the other thing as well is even if they are true good intent and they never do a bad thing, like they don't just drive rates down and people work for free or whatever else, right? Let's say they don't do any of those things. The other issue you still have, and the issue that we were running into, is like Pesty's kind of clocked out of EGC now, right? It's like it just runs automatically. Like Pesty, I think, doesn't really spend much time on it now. So if other people weren't there to pick up the slack, do you see what would have happened? The entire ecosystem collapses. Because it's all on one person's shoulder. I do not like this in any scene. In any scene, when one company has a monopoly, it is a fragile state for an esports scene. It kills an esports scene. So yeah, very important to have a diversification, at least 3 major players, preferably. All right, so boys are getting ready. Vortex versus Wham. And I believe opening map is going to be on Coastal again. We're getting a lot of Coastal game 1s. It's close to a Dry Arabia situation in terms of, like, you know, civs that are relevant. Vortex did not get Byzantines this time, though. Wham snatched it away very early. Yeah, Vortex instead having to prioritize the Malian pick. I wonder, what are we going to be getting G1 in terms of pick here? Byzantine Rus. He actually chooses Rus into the Byzantines. I wonder if he suspected this. I mean, he kind of should have, because this is a rematch, right? And if you guys remember, the last time Shu was on the other foot, last time these two clashed, Vortex had the Byzantines, Wham had the Rus. It was the one game in that series that Vortex took, and he rolled over Wham like it was nothing. Curious to see if lightning strikes twice here. All right. Let me update title so we're good to go. Better DLCs, no more variant stuff. I think variants are fine. It's just you need original civs as well. Like the variants, I don't know. People give them a bad rap, but they were good. Like the most recent variants didn't even really feel like variants. They were unique civs in their own right. Oh wait, sorry, no. Did I get the wrong draft? It's regions first. Okay, so very big difference. All right. Drama alert. It's rematch time and elimination on the line. The last time these two met, Wham came back from 1 down to 3-1 the Spaniard. This time, we kick off with the exact same matchup, but the shoe is on the other foot. Wham has snatched the Byzantines away from Vortex. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. Regions will be our map of choice for game number 1. Rus in the hands of Vortex. Wham with the Byzantines. Byzantines a civ that's meant to be quite favored here. There's a lot of aggressive plays that give them the edge over Rus. So curious to see what we're getting out of Wham this time around. Wham, a player who has a history as a more defensive mid-game oriented player, but has been evolving, attempting to become something more aggressive. Challenging to be aggressive enough when you're up against Vortex, a player that is renowned for attack, 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 and nothing but. Let's find out what the boy's going to be cooking with. With 2x to catch up to live. Sheep haul looking pretty good for Vortex, as you'd expect. Up to 14 sheep, only 8 for the Byzantines. Wham is going to be able to scrape together a few more, but it's looking like an overwhelming victory there for Vortex. And a pretty good spawn if you're able to get away with greed here as Wham has got all resources spawning east side. It's only wood on the west. I'd say that. He's got the second berries here, but you can play berries into maybe deer and then beyond. The problem is you wouldn't have mercenaries. In an ideal spawn, what you want is like berries, and then these berries would be like over here. So you want everything steering towards where all the berries are in the corner, because regions, remember, you get berries on the east side, deer on the west. That's always guaranteed. Gold in the center with stone. And the Gambas. Pretty even so far. Slightly lean towards Wham. No surprise with what we've been seeing out of Byzantines recently. Grand Winery coming in. Only 2. He's prioritizing the system, so he's looking to get up to level 3 system by the time he techs up. Maybe even level 4 if he keeps up this type of pacing with 2 on stone. Yeah, and placement-wise, he could just actually set one up here. This is pretty organic, just setting up on the edge to get the minimum walk distance for your villager. And then your 4th, you could even think about connecting out towards here, prepping to move over to the berries. Really, usually what you're looking for here is how do I get maximum system level with minimum walk distance? So, for example, here, like this is a great spot because it just allows you to connect in with the fewest tiles. And even more importantly, at this early phase, especially when you don't have wheelbarrow, it minimizes the loss of gathering from walking to and fro. And spawn for Vortex? That is a sick hunting cabin. Yeah, 45 gold a minute already. Pre 4 minutes. Really nice. You just got the tier 1 as well, so it's going to escalate the gold income a bit. Outside that, deer leaned left side. This is ideal for the almost inevitable pro scouts. And we are getting the 4th system. So he actually goes wider. He's going to lock on the deer. This gives variant options to Wham if he needs to play more aggressive on timing. Vortex. Maybe just come in and actually burn the aqueducts. He actually goes after the mining camp. So why would Vortex use aqueduct over mining camp? Well, aqueduct debuffs economy. But the reason he's going mining camp, even though it's a tankier target, is if Wham repairs it, it tells you what he's doing. Right? Like if he's repairing it, Wham's probably thinking about something a bit more greedy, maybe a semi-fast castle. Can you block the building of aqueducts like you can walls? I don't think so. I think stone walls can, but wood walls you build over them, right? So it doesn't work. And Rax is now on the way. Vortex has got pro scouts coming. Wham. He sees the double scout. I think he saw a triple. So he'll look to place Spearman across the map. And this is something that makes Byzantines quite nice against pro scouting civs. On this map, the deer is predictable. It will always spawn the same way. So you can move Limitane one location, block out 12 deer. And the other deer is just so close to your base, you don't really think your opponent's going to come for it. If he does, you're right next to Spearman production. It's a pretty quick way of losing your scouts. Oh, can the enemy scout block the aqueduct build? I don't think so, because it builds over you. Definitely go check that out, double check it, but I'm pretty sure you can't. And yeah, there we go. Forces the repair. So forces a little bit of wood commitment. Tells him that Wham needs to get some additional techs in here. And are we getting level 5? Okay, it's now coming through. Yeah, so level 4, and then level 5 is probably about another minute away. He's only got 1 left on the stone, but that should be good enough with the gathering rate to get him there quite smoothly. Archer play already coming from Vortex, but Wham, it's going to be the expected mercenaries, Lombos. Lombos have just been growing in popularity, haven't they? Yeah, it's interesting because it used to be the Javelin play to shut down Roost, because Javelins would deal with the Archers now, they deal with Horse Archers later. But we noticed yesterday in that game from Vortex that actually Longbow Spearmen, very powerful against Roost. You have this very clean timing to just shut everything down, and it's a great spawn for it. Vortex, in some ways, this double tree line is a blessing, but it's also a curse, because if Wham comes in here with Longbow Limitane Kira Siphon, it's a perfect choke point. If you rush him, the burn will hit you. He also is able to then block both of these wood lines, invalidating your ability to go into Horse Archers entirely. Should we reduce the wood on maps to avoid super long games? I would like to see different types of trees. If you get different types of trees, we can essentially create variant versions of things like Dry Arabia and see what plays better. My take has always been create a different type of tree that is not 150 wood, but 100 wood. I don't know why we don't have the capacity to do that. I believe that's not possible on the modding side, because if you change one, it changes all, if I'm not mistaken. But I'd love to see, 50 wood trees, 100 wood trees, 150 wood trees, 500 wood trees. Right, you guys, you played the Age of Mythology campaign, right? The campaign in the middle of the desert where you have I think it's the Yggdrasil tree, and you just chop through that thing, but it has thousands of wood on it. Vortex, well, there's still this Limitan in the flank. First longbows feel pretty delayed. Actually, not really. He went level 5 system timing. When you optimize that, you're always going to be delayed to this type of time on longbows. That 5th one is now coming in. Still, for Wham, I think the window is closed. There's just nothing to do here. Maybe if you catch Vortex split, but man, Vortex has the correct read. He's got Horsemen already. That's so different. You wouldn't really expect Horsemen. You'd usually expect Knights if your opponent's going to use the Cavalry. And reminder, the reason why Horsemen's so rare with Roost, although they do Pro Scouts, most civs have to build a stables to do Pro Scouts. You don't as Roost. As Roost, you've got the Hunting Cavalry. And quite the heavy commitment by Vortex. I mean, this Horseman spam, he'd be at what, like 900 food otherwise? Close to, with the archers included, yeah. So that means that Wham's going to tech first. Which is, I guess, like, Vortex has to play it this way, otherwise there is this Curious Siphon timing that breaks you. So he secures himself that way. And now Wham, as long as he doesn't lose any longbows, level 5 system with Golden Horn Tower gives you a really good pump. My only concern is his map's pretty exposed. We talked about all the wood being behind, but if you need anything else, you don't really have anything to wall to, which is where Horse Archers can become more threatening. Archers, oof, don't get anything. Good timing there by Wham. Guarantees no losses. And Vortex. Does that fit? No, that's so unfortunate. That would have been a ridiculous high trade house. Because he's already chopped this side of the tree line, so you want it here. Instead, he has to settle for this. Still decent, though. Get your numbers in. It's a double tree line. Well, 1.5 tree lines, actually. Vortex still playing Harasser on the other side. Kind of incredible. Remember what we said just a few seconds ago? Like, well, it looks like Wham is going to be going castle first. Not the case at all. Archers will manage to protect the rest of the deer coming home. But we already have Wham prepping to take deer away over here as well. Who won between Wham and MarineLord? MarineLord, of course, which is why Wham is now sitting here in an elimination series. Reminder, only one of these two will make it through to the weekend. The other will have to be a cheerleader in the limited seats in the audience. 70. on the first tick. So this is 140 or 141. Pretty good gains. And like there was a question there about chopped trees counting. I'm pretty sure they do not. They most definitely do not, right? Because this one was 35. This one's at 41. God. Thank God, by the way, that High Trade House doesn't count chopped trees. That would be so broken. The numbers would just not be reasonable at all. Archers. Still not getting any worker kills. Wham's magical fingers paying off. Yeah, we saw yesterday, we got a preview of it. Like, you know, Vortex definitely the better micro, it felt like, per game. But Wham had his moments. Wham is especially impressive to me when it comes to garrisoning. He's so on point, one by one, getting villages in when under pressure. So far, those villages have remained safe. Lombos. Not vetted yet. Upgrade coming through in 22, but the veterancy is going to be there first for Vortex. So we'll get a bit of a better trade. Maybe not, actually. Oh, God. I thought he'd be able to commit a bit harder than that. Movement speed difference not good enough. So actually, wow, I'm getting a great trade. That was 4 archers, scout going down for 1 lombo. And Vortex is not going horse archers, folks. No, we're getting archer knight. Interesting choice. Why would he go archer knight instead? It's because if he goes horse archer, you won't be able to afford many knights. So he's looking for the knights as the breakthrough point. I like Wham's comp though. Cataphracts is smart here. Cataphracts can mirror out against the early knights. Soon to be, you know, full castle fledged, I hope. And on top of that, Cataphracts independently, great raiders. Never easily pinched either. Like, you can surround them and they trample out. That's what makes trample so frustrating, man. I sometimes wonder if they should actually be able to trample over cavalry. It seems a little bit silly. I'm already out to the berries. I wondered if he'd wait a little bit longer, but I don't think he's seen the knights yet, if I'm not mistaken. Vortex has been hiding that. So that's a little bit scary. He's at least getting an outpost and he's being very responsible. Only 2 workers. And I know what you're thinking. He's already got level 5 cistern, but remember, it's only 125 stone now. It's a fixed cost. This change on the cisterns... Sorry, 120 stone. The change on the cisterns was a very intriguing change, actually, for Byzantines. They used to be very compact with their bases, but this change gave them the capacity to spread wide in a way that they never could before. Right? Because on the old version, this would have been a 300 stone cistern if you were already level 5. Outpost scouted. Dives in with the warrior monk instead of just taking the relic. Yeah, realizes the mistake now. He's going to move away. The warrior monk is down to 90 HP, so Spearman should be able to chase that. A mangonel placement is coming. Vortex will have to back away. Cataphracts are on the west side. Bam! He's got a great split here. Sends the Limitane to stop the cavalry. Cataphracts to chase away the archer mass. And it's starting to feel like Vortex... Does he need something other than Knight Archer here? I mean, you're outnumbered when it comes to heavy cav. Not a great sign when you consider how much more expensive Cataphracts are. Wham doesn't commit the trample. There we go. Comes through now. Body blocks are important. Let's the Lombos catch up. Knight's trying to escalate the fight. Vortex does have a ranged advantage here when it comes to the armor. Okay, dive, counterattack onto Lombos. Wham, second wave is coming through though. It's more Cataphracts. The Saint's Blessing hasn't been activated yet. No, finally he gets a strike in, but it barely touches anything. The archers still don't have the extra buff. The Lombos are being chased. Vortex brings everything back to commit to this fight. Cataphracts keep on chasing. There is another trample, but Vortex is doing his best to not get stuck on top of the heavy cav. Longbow count gets cut down, but still strong at 15. And Vortex now forced into crossbows when he hasn't solved the longbow issue. Now, Wham is in a fantastic position right now. I'm really not that far away from reaching into the enemy economy either. Relic game also favoring him. Wham's got the 3rd relic coming home. That is critical for this longbow mass. He's garrisoned them in the Grand Winery. This means they generate olive oil instead of gold. 240 olive oil. Pretty damn good per minute. On that alone, it means you could get a longbow pump every 2.2 minutes, I think it is. But he's got plenty more level where that came from. Yeah, Golden Horn Tower, obviously, quite often going to produce longbows. And then on top of that, like, on this type of income, he's generating longbows actively every 1.25 minutes. Meanwhile, the Golden Horn Tower is producing them every 1.3, 1.4 minutes. Has a great skill point. Knights will go circling for that raid onto the berries, but remember there's a Mangonel placement here. Gets a good fight up against the Limitane. Has got the boys fortitude, but this cataphract, you can't do this. Vortex apparently didn't believe they were in range. They're going to show up. He's going to have to run away. I mean, he did at least get the Limitane kills, but painful. A lot of heavily injured knights. And cataphracts, ever since they got that buff a long time ago where they move at the same speed of knights, much more dangerous threat. Yeah, this unit was a bit of a meme when it first came out. I think it was 1.5 movement speed, something like that. They were very, very slow. Oh, and he's steering with the Lombos. Vortex is at least wasting his opponent's time defending. Is he going 2TC or something? No. Okay, he's going Siege. So many injured knights. The Lombos, they could actually get the kills, but he doesn't target the injured. There's another outpost here. Nice trample. Clips one. Charge comes in. Wham. A bit greedy there, hanging around the stone. But it does net him more kills. Yes, additional knights going down. Bro, you had one job. And you didn't solve it. However, the workers on the Grand Winery. Okay, Vortex, multiple raid locations. Needs maximum value out of this, though. I don't know. I'm concerned this wasn't worth it. You're losing all your knights. And you're left with crossbowmen against Lombos. Also, the 17 cataphract. Which means you're pretty fracked. Yeah, this is like looking pretty grim right now for Vortex. I think he has to hard outplay. Mangonels aren't a great solution to this many Lombos. Not with his current scale. Especially against cataphracts, because cataphracts, remember, are anti-siege. They trample onto them. And they might trample onto the workers here. Does he see it? He's about to. Wham. He gets eyeballs on the mango. He sees the crossbows. The villagers. What are the villagers doing? Vortex, no! No wheelbarrow! Absolute disaster strikes! Cataphracts moving in as well. The mangoes. They've killed off about 5 or 6 longbows. But look at the deaths! What just happened? Vortex one click onto the wrong tree. Ruins everything in game number 1. The type of moment that will haunt you. The panic in that moment. Wheelbarrow just consolidating the pain. And now no choice but to attack. Like, what do you do from here? Go 2TC against Byzantine's 5 Sisters? Hell no, that's how you die. Hamstrung and stuck. Cataphracts at this stage, yeah, he knows. Wham says, okay, like, I am so far ahead. I don't need to camp my longbows. I'm just going to loom on the edge of your base, ready to dive in. Vortex. We'll see the cataphract threat. Doesn't react quick enough. Ends up losing, what, 2 villages? Spearman production now. This is not what you want to do, guys. Against mass lombos, it's a death sentence. Mango count is at least looking good, but reminder of what we said about those mangoes. Unless you've got 25 spearmen, they ain't safe. Man, he's just waiting. I mean, at this point, you could actually rotate these cataphracts towards the main engagement. A backstab here would just close out the game, really. The Wham slow rolls him. He baits him further upfield and goes back into the base again with those knights. This is so tilting, man. Like, Lombos, this is why people rant and moan about Lombos on Reddit. I can't reach them. Why do they get to kill my army and I can't touch them? It's not fair. Oh my god, this is not fair at all. GG. Wham takes the lead, but do not give up yet, Spanish fans. Last time these two met, Vortex took the lead in this matchup, and it led to a reverse sweep. Still so much to come in this elimination series. Oh, baby. What an opening game. Shoe on the other foot. I've just named that one. He clicked the wrong tree. Like, that's the best way to summarize that game. That was ridiculous. So, left side win. Wham. Now 1 up. Awkward situation after that one, but in some ways to be expected. Game 2 picks are coming in, and it is going to be Ibid Shushi, which suggests we're probably seeing... Is this Kawasan or Cliffside? Probably Kawasan. No. Wham's got Abbasids, which I would assume would be for Kawa. So Shushi Ibids. I guess Coastal or Cliffside? Probably... I want to say Cliffside. Cliffside seems feasible here for both picks. Shushi really benefit from that short ramp for like a Chugani rush if the opening's there. Reminder, by the way, guys, if you did miss the games early today, because we've already had several series, do catch them later on the YouTube side for the VODs, as they are going to be uploaded there. You got a Red Bull? I already had one. I'm kind of tempted to have another. Should we have Red Bull number 2? Should we try Grapefruit and Blossom? I've never had the Lalic before. Do I know anything about the Capture Age layoffs? No. I haven't a clue what's happening there. It's sugar-free, guys. Oh. I've never tried the grapefruit one. Ready? Oh, it smells pretty good. It's a bit weird because it's grapefruit and blossom. And it's almost like there's a lavendery smell too, after the grape, right? It's weird. That's not bad. It's definitely not my favorite. It almost feels like with the grapefruit, you need the full sugar effect. Does that make sense? I think there's some things when it's like sugar-free, the flavor profile just doesn't hit. And that might be one of them. All right. Confirmation. It is Kawasan. So what is Wham's idea with Abbasids? I guess he just didn't want the Ibid match. Yeah, he didn't want the Ibid matchup. That makes sense. The reason, guys, is like Kawasan Ibids versus Abbasids. Like, it should be very Ibid favored. In fact, I'm pretty sure these two played that matchup yesterday. They did. Kawasan Ibids Abbasids, and Wham won that with Ibids. Yeah, so he's trying to like not repeat history in reverse because Vortex got Ibids this time. That feels pretty good then. I don't know. I think Shushi is pretty strong here against Ayu. Also, because like this is I don't think you really go for a Rax opening as Ibids. That sounds weird, right? Which means that you should be able to get the Meditation Garden as Shushi. The Meditation Garden is huge in the center of the map. All right, we're loading in now. This Civ is meant to be busted on this map, and it's all because of one key detail in the center of this map. Welcome back to an elimination series of $25,000 tournament. We've got Wham as the Shushi, the theoretical busted Civ, going up against Vortex on the Ibids. Vortex, who is not one game up, he is one game down. And this is interesting, folks. Kawasan, this could have been a rematch in reverse. Ibids versus Abbasids last time these two met on this map. But Wham, realizing that threat, didn't pull the trigger on an Abbasid pick. He pivoted into Shushi. And these berry bushes, I mean, just take your pick. Yeah, what do you want? Is there a room there? There might be room. If there's a room for a meditation garden there, it's broken. Because that meditation garden would clip, what, like all these berries? That would be 36 times 4. So you'd end up getting... Oh, dude, you're a monster! No, really, you're a monster. 12 hits, but this is genius. So I think that's too tight. Vortex, you've done the calculations. This is the best one. Because if you place a meditation garden here, you get 25 gold, and you're probably looking at about 130 food. A jackpot. A jackpot that is going to be denied by the Spaniard. Oh my god, and wham. This could be really bad. He hasn't scouted it on a delay. So he might just assume, and assumptions make an ass out of you. Yeah, it's pivotal that he realizes what's up. Because if he walks in now for a Medigarden, you're probably getting only this. Which is, I mean, it's respectable. It's going to be 108 food, but it's not the huge jackpot you're looking for. But that was sick. That was so cool out of Vortex. There is a spot to the side here. But it's once again going to be the same amount of food as here. The sad reality for Wham as well is like there's going to be an overwhelming temptation to drop the center because Iobids don't build spearmen like ever. So you just assume this is free territory. There it goes. They're on their merry way out. It's not going to be so merry when he sees what's happened. Vortex. He can play Griefer. So the primary location's been blocked. He can now just play with the secondary and mess with his opponent. Which is exactly what he's going to do. Wham. Okay, he'll just settle for this. No, it's so obvious, though. How much can he block him? Okay. Wham. Nicely played. Did not waste much time there. So here we go, guys. This is still going to be... Wait. Did he find a better one? No, it's slightly worse than here. But it's still a jackpot, guys. This is 25 gold. And that is going to be not even 108, actually. It's going to be more than that. I think you got 120. So 120 food, 25 gold. That's good enough. And this is exactly why Sushi has become very popular on Kawasan. In fact, like the most popular civs in this qualifier for the Master of Steel's event, do you know what it was? The two most popular civs? Sushi and Knights Templar on this map. Quite often, it was those two clashing. Mixed bag of results as well between the two. So now with this huge booster, he'll play into docks and look to ambush his opponent. Vortex, he went Eco-Wing Industry. He doesn't have any opportunity to build military yet. So Wham is going to get the edge there. But the counterplay for Vortex, build a second dock, you can go up to 6 fishing boats and be safe. And the cool thing about Industry Wing, it gives you 350 wood at the start of the age up, which means you can afford a big boat. Another popular play. Once you build the meditation garden, players regularly have been leaving the villages out here to gather the shoreline fish. It optimizes the walk back, so the idea now for Wham is to stay here until he eventually has wheelbarrow and then walk back. Here you go. 120 food, 25 gold. Second dock being set up by Vortex. Yeah, so now what he can do is he can steer his economy into this pond and attack on this one. He will be first attacked. That actually worked out perfectly. He didn't even take a hit on the fishing boat. First shot connected with the scout. Does he go for a double demo, though? Double demo would be pretty intriguing. I think more likely for Vortex with this economy. Just get 1 Springles and 1 demo. You might have to be double Springwood, actually. So Wham is going to have the 1-1-1. Double dock coming in on the east side. Remember, Iobids only pay 75 wood per dock to do this. Demo ship's already waiting to receive. Love this from Wham. He also used the scout over here to add in the burn damage to make this quicker. Fishing boats are going to bail. There is that backup dock. Archer ship's coming across here, but the demo ship is going to be able to receive. Wait, maybe not. Wham, he pulled it pretty far back. Ooh, demo. Like, that's not enough for an insta-kill. Wham does realize it, so he just backs off. Springald ship being queued up behind this. And second dock is now going to be coming online on the eastern pond. Ooh, this is getting interesting fast. Archer ship scares away the demo. Dao? This is the thing. Like, archer ships are so inaccurate against demos moving, but wait, he doesn't move! And the connection! No, not like that, surely. 1 HP? Target fire switches, he gets the kill. Huge advantage there for Vortex. Wham, a blunder there with the micro on the demo ship. Losing it unexpectedly and then losing his call, losing his ship. Still though, Wham, he has got the pressure point to try and take out the fishing boats. He's going after the Dao as well. Really needs to finish off these fishing boats though. Or not? What?
2 for the price of 1. What was that target fire by Wham?
Double demo now in queue. First one already out. Archer ship needs to protect. Please protect. This is not how you protect. Okay, can we just agree that the archer ships are getting silly? Demo ships, for those that don't know, if you just run laterally to them, like if you go parallel to them, archer ships will always miss you. The only way you really hit with archer ships against demos is if they're coming towards you. It is a little bit silly. Okay, so Wham is starting to win this pond, but it's come at a high price. And while you're doing this, Vortex is getting fishing online elsewhere. It's okay for now because remember, Wham is getting about, like, what? 3, 4 fishing boats worth of gathering off that meditation garden. If you include the gold, anyway. He's still playing demos to counterplay. Alright. What was the predictions like in the end from you guys? 52% for Vortex. You guys were neck and neck. And no surprise, man. These two deliver. Still, gotta say, I slightly prefer Wham's position right now. Although he hasn't started setting up fishing, it's this meditation garden. Like, it's just going forever. There's nothing to stop it. Demo ship connector. Ooh. Oh, that was cheeky from Vortex. Yeah, Wham, fire and forgets. He just let the burn try and finish it off, so it does mean that he loses their springholds. Still, like, he's got double dock versus now the 1. Unless Vortex pulls off a miracle repair, but that's not going to happen. What is more interesting here is Wham's switch onto land. Chug and Spears coming. Response is only going to be horseman based from Vortex. This is cool though, because like now what you can do is Wham, you didn't get on this pond, right? So now with Chug, you usually lean quite quickly into blacksmiths because steel dagger is insanely efficient. But after that, what you do is you add in a ram and you delete the docks. That's why Vortex is also prepping horsemen. The Chug is the biggest threat. Also gives you counterplay against rams and allows you to be mobile. It's interesting how the changes to horsemen have just helped so much on a unit that, you know, just a year ago, people kind of saw as a meme, I'd say. I just realized, I think we're a minute behind live. So we'll speed that up now. Apologies about that, guys. Oh, we've got a slow escalation. Horseman reveals what's coming, so we'll back away. And triple archery now. Whoa. Wham's going big on this. Fishing is strong, though. Vortex is already up to 11. Wham only has 6. So he's lagging behind. Still, Chuganu massing is going to be a lot stronger here. The scale point is actually really worrisome for Vortex. Isn't it a bit late for a Chuganu rush? No, not at all. Your opponent's still bloating his fishing. And look at the spawn. There's 1 gold that you can touch, and it's predictable. Like, Vortex actually doesn't have the resources to just rush the next stage. Still Darren now coming through for Wham. I don't think he even supervised it. No, he took the long route. Ambitious idea by Vortex. It's just so hard to ever get kills onto Sushi economy. Same with China. It's the village. The village protects them. High-level Sushi Chinese players are probably the hardest ones to get kills against. if I was to bet my livelihood on this game, where's my money at? Am I not already betting my livelihood? I do more casting than literally anyone in AoE 4. I spent more hours casting in this game than everyone in AoE 4. Let me just pour out the whiskey now. Cut my life into pieces. This is my life. Double ram. Oh. I thought he'd go for the fishing. He's going for the base. That's wild. What made him decide to go after base instead? I guess maybe he's worried about the Camel Lancer timing. I mean, we can see Vortex isn't ready for an age up yet. Still, like this ram placement, not even towards the gold. So he's trying to just block wood. What a curious choice coming in from Wham. As the Rams start to enter the base. Horsemen trying to cut reinforcements, unable to do so, as Wham has been bringing out his troops in burst waves. House is the first target. Horsemen trying to enter the base, but we've got a few Chuk held in reserve that should make this difficult. Damn, what a crazy timing. Playing aggressor against the expected aggressor. Yeah, not really the roles you usually assign to these two players. They're cool to see the switch up. I want to give Wham a lot of praise for this as well. You know, we've teased him in the past about his love for walls. But he's been playing very aggressive in the last few weeks. Switching up his game style entirely. Yeah, because I remember we'd always talk to him. He's like, guys, I'm not that defensive. It's like, you are that defensive. Maybe that made him take a second look at it. And change his approach. I think Wham is still the type of player that if you offer him up the mid-late game, he'll take it willingly. But when he's faced with threats like an overly aggressive player, a player whose playstyle is fully embodied by go, 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 he's gotten so much better at reacting proactively. Being the first one to make that move. And what a move here. Chiganu count so high if you can just get him the front side. Spearmen do need to engage to scare this away, though. Chug are going to stand their ground against the archers. That's a good fight for them. It's the horsemen that are the biggest threat, but the production rates are crazy here at Sushi. Horsemen do get aggroed across onto the rams. It's actually a good trade for Wham now. He's holding the spears back. The horseman barely exists. Second wave's coming through, just a little bit too late, and the Chug will be favored in this engagement. He needs more archers now. 23 Chug compared to about the same in archer count. Will favor the repeat crossbows, but the horseman trickle is keeping Wham at bay from just destroying this fight. And now the archer numbers looking a lot better. But he's lacking the ponies. Chug are taking out like, what, about 2.5 for every one dying. Numbers are getting tighter, but the lack of horsemen is what's concerning here for Vortex. And as he gets across the map, it means more and more Chug are going to be in his face. He has to retreat. Bit shaky for a moment there, but Wham able to hold on. And the Rams, they turn for the docks. Yes, this is what we've been waiting for. He sends the army back towards the enemy base, but he's now looking to deny the economy permanently. Chug. They might be overstaying their welcome slightly, actually. A Palace Guard switch now coming from Wham. I do like this. But he needs those docks gone now. I think the idea for Wham is like he wanted to be pressuring into the base, so if he sent Rams over there, the horseman would kill him. So he wanted the horseman gone first before he committed to the dock denial. Still enough Chug here to scare away the archers. That's just like every time you think, okay, Vortex is winning this follow-up fight. Repeated crossbows remind you just how strong they are. Yeah, the exchange is a bit ridiculous. You're talking about 6 damage compared to 15 before reductions. Same attack speed, basically. And the horseman will find him, so well played. Wham not able to make it work with the Rams. Both of them are looking at a similar tech timing here, though. Tech up first of Vortex, and that is an interesting choice. Master Smiths. Master Smiths that recently got a buff, by the way. If you get it in Castle Age, Military Academy is included. So Vortex, with this great economy, is going to have a ramped up production speed. He's also going to have immediately access to Unmesh level 2. Fantastic against Chu. This is pretty sick. We don't see it very often, but Vortex is cooking with this. Reaction is going to be there, though. Wham now with the Mount Lu Academy. Yeah, and he's going to be faster. Can't believe that BC3 are Louis. Me neither. But then again, I mean, much more worth it if you want a close series watching the puppypaw one that went to 5 games. Commiserations to puppypaw, as he was the second player alongside csoh to go out. Anatan able to beat him. Anatan, who's now going to be facing off against Louis MT in a best of 5 after this series. Horseman, do you take a stab at the back? Wham actually going to lose some workers this time. Yeah, he had way too many people in the gold. But I love this. Wham doesn't look back. He looks forward. Chugani already vetted. The Horsemen can't contain this. The Archers are going to also need time. Veterancy for Ibids will take them 48 seconds. Oh, boy. And workers still going down. Like, Wham is actually losing quite a lot on the backside of this. Yeah, not great. A little bit of a panic housing situation, actually. Why didn't he just build another village? I don't know. Like, that's a bit weird. 4 houses instead of a village. Like, guys, the maths is the same. A village is 40 pop space. I mean, you build houses quicker, I guess, but 4 of them is a bit wacky. Here we go. Master Smith's complete means he has got Steel Dara and Undermesh automatically. If he ever gets... Yeah, he got Melee Tech 1. He gets the Tech 2 for free. Same with the Melee 1. He'll get Melee 2 for free. And then on top of that, he also did get Military Academy for free. So his production rates are ramped up. 9 seconds for an Archer. This is sick for Camel Lancer timings, actually. 22 seconds to build a Camel Lancer straight away upon age up. Meanwhile, Repeater Crossbow is going to try to contest that. The ranged armor just so high. They're doing 3 damage per round of attacks into Lances. Vortex able to chase this away now. Wham. He read this as a winning timing, and he was dead wrong. Vortex starting to take the lead now, and Wham, it's going to be a pivot over onto Lancer crossbow play. Lancers that aren't going to feel great against camels, though. Yeah, you take outside, darling. I apparently am a naughty daddy. It's fine. It was said by a child, so it's not weird. Ranged armor 2 now from Wham. These are on the Lancers because there's so many Archers. They don't actually survive very long. However, they are taking the brunt of the attack, which is allowing the remaining Chuganu to get good exchanges here. Still, is it enough? I mean, military lead is maintained by Vortex. It does feel like it's slightly decreased, though. Not just that, Vortex, he's been over-gathering, guys. What happened to his food income here? There's been some sort of gap. He's down to 310 food income, so something definitely happened on the pond. Meanwhile, Wham. Oh my god, his is even worse. He's on shoreline. He rushed to play at the deep water. Disastrous position now. Wham has to fully retreat. Regional inspections on the way, but you and what economy? Unbelievable. No relic play on either side so far. Yeah, because if one player goes relic, the other one wins the fight. That's the state of things right now. Chug. They're just being dove onto. He's actually going off the crossbows, so just trying to enable his own Lancer play. That means Archers are diving into melee. He's getting better trades, actually, for green right now. Then again, crossbows are pretty expensive. The Camel Lancers did just arrive. The idea is Vortex is throwing away archers to make sure there's no answer to his lancers afterwards. Archers who now are diving deeper onto the gold. And Wham has got too many people here. Workers going down. Vortex begins to realize a lead here. Lancers are going to go for the counterplay. Wham raiding to the back of the base. This is looking grim, folks. Wham has barely any standing army on land whatsoever. Vortex, plenty of food to now reboom into Camel Lancers. He has not been over-gathering these deep waters, you can see. Big difference. Wow. Like, how many fishing boats is it? 27. Vortex only has 20, so he's calculated his economy to last longer, basically. Whereas for Wham, he doubled down on gathering for a burst timing. The idea being is that you'll run out of resources and have to wait for them to restore, but you'll get a good, aggressive push timing. This feels like so far it hasn't worked out, but maybe this is the shining beacon at the end of the tunnel. Mass Lancers coming in is kind of dicey against Camel Lancers, but Vortex has been leaning more into archers again. Only a handful of camels. Given what he sees, though, surely you build more camels. There we go. A few more coming in now. Lancers are still finding chip kills, though. It's going to take a while. He only gets 2 kills. Not crazy. Medigarden also going down, so that's going to be a pretty big loss, actually. Like, what, at this stage, that was making up 6th or 7th of Shushi's food income? Actually, no, lower, right? It's like, yeah, it's definitely lower. It's making up like a 10th. Alright, 1's if you think Wham's going to win this, 2's if you think Vortex is. It's a bit deceptive, right? Because Vortex has got mass archers, and look at the response from Wham. Nest of Bees ruins everything here. I mean, Camel Lancers can try to dive, but this is the beauty of Shushi Mass Lancers. He has so many that he can body block that. And a different Wham turns up. We've actually got full-on serious walling coming in for once. Camel Lancers are at least going to see it. Wham. Ooh. We'll end up losing a worker. Other ones are safe. Has got crossbow reaction. Didn't garrison in the village. A little bit surprised by that. So an extra worker lost. Still. Wham says, anything you can do, I can do better because I've got more lancers than you. Double the count, in fact. Lancers. They are going to charge in here. There are crossbows now on the side of the fight. So a little bit ambitious from Wham. Because you'll kill archers, but it will take a very long time. Yeah, that was expensive. Oh my god. 5, 6 lancers going down. Wham, now going for pagodas. Really? This early, I'm a little bit surprised. But it's curious the way that Wham's playing this. It's because Vortex backed up. He's being more greedy about it. Because it seems like Vortex is not taking his push timing seriously. I mean, he is. We can see it. He's just prepping for the next element, right? Going into mangoes. The question now is whether the mango player is going to be quick enough to punish Wham for this greed. Land economy check, by the way. Vortex is up by 15 workers. Yeah, it's been that grim. Vortex is rated that well. And Wham should definitely be going at least 3 relics, if not 4, with this type of spawn. And one coming home. Pagoda's at the back. If he can get a few minutes, this can pay off, but it doesn't feel like Vortex is going to give him a few minutes. No, Vortex has hit his timing, right? He's maxed out on pop. It's go time. Because you either tech now, or you die. I.e., like, not you lose the game. You tech now, or you lose troops, so you can build more troops. Right? Those are the 2 options on the table. And Vortex has never really been known to be a techer. His technique is kill. Third Nest of Bees comes out. Good flurry of attacks initially. Archers are diving in, though. They're looking to counteract that. That's ambitious. Needs to be careful. Decent damage done, but he needs another round of attacks here. Lancers are diving in. The Manganiques, the Manganiques, they're on the front line. Lancers are going to get in. Double Nester Beast to keep chasing this away. Vortex, he has no frontline unit right now. No, the Lancers are all dead. Wham holds. Are you kidding me? Wham. Nester Bees are getting in range again. Vortex needs to slow down until he's got something that can potentially kill those. He thought the Archer comp would be good enough to just take them down. He sniped one and it deceptively made him believe he could keep going. Wham gets the stay of execution. He will not fall that easily. Back to the drawing board, and Vortex returns with the same drawing. A crude but rudimentary sketching of rocks falling from the sky. It's only 3 Nester Bees after all. What's the damage he could do? Oh, soon to be 5. It's only 5 Nester Bees soon. What's the damage he could do? Reminder, he went regional inspection, so if he wants them out quick, he can get them out in record time. In fact, he's doing exactly that. Look at that. 10 seconds to build a nest of bees. Ridiculously quick. Both players were thinking about Horsemen, but Wham's economy is pretty bad for it. He's on the board, though, to try and make up for that. Wham. Oh, my God. He doesn't, does he? He doesn't see the fourth relic he could grab up here. Bit unfortunate, but in fairness, gold isn't his problem. Food most definitely is. Yeah, even less so on the gold being an issue, because he does have the extra taxmen if he wants them. Wood wall. Lancers are going to get him for a kill, and oh no, Wham. Oh, the wall didn't go up. Crossbows will be there, though, so it will scare him away. There needs to be a counter raid soon. Wham's just going to look to enter. Oh, there's not many crossbows in the base right now. Everything's forward. Which isn't a bad idea, right? Like, if Wham wants to commit with his cavalry, he has no front line. And it's 23 horsemen. Nah, this looks to be it. The Nest of Bees, they're about to be overextended. Good initial hit. For the retreat, good luck with that. There's no one to hold them safe. Nob's gone. And that should be the lock-in that Vortex needed here. All Nest of Bees dead. The horsemen rushing back, but too little too late. Could he turn this around? Maybe if he can get enough worker kills. The Lancers are chasing for that. As the backstab does connect, but the triple mangonel, relatively uncontested. The crossbowmen dive in deeper just to get on top of the targets here. The workers are repairing right now. But Mangoes, one's going down. Workers to be sacrificed. No way. Does he actually make this work? It can't be. Second Mango down. The Lancer Horsemen have mostly been mopped up, and Vortex has got more cavalry in the way. So, despite a valiant effort by Wham, the outcome in the end tells no lie. 68 to 83 eco in favor of Vortex on land. A castle drop in the center that Wham cannot complete. And the new Nest of Bees, they're just flying out to their death. Yeah, Horsemen like, oh, we're about to leave, but if you really want to give us another one. Just like dab my mouth with a napkin. And then return into formation. We promised a series that delivered, folks, and this one's most definitely doing it. 30 minutes in, a back and forth tug of war, but one that Vortex's biceps were able to yank a bit harder on every salvo. Leads Wham to the breaking point. And Ibis over the finish line to win game 2. At this stage, Wham is just processing the loss. He's got poor man's farms coming in. Not great. I think for Vortex, maybe just like 1 or 2 rams to start deleting the production buildings. Horseman. Whoa. Okay, that's a jackpot. Chushi trying to rush up a keep. Usually pretty good at doing so, but By the time they're going to get it done, it's probably going to be 6 or 7 workers dead. Not something that Wham could ever afford in this type of game. Ah, this looks over. Wham really doesn't want to give it over, though. We have to remember, this is the guy that went an hour and a half in a game on Frigid Marshes. Vortex is done with memes. He was going to build the ultimate ram, a Tower Sultan. Which is weird against Mass Horsemen, by the way. Imagine if you cancel Tower Sultan and actually blow up your own army. That's what we need. Yeah, there needs to be a tech for Tower Sultan to do explosive damage to anyone nearby. You just chase the enemy army, they're like, get that thing away from me, you freak. It's like, what's the problem? We only loaded it full of powder kegs. Don't be weird about it. It's a gift. So you're probably wondering, like, why is Wham not called GG? He's playing the low percentile chance right now. Like, he understands that Vortex has to do this without making mistakes. I think the spearman is the detail that should convince him is pretty over, though. Like, before this horseman plus crossbows, you can probably just flood horseman to beat him. But with spears now, with the extra range from spear wall as well, hard fight to win. Tower of the Sultan did get erected in the end, and will wreck the buildings. Wham's last stand should be coming to an end. Because after this, it's going to be farms idled, production killed, and game set in stone. All right. Deeper series it is. I reckon at this rate, we'll probably like do this series and then maybe raid through the other channel for the final one. Just because I haven't eaten, and at this rate, I'm not going to get to. We'll probably be at like 7.5 to 8 hours by the time this whole series finishes. But for now, we keep rocking. Those guys, they get breaks, mate. They get breaks, they go get lunch. We're just one-man armying our way through it. All right, so 1-1. Right side win. What will they pick next? So pick is now Wham's turn, right? Dry Arabia, Cliffside, or Regions. Cliffside Delhi's pretty good, right? Guess your opponent probably goes Malians, which you feel good about. I think Cliffside is probably the most obvious one. You could actually Delhi Coastal Cliffs. But your opponent has reasonable picks there. Like something like Malians maybe could be decent in that map. Depends on the spawn. A bit of an echo? I don't think so. I think you're imagining that. Huh? Okay, we've got Japanese Mongols. Did they just go... This actually might be Cliffside. Trying to think what other map you'd make those type of picks on. I feel like a lot of people are getting phantom issues, and I think you just need to refresh your stream. If you're having those problems. Don't know what would be causing an echo. Maybe you're hearing my daughter in the background jumping on the trampoline. That might be what's happening. What do you mean the... Whoa. Did you really just call this awful cable management? Maybe this one here for the extender. But, bro, really? Do you realize how many devices we got on here? Fight me, Arcleave. Fuck, fight me. Like, bro, fight me. No thank you to Rex Emmy. Appreciate it, mate. But, not sure why we'd add each other on Discord. I have a Discord server. Feel free to join it. But, yeah. No, like we've got 2 PCs set up here, full mics, etc. And you're flaming this many cables. This is tame, Rhoda. Do you realize how many cables are underneath the desk? All right, Like, I'm not over here with your Xbox 360 setup where you've got 4 cables. All right? We've got a Goliath of a PC to my side there. We've got a Goliath of a laptop here. We've got full Stream Deck Elgato setup with capture cards. This is pretty clean. Okay. Oh no, what do you want?
Mom got you on the table.
Mummy's got me on the telly, has she? Say hi, Mummy.
Hi, Mommy.
You
Mom gone.
want to go back with Mummy?
No.
Oh, is Daddy your favorite?
Yeah.
Is Daddy the best?
Yeah. Yes.
Say subscribe, stream.
Try.
Don't forget to follow.
Got fire.
All right, Freya, Daddy's got to get back to work now. Say bye, stream. Blow them a kiss. Mwah, mwah,
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I
mwah. Wonder what you are. Go sing to Mummy. Go, go, go.
Nah, I want to say bye.
All right, say bye, stream. Hurry up, though.
Turn that around. Turn that round. Down.
Say bye, stream.
Bye, dream.
Yeah.
I cut.
Did you just boot my mic? Go on. You go sing to Mummy. Love you. All right. I have missed this map. It's been far too long. One and all, welcome back to the channel. It is time for Cliffside. Mongol versus Japanese showdown coming in as I'm being harassed on the side by Freya. We are going into game 3 of this best of 5 Elim series. I'm curious to see how this one's going to play out. And 1 second. What swap, Freya? Oh, we're having pizza. Okay, go eat your pizza. Daddy will be there soon. So, we have got Mongols versus Japanese for game 3. Sorry about that, guys. My daughter is persistent. We'll go with that. Mongols versus Japanese is an interesting one, actually. There was a time where Mongols felt really good against Japan because it shut down Kura. And then we saw the Koka meta develop, where I think Japanese was a counterplay to Mongols. If Wham wants to go Koka because of this type of spawn, he could unravel a lot of Vortex's plans. This Uvu is so far away because Vortex, I think, only just realized the stone over here. Yeah, he walked a villager over for the Uvu early because he spawned here, right? So he actually, with the way he done this, if he just built the Uvu on this side, he has a very easy, unharassable spawn. Let me flip them around. So Vortex on the left side, Wham on the right. Japan, a Civ that has been rising through the ranks. Mongols have been doing well themselves, actually, but normally off of one strategy and one strategy only. You guys know what I'm going to say. Fast Imperial. Not sure if you want to Fast Imperial here, though. No, like Mongols against Japanese. I mean, Japanese peak very well in Mountain Samurai timings to kind of rush you in the third age. And wait, what did I just read about looking breedable? Okay. Mate, you ain't seen how sweaty we are after, what was it? Almost 7 hours of casting? It's been a long day. And, oh no! Wait, did he get the bounty? He did, right? Yeah, he did. Look at the gold. Wow, I think, did he try to repair and then cancel? And delete, rather? He didn't get the timing, so Vortex actually got paid the bounty. And Wham still ends up just wasting and deleting. Ah, that's not great. Wham also now taking another risk. Dude, the amount of risks he's taking is kind of crazy. I guess this isn't too bad because the farmhouse is in range of the TC. Yeah, so like not too bad. And that's smart. Do you guys see what Wham's doing? He's going for the further away berries in case the Spimmen come here. So then, when the Spimmen realize what's happening, he can sit on these berries, which is on the edge of TC range. Really cool little detail there for Wham. Also does have Tawara, so the gathering rate on these berries is better than the sheep. Kura now coming in, though, and the outpost is going to be able to deny the gold. And a decent chunk of the tree line, actually, that Wham's looking for. All right. Moment of truth. Predictions. What is the anticipation here? It's 57% for Vortex, so actually rather tight between the two. A slight lean towards the Mongol pick, though. Reminder, by the way, this is it for one of these plays. It's not the final game, right? It's the best of 5, so you need 3 to win. But whoever loses this series is out. All this training, all this practice for a $25,000 LAN would end here, halfway through. Crazy to think, actually, how quickly the herd gets finned here at this event as well. Vortex seems to have gotten everything you wanted out at the start. Wham is going to have those forward farms. They're not really harassable because they're deep underneath the TC. But potentially, if Vortex goes into some arches and just stands here, like, you can't work these farms at all, right? How does Vortex want to pursue this? What is up, Aaron Paul? I see you, mate. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome back to Swarm. What a legend. An NA fan turning up. I think he just woke up. Yeah, ridiculously early start rather of the day. I think the earliest that we've seen out of any S-tier tournament. Kind of almost the timing that I would expect out of Asia. A 10 a.m. start UK time. Archery range full up, so Vortex is going for that play. But Wham, Yuumi have been looking formidable, fierce. He has got the wood gathering on the backside. Khan is going to be annoying here to try and stop the second archery range going up. But with Yuumi already starting to appear, can't really sustain here. I like this from Wham. I think Yuumi is just the go-to play. We have got Magadai as a reaction, surprisingly enough. Which suggests that Vortex is looking for those greedy fast-in builds. A little bit surprising. A little bit hard to pull off, really. Now the stables play from Vortex. Yeah, Keshik. I don't want to say they can completely nullify Yuumi, because like, Yuumi ball gets pretty big. You can actually snipe down Keshiks, but it's a logical 1-2. And it makes sense now for the Magadai, because I think if this had been Archer Keshik, you're a little bit discombobulated, but like the idea of the Magadai is they should lose to Yuumi, but with the Keshik there, it means Magadai can just Gatling gun without anything attacking them, really. Barry's almost entirely gone. So Wham has got good pacing. That's meant that he's made the sheep last a lot longer. 14 sheep to work with. Needed it as well because Vortex had the lead there. He's still got 14 himself. Gold gathering these sides. So Wham sneaking it in where Vortex has not been looking. Looking everywhere but this. Not just that. Is he stone gathering? Okay, no. It's for the farmhouse. So berries on the backside. That's the 8 stack. That's huge. With Takazaiku, this is the food surge that Wham's been looking for. Once again, does Vortex know? Because he's playing quite contained for a guy that would know about this. I guess he kind of has to with the Yuumi now being there. Love the scout's positioning. Just keep an eye on what Vortex does next. It's important. He sees his stables. So double stables. So mass Keshik strat. Pretty solid one. This is the way that actually Mongols have often preferred to play against Japan. Yes, Mounted Samurai should be better, but the idea is you can prep so many more Keshiks ahead of when Mounted Samurai arrive. And if you have more than 1-to-1, it means that you can lifesteal your way through fights. Why Deerstone Tower? I think it's just instinct. It doesn't really make sense here. He also... Wait, yeah, he didn't build an outpost at home. It's weird. If he builds the Deerstone and places it here, it's at least getting reinforcements in faster. All I can say is it's been a long day. We've been live for almost 7 hours, right? And Vortex, he played an opening series, right? So it might be that the fatigue is layering in a little bit. Because it doesn't really make sense. Wham's walls. Guys, do you remember how at the start of the day we praised Wham for evolving beyond needing walls? Do you remember how we watched an hour and 30-minute game in which he barely built any walls, maybe like 6 palisade pieces? He's making up for it now. Ooh, villager goes down. Vortex, a cheeky little yoink there. Hardened Spinman are coming in, so fully aware of what he's facing. Really nice as well. You know, you could try to play Horseman, but why? There's no reason. You could go Samurai, but Keshiks will beat that. And yes, there are Magadai, but you know, Magadai with Spearmen, the thing here, the logic is that if your opponent's building archers, Spears would feel pretty sad, but against Magadai, they're going to kill anything at relatively the same speed, right? There's no bonus damage to be had here. Dive in for Vortex, though. I think he's maybe paranoid that Wham's trying to get the deer. And also the berries, right? Like, the berries is the more important thing. Deer's just a nice follow-up play. Flowing Gate is coming in, though. And, I mean, Vortex, he has 10 Keshiks. This is the type of comp you build to go for a dive. So he'll start thinking about a tech up soon, probably. But before he can do that, he needs to justify his investment into a longer fuel by getting kills. Okay, the deer stone's moved up now. Oh, what a perfect position to dive the enemy gold. No fortifications either. But he's not going for it? No, Vortex is a bit reluctant. The problem is we know there's a tech up. Okay, yeah, he sees it. So he needs a target soon. Easier said than done so far, though. Vortex, come on, man. What are we doing here? Are we deep enough yet, Papa? This is ridiculous. Or might as well be Dwarven Miners at this stage. Deerstone finally backs up. Vortex, I'm a bit concerned that this hasn't done anything. I guess you forced a little bit of idle time, but like 11 Keshiks deep, and you didn't find an attack point at all. You need an age up now because Veta Yumi do actually hurt. Is the Yorishiro dropping the stables? But weirdly enough, only one mounted samurai so far from Wham. And this is what we've been waiting for. Keshiks now march in. Torchfire begins. Yumi stepping up to deal with the spearman. First mounted samurai and spearman coming out as well from Wham. The mounted samurai gets ignored. Barely anything pays attention to it. It's a full dive. But this just feels so scrambled. He has at least achieved idle time, but look at the military difference now. The gap is closing. And yes, it's Yumi and Spears, but the Yumi are about to be upgraded, and Spears are the counter to this unit comp. So, Vortex, step readout. I mean, Kurotai would feel a bit underwhelming. I don't think you have the timing for Kurotai. No, and he agrees. Step readout. So has to play for the backup plan. Meanwhile, Relics being backed up into Wham space. Still, Wham's skill has been very slow. We don't have that many mounted samurai to show for this tech timing. Starting to be calibrated now, starting to be fixed. As we do have the additional coming in. Vortex. Even shifting out to the deer just gives him that extra accelerant. A lot of stone to work with, so we could see him just double pumping into Keshik. Might be these looking for a switch into crossbowman, considering the mounted samurai threat on the horizon. Whenever a Mongol landmark is moving, the throat singing should intensify. No, I think whenever a Mongol landmark moves, it just needs to have a really squeaky wheel, you know, like... Like, if you zoom in, it's deafening how loud it is. Like the step readout that will... in a moment. See? Like, I don't understand. How are the wagons so well optimized they don't make any noise? Especially on this terrain. Now Samurai going to make a lot of noise that the gallops can be heard a mile off as Vortex looks to retreat. Does end up losing a worker there. It should be two workers, actually. He's leaving this one as the dessert. Gets onto the crossbows instead. Clambers into them. Does get the extra worker kill. Will look to leave. And looks like there's going to be no units going down there. edging upon death, but refusing to die. Yeah, perfect situation. It means the deflective armor is going to recharge. It means they can take that extra hit. Vortex just... Keshik's standing here doing nothing, really. He has at least got the veterancy in. So far, a little bit underwhelmed by their presence. He clearly has an all-in timing in mind, which is signature Vortex. And he is at least now denying a relic, so that's a nice start. Needed to as well. That was the second one coming in. Third one now being grabbed on the south side, so it's looking like a 3-2 split, most likely. Keeps going passively. Wham will win this. Yeah, unless Vortex finds a creative timing where he'd go to Imperial, but he doesn't want Imperial. You can see by the Q up. It's a crossbow switch up, so he's looking to attack all in. Let's at least minimize the villager losses against the Mountain Samurai raids, but they keep on coming. And Wham is making this more and more about Yuumi as time goes on. He's going to re-secure the 4-tree line by denying the outpost. That's also going to give him his secondary gold, as this one's now getting tapped dry. Range damage too. Vortex only now getting into range damage 1. Won't have the undermesh defense, which is pretty important here with what Wham's got planned. I'm imagining maybe just a rush on the stone soon, and then you get Daimyo 2. Yuumi Bannerman with range damage 2 is a pretty big buff up. Yeah, at that stage, you're going to end up hitting for, like, what is it? It ends up being, I think, 8 damage. Pretty good. If Mongol wants to win, Mongol needs to trade. Trade in blood, right? Like, that's what Vortex likes to do. And a second TC. Okay, Wham's just chilling. And why not? Your opponent has 16 Keshiks and hasn't done anything with them. Like, think about, like, how much Vortex is focused on Keshiks and how early in the game he focused on it. And yet Wham has more worker kills than he does. If this had been a fast imp timing, Wham probably has to take a very different approach where he's attacking. But he can see, like, this army just keeps turning up with more Keshiks. That's meant to scare him. If I'm Wham instead, this actually kind of makes me feel safer. Just mirror the night count, scale the cheap Yuumi, and then hunker down for a long winter. Nice dodge in the back. No workers lost there by Vortex. Relic count is incredibly underwhelming, though. He is at least going to read this right. The rotation is, funnily enough, going to intercept the Shinto going for that fourth. Intercept the Shinto going for that. Intercept the Shinto. Okay, he sends the Khan back. Like, that guy can't be converted. It's fine. Imagine if you could convert this Khan. 300 health, Lamau. Mad Samurai, though. Whoa! Keshiks go in alone. No crossbows to back them up. The micro from Vortex, though, he's peeling back the injured. It doesn't matter. The mounted Samurai. They mount a perfect defense, and all it required is that Wham A-clicks and then gets up to go to the toilet. Well, I'm about to take a dump on Vortex in game. Might as well do one in real life. No, he didn't need to do anything there, but just A-click. And you see how difficult this can be for mass Keshiks. Like, even if you are elegant and you pull back all the injured, it just doesn't matter. These guys hit too hard by comparison. The health difference too large. Lead. Now building for Wham. Relic split is at least going to be good for Vortex. He does pick up the second to minimize the damage there. Still an advantage for Wham, but not as big as it should have been. And the cheeky wall now. Wham is going to walk away before the crossbows show up. Crossbows that could actually get contested by the archers now. Wham, he's just pulling fully away from cavalry, and why not? You've gone 2 TC, you need to be a bit more lean. Yuumi Spearman is perfect against what Vortex is doing. Vortex has ideas, though, guys. He realizes that Wham is getting too cozy. He's looking for a tech up, but Wham never won to sit at home and give up a good opportunity. The tech up is about to connect for Vortex, but Wham is hunting. Pulls the archers, the spearmen back. As the Keshiks look to pressure, but those Mount Samurai, they are hunting towards the base. Crossbows are moving in position. I don't like this, though. 15 crossbowmen without Yam. Could be dangerous if the knights just connect. Luckily for him, it looks like Wham's going to back away. And I can't believe this. It looked like his read was perfect. But instead, Vortex is now going to get his age up. Yeah, well played to Vortex as well. It's these Keshiks. The Keshiks attacking made it look like this is just classic Vortex aggroing. 33 on Cognate to get this up fast, though. And if RNG is not smiling upon him... Okay. Nesta Bees is solid here. Against Yuumi. Yuumi that counter your crossbow mass is exactly what you want to see. Also wouldn't mind Palace Guard. Palace Guard would be pretty good. Magadai also. There's a few options for him, but the only option for Wham is a dive. He moves in. Spear emplacements are being queued up. No cannon emplacements. The Yuumi now trading out against those crossbows. Positioning a bit awkward. The Keshiks, they get the entry. On top of the Yuumi. Spearman coming in from behind, though. And the Nesta Bees might be coming out into a mess here, folks. Wham, still with a military lead. Dives past. Workers now a part of the front line. Unwillingly so. And the Mount Samurai, they're moving to the back. Vortex. No, this is leading too many losses. Workers try to retreat south. Or north, rather. South side, we are going to get the Yuumi left to the wolves. But it's worth it for the idle time and the kills alongside it. Wham now finds himself up by almost 20 workers. Sorry, over 20. 25. Age behind, though. And that is not the rolls we wanted. Come on. Nesta Bees, nice. Warrior Monks, not so much. Yeah, maybe if you had more in army, because then the buff's quite solid. Because Inferior is good against Yuumi, but now it's mostly just spears and Mount Samurai left over. I wonder, is Wham just going to keep playing aggressor? Or does he play tech? Because it's become very popular recently. When you see your opponent ages up, you just keep attacking. You attack until he's dead, or you've got a big enough advantage to then tech. Like, it feels like most of the time, whoever goes Imperial first loses these days. They've just gotten so good at refining these attack points. Still, you're on the clock. You need to move fast. Hand cannons are coming through from Vortex. Mount Samurai is still looming on the backside. Vortex will look to pull away. Yam, quite fast. Only one worker kill. Maybe more to be had over here, though. Dive in onto the outposts. Villagers will run away, but the Yuumi, the Mount Samurai, are going to give chase. Yeah, prone defenses are helpful in these areas. I wonder if he just burns this one down to move on, but no, instead he's just going to run away. Elite Techs finally coming in. Vortex does have the Keshik upgraded, but the Mount Samurai into the base once more. Man, this game is so uncomfortable. Vortex, like, this is how you usually see him playing against people. All in, relentless, but no, Wham, giving a taste of his own medicine, saying this is what it's felt like all these years. Nesta Bees get sniped out. Mount Samurai are going to commit. The secondary group is rotating around the back of the tree line, waiting to come in again. Wham just trying to flex that big eco. Keshiks are also getting targeted down. There's not much of a front line here to protect them. Still, Wham, he's throwing away quite a lot of military to try and tick this box. Box that doesn't feel tickety-boo. Getting better and better when he keeps getting in like this. Crossbowman held in reserve to defend. So Mount Samurai going to go down. Wham is just throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. And he's going to continue to do it. Additional troopers coming in. He is, however, starting to stockpile. Remember, Wham has been escalating farm count in the back. He's up to 27. Daimyo level 2. He's playing Deer, playing Boar. Gold levels look good. Imperial is feasible here. Probably feels confident that he's done enough damage. The effect of the Cargonet is strong, but it has its limitations. Yeah, and, you know, it's the burn through, right? Like, you could reinvest in Mount Samurai, but your opponent now has a bulk of hand cannoneers building up. You don't want to be throwing them away on this, right? Like, heavy cav, very expensive. Easily killable for hand cannoneers when you trickle them in. So I like this. Instead, he's going to wide rotate. He understands that after that damage, Vortex can't just immediately counterattack. And that's also good for Wham. It means he doesn't have to go Castle the Crow. This looks like a Tanegashima Gunsmith game. And why not? I mean, after all, it extended what should have been a 35-minute game into an hour 30-minute game for Wham up against MarineLord. Yeah, that Tanegashima Gunsmith is pretty good. Especially if your opponent's going hand cannoneers. A quick way of just mirroring it. Somehow Sacred Sight's locked in for Wham, at least temporarily. Nice extra gold trickle. Has also got the stone for an immediate castle drop, if he feels threatened. Vortex. He's going to set up the outpost. Wait, is he actually going for a siege in? He is. He got the puppypaw. So, oui. I'm not French. It's just what it's called. Stone isn't great, so he can't get in placements at least. Full horseman switch from Wham also. I like the horseman switch. Your opponent is leaning hard into hand cannoneers, so you just want to get your own like hand cannoneer plus horseman, preferably. And go straight for the TC. Big wallop. Immediately starts getting repaired. Puppypaws, remember, they have 18 tower range. They hit for 675. Yeah, capable of... Isn't that a 4 hit on a secondary TC? Might be just shy. Yeah, it's just shy. It would be 2,300 damage done with 4 hits. So 5 hits to kill. But 4 hits would set it on fire, and you get the bounty. Military Academy was missing? Okay, I've just gotten used to Military Academy already being there with Cargonet. This is a big cripple to Vortex's timings. Remember, Military Academy works on Cargonet. The escalation is pretty big. You see the 4 seconds for less for the Nest of Bees. Usually takes like a minute 15, I think it is. Boom. Now down to 40 seconds for a knob. Now Samurai did get spotted out by Vortex. So wasn't able to get that cheeky raiding he was looking for. Still, Vortex is doing classic Vortex. He's going for an all-in focused attack, which means that Wham perfectly plays this out on the flanks. Instead of running out of resources in the corner, he's got a wide spread because Vortex is wholly focused on breaking the base. Next reveal comes through. Abandonment buff is going to be there. He stands his ground with those hand cannoneers. Questionable choice here, but Vortex, I mean, where do you run? Goes past the outpost now. Spring on placements are coming through, slowly but surely. He doesn't trust the cannons. Creeps into the choke point. Siege going down though, and the hand cannoneers, they're going to have to bail on the Wee. 17 HC should be able to eventually win this, but Wham just slogs a bunch of crap at it to try and break it down. Does scare away that Wee. New Nest of Bees arriving. Should make him start thinking twice about continuing the push, but no, Wham. I mean, why not? Like, Vortex, the problem here, guys, is that he just stands his ground instead of yamming away. So Wham just kind of got baited into a trade. It wasn't that great in the end because Spearman in the hand cannon is grim, but apparently good enough. GG gets calls. That was the make or break point, and Vortex will be broke in the third. Wham now 1 game away from kicking the Spaniard out of this tournament. Yeah, a little bit, maybe a tiny bit premature, but not really too far off. I understand where Vortex is coming from. It's a 50 eco lead. Your opponent's caught up. He's going to catch up in techs, and Cargonet can only do so much, so he doesn't want to waste more time on it. He feels like it's just going to be a back and forth meat grinder, and Vortex ain't got time for that crap. So Wham takes the win, now moves up towards match point. Not over yet, though. We've still got 1, maybe 2 games to go. Remember, best of 5. Thank you for the kind words, people. I appreciate it. One mistake can make him that win. I think it's just he understands that the way he's playing it, it's like into a linear gap, and it's just going to turn into like a grind. And we hadn't even seen the effect of all the tickets that were being stockpiled up on the back, so he just didn't want to waste more time on it. Sorry, just double checking some in the background. I don't know about carrying the scene of my shoulder single-handedly. I don't know, dude. I don't want to ride an eco trip on that. We definitely put a lot of hours in the scene, but there's other people working their asses off too. I am getting hungry though. Back to the cable jungle? Bro, why you gotta shame me like this? It's not that bad. It's fine. I feel like you're just racist against electricians, bro. All right. Anyway. I'm not an electrician, but anyway. So, next up, it looks like we're going to have Delhi versus Mullions. Based on the remainder, probably Coastal. I mean, it could be Coastal or Dry, really, with these picks. Coastal seems more likely, and then Dry Arabia would be French or Abbasids. Not a big fan of like Mullion into Delhi anymore. Because the Farimba has kind of fallen off, and I think by Farimba falling off, like, Delhi fare a bit better. So it could be Vortex going out in the 4th game. Let me put in Coastal, because I'm pretty sure we're getting Coastal. Set it upcoming. Dude, my ears are so weird at the moment. It's almost like they just get muffled randomly. Just go see a doctor about that. It's like dodgy for flying is the biggest concern, because like when you fly, like I'm the type of person that gets like the ear thing all the time. Varying degrees. Like sometimes I've had it so painful it's rough. Like the worst feeling is like when you're that type of person that gets that and you're ill and you fly. That is brutal. I don't know. Maybe I should start. I don't know. Do painkillers help with that? Maybe I just need painkillers. Don't go scuba diving. I didn't really plan to. Yawning works. Yawning. So it's like fake yawning doesn't work though for me is the annoying part. So like it has to be real yawns or it does nothing, which is annoying. Drinking sometimes helps a bit, but like yeah, really what you need is a convincing yawn. Luckily, on my last trip, the nice thing was I was so tired because I was averaging 4 hours sleep. So I guess that helped out. Always handy to have friends who are electricians, plumbers, and carpenters. Jesus is your friend? The teapot. Did the teapot things even work into the nose? I don't know. Have you guys been seeing that weird crap on like social media where people have like the balloon in their throat that you pop that's meant to clear sinuses? That looks so dodgy, man. I remember when I first saw it, I was like, what are they inflating? Like, what part of their body is being inflated there? What the hell? It's like they have balloons. They just kept using balloons that were similar colors to people's skin. Because obviously that's much more clickbaity, you know? You're like, oh my god, what's he doing to his body? If we don't see this round out in game 4, it's Dry Arabia and probably Lancaster versus French. And we've seen French as a decent solution to Lancaster, actually. That's happened multiple times in the tournament so far. Probably wouldn't see Abbasids. I'd be surprised by that. French versus Ottomans could be curious. I feel like French do okay there. If Ottomans can delay the game enough, then you're talking about Janissaries. I don't know, man. Like, does anyone who's been doing carpentry for enough years in their life still love it? I'm curious. I feel like there's only so many years you can deal with people making jokes about you handling wood before you just want to stop it. Like, you know, like you just hand in your badge like I quit. You're like, what's wrong? What's the problem? That you made too many jokes about me handling wood. I'm out of here. By the way, guys, we're not... I think we won't go live tomorrow and Sunday. You'll be able to catch those games on the main channel for Master of Steel, right? And I'm going to take the time to catch up on stuff. And then back on Monday, what we'll do is if you guys don't get a chance to watch those games, we might actually do a recap watch of some of the series from the weekend. Probably like maybe semis and grand finals, or at least grand finals. So I think that would be pretty cool to do. So like we'll play for one of the recap streams, like what we do with the EGC Masters before. And then I am working to try and get KPMM started up for Friday, but my admin, we have a new admin and they did not optimize their time at all. So like it's kind of hit or miss on whether we'll be ready for first week. I'm tempted to just delay until 8th of August so we can definitely guarantee enough signups, because the disaster would be doing the first iteration and like no one plays. So I don't know. I'll review it this weekend and see what's feasible, but like I might just push that back. I don't really want to push it back. I'd rather like get it rolling, get back to the good times. But maybe we just delay it until like 8th of August start. All right. What is going on, by the way? We're still not in the next game. Oh, reminder, by the way, guys, if you want to help out the channel, !Masters, download that game on your phone. We're doing a sponsor via Stream Elements, and like a big part of the performance is downloads. So download it, give it a try. It might be for you, it might not. But it's free to do. It doesn't cost you anything. But if you download it, what that does for us is it tells them that, hey, this guy is worth like sponsoring because people convert. So it helps out the channel, actually. So give it a click through. Give it a try. Wait, did the Masters not work? Whoopsie. Okay. Let me check Nightbot. It should work. Her. Let me fix that. All right, there we go. Boom. Give it a try. Absolutely free to do. If it's not for you, fair enough, but like give it a try. I find it's a nice little game to have when you're like on the crapper or whatever. There's something fun about ruining someone's game in a PvP 1v1 of it. You built a workbench from scratch. I've built things like stools before. I don't think I've ever done like a full-fledged workbench. Dude, that was so expensive to do. Like the raw materials is rough. You guys ever looked up just buying like, you know, proper full wood furniture? Like talking several $100s easily. Dude, I just looked in one of my chats. I just see like, I see one or two of the pro players complaining about sheep spawns in one or two of my chats. And that's to do with games today. Oh no. Dude, screw sheep spawns. I think the person should be complaining about something right now. It's gotta be like that Anatan series. I would be complaining about the boar spawn. Holy crap. What a pain. If you did not catch it earlier on, puppypaw versus Anatan can more or less be TLDR'd as that boar though. Deciding game 5, it definitely would have favored Roos, but like the position on the ball, I think just like made it very hard for Japan to get like great value out of the play. Bro, what's the delay? Have we got some tech issues maybe? Let me check. Did we confirm picks? We did, yeah. We said it was Delhi Mollies, right? I'm like, I want us to get on with the games. I'm freaking hungry. Oh, they've got audio issues? Dude, just like phone up. What's that? What am I getting pinged about? So I'm just double checking in the background. I am getting really hungry. Is it a Basset Mali? No, dude. What are you on about? We already know it's Delhi Mali. And I think, yeah, it is coastal. We're confirmed. So that leaves Dry Arabia. And I'm expecting to be Lancaster French. All right, we're finally ready. Holy crap, that took forever. And in we go. It could be happening for the second time to Vortex. Last time these two met, a 3-1 victory for Wham. Wham now has the opportunity to repeat that history and kick Vortex out of this LAN. Delhi coming in for Wham up against Vortex's Malians. A matchup that has felt good for Delhi for a long time. Ghazi rule supreme. Could a new iteration of Farimba, or perhaps the sofa era of the Malians, deliver Vortex through to a 5th game? That's what we're here to find out. Of course, coming from the Master of Steel tournament happening in Denmark right now. A LAN featuring 8 of the very best in Age of Empires 4 clashing. Vortex, Wham, one of these two will not see the weekend. So far, we have locked in Beastie and MarineLord. After this series, Louis MT or Anatan will also make it through to the Final 4. Wow. Delhi, a pretty reliable pick historically on Coastal Cliffs. When this map first came out, it was one of the go-to that people would look to. Malians caught on after time due to the pit mine locations usually being quite desirable, but Vortex, not so much in this game. Double the gold forward beyond the tree lines. Not as egregious as Wham's. Wham's feels even further, but very much littered in the center here with all these gold veins. And the other thing I'm looking at is deer spawns. Wham just got his off to the side. Vortex has both forward. Malians definitely a civ that's still capable of pro scouting, but I feel like Malians has kind of fallen off in popularity of this. Like Malians, even in the previous pro scout metas, was more of a anti-pro scouting civ. They do pro scouts, but do it by stopping you. Now, because pro scouts is more stoppable, I feel like a lot of Malian players have just shifted towards playing full denial instead of full greed. Tech up will be triggered first by Wham. Should be Dome of Faith coming in. Manticore on the other side would make a lot of sense. Sheep Hall so far is going to be, what, 11 coming in versus the 11. And that's pretty much the map split, by the way. There's not really much here. There was a time where people experimented with the double scout opener. Like, in theory, pretty good because of the way you can predictably pull the map. A little bit less RNG based, maybe. It just felt like the scout didn't gain enough out of it, though, to sacrifice the villagers. So most people just backed away from that build quite a while ago. Oh, they both need to do the back corner. The trees are really annoying here when you're trying to scout for sheep. Because there's so many of them, you can't quite see them, right? Look at the way they're just smuggled in there. Yeah, Vortex. Well, he does grab one. He went back for the other, and Wham won't be able to snatch that third. So advantage gained, but you really need it up against the Delhi, remember. They go berries first. Better gathering rate. Dome of Faith, halfway complete. Manta is going to be quicker, though. Yeah, Malian players usually do this. Because they add in the pit mines, they're expected to tech later, but it means that they've got extra income elsewhere, so they can afford to commit more workers onto the landmark as a result. Wow, I'm probably going to be seeing a Ghazi opening. Pretty standard. And very different to what we've been seeing actually out of the Canadians so far today. We've had 2 Delhi picks by the Canadians, and both of them involved no mosque. If you guys remember, they went Dome of Faith, no mosque, which meant they were very delayed on timings like Sanctity and whatnot. Like, actually delayed on everything. I wasn't a great fan of it, so I'm glad to see them back towards a more standard formatting. If I'm not mistaken, didn't they lose both of those games as well? Double checking. So MarineLord versus Wham. Yep, Delhi lost that. And then Anatan versus puppypaw. Delhi lost that. That was against Iabid specifically. Both games, they neglected the mosque beginning. Wham, just on his way to see what his opponent is up to here. Wants confirmation that it's going to be pro scouts, and he's going to get it. Maybe? I mean, if you don't see any sort of Rax archery range, you're already suspicious. So he sees the pit mine, doesn't see the mining camp. I think Wham's fairly confident this is going to be pro scout. And we do have Ghazi beginning, just a reliable mid ground in case it isn't. First one's queued up. Second stable, not really attainable here for Vortex. He's going to probably have to play on one pit mine only. Because he didn't get one in the corner, for example. Yeah, this is a pretty unwallable map. You can wall yourself in the corner, but you'd be walling yourself in with 1 gold, 1 stone. It's not like, for example, Wham's, where if you achieve the walls here, you get, what, double gold. Sorry, only 1 gold, double berry, double stone, etc. Achieves out. Ooh, didn't quite get the surround there. Warrior Scouts are so annoying, remember. They get 7 damage. Malian Scouts has got to be one of the tilting things for newer players, low rank players. Because you get used to the idea that Scouts should only hit you for 1 damage. And these guys just get a quick, cheap upgrade, and all of a sudden, 7x that DPS. First the deer, about to come in from Vortex. Pro Scouts will be delayed upon arrival for Delhi just because they get it for free, but they wait a long time. So the goal here is, like with Ghazi, if you can just block your own deer stacks, you eventually get them. Your opponent had to pay, you did not. It's a nice little healthy advantage for Delhi. You do also have Spinman on the way, but Vortex already diversifying. It's going to be Donzo Sofa as his response. Pretty good one as well. Sofa's been finding a bit more reliance. A little bit more trustworthiness to the idea in these early feudal comps. Ghazi in theory is still pretty good there, just because they get bonus against heavy. And kind of a similar health pool, right? I think Sofa's 160? Yeah, 160 with 2 armor. Which you really have to, like, then think, okay, so you're talking about 135 versus 160. That's minus the extra heavy damage. So then you're talking about 17 base versus 12. But the difference in cost is quite high, right? It's 140 compared to the 180. Not just that, Wham, of course, with pullbacks, can heal with his scholars. Something that Vortex will not have access to with his Sofa. I like that he's just focusing on raids instead. Ghazi are looking to cut the polar deer. But Donzo will keep him honest. Just has to run further away. Archers are following this up, though. Vortex already on his way towards javelins. And the first Sofa is going to creep in, but no gold workers here. Just a rude welcoming as he gets the brace. Ghazi now able to chase that down, so that's a dead Sofa. A little bit weird, actually, he pulled back like that. I think he was looking for the recharge, but was way too delayed. So maybe the Sofa gets away, but he's pretty much dead at this stage, right? Like, down to 16 HP. He'll definitely get walloped twice more before reaching home. It's an expensive loss there. Vortex adding in houses not around a pit mine feels pretty bad. But we did warn about this. The spawn is not friendly towards Malian. Wham, now with the cap. Double Sacred Site timing. Vortex will not step up against this. The Ghazi rule the mid-battlefield right now. If you walk out, you risk losing everything, and then it's just a GG by 15 minutes. It's not worth it. I say as he steps up. Did he see something? Maybe he saw the unit split? Nah, he just guessed wrong. So he punted for it, but Wham does have all his troops here. Still, Ghazi for a Donzo. You take that trade if you're Vortex. Double Sacred Site is going to be locked in, though. And this is where Wham can start to escalate a lead. Javelins do get revealed on the Spinman. So, actually a brilliant way for Wham to just retreat from that. Doesn't have to lose anything extra. Ghazi, a little bit ambitious, actually. Wait, he didn't even finish the Sofa. And now the Spears going to start losing to the Scouts. Okay, Vortex is just kind of outplaying him on these small micro battles. A direct engagement is still going to favor Wham for the time being, but we are seeing the prep counter. A lot of javelins getting queued up now by Vortex. Double decap. Wham has to choose his poison. Which one does he want to deny? He goes after the place that's got the infantry unit on it. Might be a bit of a bait, though. Donzo javelins were waiting to back it up. Ghazi are going to come in the north side. Now, the Scholar needs some help right now. Wow, he just sacks him. He could have got a double kill on Sofas and kept his Scholar alive, but he never finished this injured Sofa off. Finally clubs him down. Yeah, I can't believe Vortex keeps getting away with these low HP Sofas so much. It's going to be Operation Contain Vortex. Donzos do get scared back into the base. Ghazi is starting to rotate around the back, so that's going to keep him on the defense. With Sacred Sight still ticking down for the Canadian. Archers are going to trade their life for those Donzos, just trying to give access to the premium unit, right? Like, Ghazi is the premium unit, and this is a big part about why, like, often Delhi felt good against Malians, is your premium unit, your javelins, gets counted by Delhi's premium unit, the Ghazi. Man, this army is just so big from Wham. 10 Ghazi, 19 archers. Even when you negate the Scholar factor, it's still a lead for Wham, a noteworthy one. Still, needs to be careful about these type of trades. That was expensive with the Ghazi, with the brace coming through. Can't blame Ping, remember. Normally be like, oh, which server is it on? But, you know, Canada and Spain come together in Denmark. So both players, low ping. That's an interesting detail to look into as well, because, like, obviously a lot of the time the Canadians have to clash against Europeans, as AoE 4 is a European dominant game, meaning they probably have to get used to playing at high ping levels more than most. Same with Louis MT, actually. I think that was a big concern when people were looking at him turning up to Garrison. Is like, okay, how's this kid going to convert to a low ping environment? Is it advantage or disadvantage? You'd think if you're good enough to play at the high level on high ping, it's an advantage, right? But if you get used to playing around high ping and then you shift to low, it's not just an immediate conversion of things are better, right? Because there's many behaviors, expectations of how units are meant to act on ping that you get used to that then don't happen. Vortex, despite a good early start by Wham, this is unraveled. Sacred Sight's now going to get decapped. I think Wham was just a little bit neglectful with his trades the last 3 fights. His Ghazi count going down, and now the Arch is being sacrificed. Bonzo just not being cleared fast enough. Ghazi, if he could just get one big hit, reduce his Javelin count, his thumbs up again, but it's just not playing that way at all, I'm afraid. Wham. Getting denied on both Sacred Sites now. Has to fall back. The Pro Scouts has at least come in, so he's starting to get his own deer home. Could the damage already be done here? Wait, we got Vortex skipping villages again? You might be right. That's kind of wild. Wham also took textiles. Yeah, Vortex, we've seen this already on this tournament. That he becomes very focused on the micro. Seems to slip behind when it comes to worker production, which is crazy for a veteran of God knows how many years at this point in RTSs. Right, he's been playing since the Warcraft 3 days. I guess, like, Warcraft 3 is kind of baiting, right? Because there's a certain work account where you don't necessarily want more. Different kind of game. And yes, we were the one that said they should reduce the wood on AoE 4 from 150 wood per tree to 100. And see how it plays out. Vortex now playing into Wham's base. Yeah, he's worried that Wham might try to tech, so he's keeping him honest to the edge. And this is great. You know, premium army just keeps scale, scale, scale. Javelin Donzos. What's not to love? Everything if you're Wham. Ghazi, though, they go wide. Some of the Javelins do run into the Ghazi on the left side. A bit of a weird split there. A bit of panic from Vortex, maybe. Ghazi. They're still fishing. The Donzo count is getting low as well. It's down to just 7. And the Ghazi... What is happening? Vortex. He's getting split up a bit too much. Only a few Ghazi left alive. But the Donzo are practically gone. He's going diving towards this. Reinforcements are on the way. But Vortex, he gets a reminder that this game is not over yet. Bit ugly towards the tail end. The Ghazi still committing though. The Donzo, they're gone. Yeah, and the Archers able to tickle in the affair and just be ready for more Donzos coming. Last of the Ghazi are about to fall. So Wham walks away. He's got to be happy with that. Considering the military count on both sides before. Then again, he stayed longer. Yeah, Wham maybe kind of misreading the situation. He was diving underneath the TC. No, that was just the scout. What an odd one there. Took advantage and then just overstays. More Ghazi are now coming through. So he's intentionally throwing the archers in so the Donzos can't come by. Ghazi are just going to bide their time. That bonus damage hits pretty hard into Javs, as you're seeing. And he's griefing him, right? Like, because there's so many javelins, he's trying to run around them so the Donzos half the other way. What a sweaty game. Scholar's now locking in the sacred site again. But the army is reacting there. And I am a bit worried for Wham. You know, he done good to kind of recover the deficit, but the problem you have to remember here is he's more limited on food. The Pro Scouts was a split, but now Vortex has infinite food. He's got cow. This is the thing that can make Malians so obnoxious. They convert infinite gold into infinite food. Meanwhile, if you're Wham, you need sacred sites to contest. He has got one, second one coming in. That would give him the income he needs to start just kind of trading for food to keep this going. Ghazi bloated back up to 12, by the way. Strong count. There's a risk that Vortex is slightly out of position here. Archers coming in. Donzo's baited through the formation. Scholars are also in there to muddy the waters. A lot of archers are being sacked for this. Good Donzo reserves. Vortex still had more waiting behind this. Archer count now down to just 10. The lead is waiting to be taken by Vortex. Wham, he knows he has to just commit to the fight. A-click comes in. But 6 Donzos, enough to deny him. All archers on the front line are dead. The Scholars have to run away. Wham was not able to get that static fight where the Scholar heal mattered. And now the decaps come through. Wham, I think he just needs to find a way to raid instead. The Ghazi count is great, right? But he needs to find a way of stemming the scale of Vortex. It's still close to 20 javelins. His concern is if he does run Ghazi across the map, Vortex is going to dive as well. Range units have a much easier time getting kills than melee units. Especially javelins that have all that ranged armor. Scares Vortex away. Ghazi have chased all the way home. It's tricky. It feels like Wham is kind of struggling to keep up the archers to kill off those Donzos. Yeah, he A-clicks in again. And I'm becoming more and more convinced this is not worth it. The Ghazi on the back dove underneath the TC for nothing. Sacred Site's going to get decaptured again. And does Wham just try for an A-job? Because it's either that or it's going to be farm soon. He's got what? The berries over here? No, there's just one left. There's one deer littered in here that didn't get picked up. These berries and then nothing. Wham's about to be out of resources. Where's Wham's upgrade? He forgot about them. Good eyeballs. Blacksmiths, these are meant to be for free. Wait, what's happening here? Has he got double blacksmith? Is that a bug? Did he cancel them by mistake? He started them and then cancelled them, right? Oh wait, no, he's got no more. Like he's got no imam, no skulls at all, rather. Yeah, so I think he cancelled them. Like they should still be researching just really slowly. Oh, that's so unfortunate. How would he have done that? I guess he would have like cancelled, like clicked them and then cancel and requeued a different order. Like they're sitting on 330, which is exactly how long it should take him from start. Yeah, like just to reiterate to people, like having scholars only accelerates. You still have a base rate without them. For example, you know, if he got age 3, it'd take him 5 minutes to get Ecotech 2 without scholars garrisoned. It looks like he queued them and unqueued them. Either that or there's like a bug. I hope not though. And what? He pulls the villagers. I mean, why not? You're dead otherwise. So he scares him away, but there's no food. I mean, you can't go for a landmark snipe, surely. If you were going to do it, the idea is your opponent doesn't see you doing it. He just saw you early. Vortex, not really one to be out microed here. Hasn't ever given that big exchange, the kill count and the javelins that would be necessary for Wham to be in control. The villagers, they're heading across map for the berries. This is ridiculous. He knows if he goes farms, it's all over, but it's all over anyway. It's a rollover. Archie's left alone to die to javelins. The blue body count tells it all. This game is done. There's nothing left. GG. It's going all the way. Elimination series turns into a best of 1. Oy, oy, oy. So, final game will be on Dry Arabia. Probably looking at Lancaster versus French. French can play very fast in that matchup. I've seen it on the finish times. I think there was multiple pre-20-minute finishes in favor of French. So, is the pick that would make sense? Is the pick you're probably prepping for? Let me mark it up right side. So, final map, Dry Arabia. And the picks? What you boys got for us? Waiting for them to set it up now. Bro, I want to eat my pizza. I mean, 5-game series. Go Flappers, go Flappers. Big clappers all around, chat. We got the deep series. But seriously, I want to eat. Really badly. When did I last eat something? It's been like 10 hours, I think. I'm approaching hangry point. But you got to see it out now, you know? Got to do the final game. One second. Wait, they left for a break? Bro, I don't know. You gotta be kidding me. They really taking a break? Nah, dog. Come on. It's a BO5. The BO5 hasn't even been that long. You're trolling me. 8 to 9 star stream back to back. Yup. Gotta give my community what they want. Gotta make up for a week away, right? If it's a long break, I might just like... I'm tempted to raid the other stream and just go eat. Do we see it? Dude, I'm so hungry. They need to play fast. Because I am actually quite hungry. Have I got anything to snack on here? I don't think so. I'm out of Pringles. No! GG, I'm out of Pringles. You can leave to eat till they get matched? Dude, I'm not, like... How quick do you think I'm going to eat? All right, they're back. They're back. We're good. $10 men? Brother, like... You have to cook something. Even if you microwave a meal, that's like 2 or 3 minutes. And I can't speed eat. I have a condition that like makes speed eating a really bad idea. Can I just frantically tag Emma? Nah, dude. Like, we eat after this game. I think it's apparently only pizzas. Emma is a master of healthy like foods. We had chips and chicken nuggets, and now we're gonna have pizza. All right, pick coming through is exactly what we thought it was going to be. It's Lancaster versus French. Final round. Now, there's another series after this, but like I said, we're going to call it because we need to go eat after this one. Gonna see Chamber of Commerce? How much does he like winning? Whole French, who is favored? Based on the results we've been seeing actually in this tournament so far, French does really well against House of Lancaster. So, MarineLord versus Wham, French beat House of Lancaster. And then there was also another series, I believe it was, I want to say it was puppypaw versus Louis MT. That one actually went puppypaw favored for Lancaster, surprisingly enough. Same map. But then did you have I could have sworn there was a third series. No, okay, so it's a 50-50 win rate so far in this tournament. How interesting. Map is going to be Dry Arabia. I think it's spawn dependent, right? Like, if there's not a good Lancaster castle placement, then French can all in. What are you on about spreading love? Goddamn hippie. All right, let's get ready to go. It's a gold rank Redditor's biggest panic. Their biggest worry. Which do I moan about? Which do I cheer? French or Lancaster? It's the classics, isn't it? And it's going to be the way we decide this. Who stays alive in the $25,000 LAN? We head into game number 5. Wham with the French up against Vortex on House of Lancaster. We're going to 2x speed because we've got about 30 seconds to catch up to live. And Vortex, he's going to begin with aggression. His signature style, a chef kiss moment. As the Dark Age Rax Rush is going to be coming in. Wham may already be aware he's pulled 300 gold already. But he goes wheelbarrow. Okay, this is really important. Wheelbarrow is going to take a minute, 20 seconds to come in. The Spearman will arrive quick enough that he should know that he's being attacked. And then he can make a choice to cancel the wheelbarrow or commit. Oh, interesting. And looking at the spawn, actually, not a great one for Vortex. Gold pretty far away from anything else but the berries. He could build the Lancaster Castle here and be close to the deer if he goes for a fast castle. But the stone's really far out there. Somewhat wallable, but walls this early on doesn't feel great. So French Knight should be kind of a thumbs up. I wonder, is there a potential for an outpost rush out of Vortex? Just denial on the goal, guarantee your opponent can't go to avoid French Knights. Would make a lot of sense. Looking at the predictions so far, the favorability towards Wham is starting to develop here. Vortex with just 32% of the votes. Wham. Does he see it? He sees it. He doesn't panic though, guys. Look at what he's doing. He shifted across onto berries. Wheelbarrow's coming in a few seconds. He's definitely going to get injured here, but should be able to get enough gold for a tech up. It's just he won't have enough for anything else. Yeah, it's just... Wait. Okay, yeah, he got the full 10. He's good. Pathing a little bit weird there. But he gets everything he needs, right? Yeah. Gathers the 3. So that's enough for a tech up. And funnily enough, like, actually, Vortex ran straight past the berry gatherers. So just a little bit of extra food. And this one, there's a good reason why he ran past it. The TC should be able to protect it. Okay, so Vortex, he doesn't commit to an outpost from this, by the way. It's just a spearman and nothing else. And School of Cavalry will be coming in shortly. No way we get Chamber of Commerce here. Even though we have very weird looking trade post spawns. Other side. I don't think you Abbey of Kings. French Knights are pretty good at sniping out the tanky Lords of Lancaster, right? The tricky part, though, is like House of Lancaster. I think part of the reason why the Lancaster castles may be kind of a mixed bag against French is French Knights will dive you still, right? They're very tanky against your early manners, and then they can also just heal afterwards. Now, like I said, you know, what value do you really get out of going for the Abbey of Kings instead? I guess you could have the healing defensively, but then you have absolutely no defense. So, just has to be the defensive choice. Okay, do you guys ever think about this? The defensive landmark is actually called a military landmark. And as a military landmark, it's never built outside of your own base, basically. It's built next to your gold or your stone. But defensive landmarks like the Barbican or the Kremlin have historically been built in the enemy base. I think the devs are trolling us. It's also confusing because eco landmarks are actually win landmarks. They should be called win landmarks. You know, like Aachen, Imperial Academy, so on and so forth. The School of Cav coming in. We already have enough wood to go archery range. This will counterplay him to the Spearman. And I wonder if we're going to get him rushing towards blacksmith timings for an all-in. Because you can actually shut down the mana spam quite well with French eco. Oh, he goes for a horseman opening. How interesting. Definitely feels like he's trying to blob. Like, color me intrigued. So we had the predictions, but I'm wondering now, seeing these openings, how quickly people are going to change their minds on where they leaned. Walls are coming up, so Vortex is going full greed. Lancaster Castle is almost complete. Wham knows exactly where it is. And he will be moving back out, re-establishing the mining camp. Did lose it. Remember, he's French. It's only 25 wood. So not that big of a deal. Didn't we have a game on Gorge where Beastie gave a pristine example of how the mana spam fails here? I'm pretty sure we did. Do you guys remember that one where it was done in like 15 minutes? He showed that actually like the mana spam is not the way. It's the way to die to French because they have a really good timing around just spamming Archer Knights and going all in. Especially if they neglect Pro Scouts, which I wouldn't be surprised to see him just ignore. He has got a lot of gold gathering though. Yeah, 11. This could be for Pro Scouts, but I don't think so. I wonder if instead this is going to be about just getting blacksmith timings. And thank you very much, Aaron Paul. Appreciate the bits, mate. Appreciate the support. Glad you enjoy the cast. Glad everyone's been enjoying it. It's just so much wood for someone who's going Pro Scouts. What a weird build order. Yeah, there it is. It's Pro Scouts. With still a lot of wood in reserve. Even on double stables, he's still got 169 wood. So I guess for Wham, the idea is just lean now hard into archers, blob as many as possible. And that means you can put your extra food into scouts, get the deer, and then delay play into something like French Knights. And that also kind of gives you an attack point, right? If you get enough archers together, go double ram, you can try to dive this area. Or even just a tree line. Why would he want Pro Scouts so badly instead of just playing onto them? I guess it's the third deer stack that's really out of the base. Even this one, you can wide wrap and go for it. Like, if you have archers to follow up, Vortex going manners isn't going to want to contest you. Depends on the timing, of course. If you leave this deer stack until last, probably going to struggle to get it. But if he goes for, say, second, I mean, it's feasible with archers backing you up. And we do have these blacksmith timings we were highlighting. Steeled Arrow already being queued up at 7 minutes. And a Muster of the Nobles with only 5. Yeah, so Demi-Lancer spawn's going to be 5 count. Could be a 5 head here against the archers, though. Only 4. And Wham has stopped investing in them. Yeah, instead just playing into knights. Okay, so like overall, this is a very good use of Demi-Lancers. Remember, the Demi-Lancers, we called it the press to win button for a very good reason. Out of nowhere, you've suddenly got 5 cavalry units you didn't even build as stables. These cavalry units aren't designed to just win every fight. They're designed to make sure you can't lose the game. It's a very different mindset you have to take with Demi-Lancers. Not to say they can't beat units, but they win the game for you by existing. And for anyone who's like, oh, I mean, it's not that big of a deal, KP. Think about why we needed to nerf the King spawn time and the Desert Raiders, etc. Sure, he paid a pretty penny for this, but 5 cavalry units? Like, that's the other thing. If these were infantry units, I think it would be a little bit more reasonable. But because they're cavalry units, they can choose where to fight. They can avoid bad fights. They can raid and get away without any damage taken. Looks like we have got that creep around the back from Wham. I think he's a little bit paranoid the Vortex might be going out into the deer for a fast castle build. Now, he's right about half of that. It is fast castle, but it's not a play onto deer from Wham. I ain't just getting denied over here. Did take out a spearman, but Demi-Lancers make up for it. And it's not White Tower. Alright, this is smart. King's College means that you can build mass knights and beat French knights. How, you might be wondering? Collar of S's. It's like getting the charge buff damage that French get, but at all times in that clash. Remember, when French cav charges in, they get the, what, +5? +3 damage, rather? They get a nice little booster, don't they? But that's only for about 3 attacks, and then it runs out. Meanwhile, in a prolonged fight, you're just going to get that +5 damage with the English Knights forever. So remember, it's +3 for 5 seconds, which means you get 3 attacks in. And then you can buff with Cantle Saddles, right? Cantle Saddles gets it up a lot higher. This tech here goes from 3 to 10. But that just doesn't hold a candle towards the House of Lancaster. Not with Collar of S's. And you queues them up straight away. Triple stables play. Collar of S's requires a little bit more gold, though. Going to fix that quick. Even has got the specialized picks coming in. The 15% buffer there. I just don't see an entry point for Wham here. Yeah, and remember, the Demi-Lancers, none of them died. Well, they're all going to benefit from Collar of S's. They have 9 base damage, getting 5 extra bonus damage. That's almost a 50% increase to your DPS. I imagine he's thinking about it soon. He's not rushing it because the extra knights is actually more beneficial. Remember, once your opponent has castle, you need that bonus damage to beat French knights. But right now, look at the disparity. It's 20 base versus 24 on a standard strike. Even with the +3, you do less damage. Not to mention have less health and less armor. It's a lot of lessers for Wham in this one. And a brutal lesson waiting to be learned. Collar of S's is now coming through. 35 seconds out. He's also playing for relics. Wham is playing for kills. No frills. I don't know how Wham gets in. You're right about the back deer. He's running out of sheep. He has that as a backup plan. It was never taken away by Wham. Knights, ready to muster the defense. We've still got 2 sneaking all the way around the back towards the secondary gold. Sorry, primary. It's been a long day. Soon to run out. He's prepping spears, but he's going to prep them too late. Knights are already in. First blood drawn. As the worker goes down. Second one to be clubbed here. Wait. Please click the right one. Vortex, it's been a long day. He does get him. Meanwhile, army looking good enough to actually fight this. Knights are going to hang around. Not ideal there. Vortex overstaying his welcome. We'll lose one of them. And the first monk somehow did sneak out unnoticed. Wham. He's looking to full ego chow with Knights. Vortex a little bit reluctant to engage yet, even though he does have that Collar of S's tech. So kind of reaching the point where he should be favored. Ends up hemorrhaging the Knight on the back. I guess he just wants the direct contest. This would be a good time to jump this because your opponent can't run away fast unless he wants to bail on the infantry. Wow, not quite seen here. Second gold looking to be set up soon by Vortex. He's down to a mere 500 gold, so he has to make his move soon. More troops on the way. Vortex. This reluctance feels expensive. Monk also did get denied. The horseman found him. Another knight sneaking around. Reminder, this is only 3 manas so far for Vortex. And this spawn, I mean, he's out of gold. On a knight-only strat, he hasn't upgraded the spearman all the way, so that's not a backup option. He doos or he dies by this fight. And this fight is anything but a doozy. 50 knights. He's got a decent amount himself. The 11 knights plus the 5 demi-lancers. Royal Institute is coming in, though, and this is going to force a commitment. Vortex, this is his best opportunity to break this. I'm refusing to just give him an easy engagement. Knight is going to idle out the gold. It's a good find here. The one spearman. A mistake made by Wham. Quickly fixes it. Rallies more back. But Vortex, this is the danger zone. He just entered it. Crocodile waiting in the swamp. Wham. Scares him away. He doesn't want a hard commit. He just wants to make sure he could not touch the gold, because if he can just wait 30 seconds, veterancy will be his. Yeah, but he doesn't have the gold yet. Vortex won't be so easily denied. He goes in for the clash. He wants it before the upgrades come through. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Vortex, bit of a weird choke point. Not able to spread out his melee fully, but it goes both ways when it's massed knights on both sides. Veterancy's still not there. Wham! Losing quite a few of those Royal Knights. Vortex holding steady at 11. He's winning. Second wave is coming through, but Wham is not going to have many Royal Knights left over at this rate. Recommits the charge. Scares him away. So Vortex gets a gold gatherer going. Does cost him dearly. Wham gets slowed down, but Wham is now accelerating. Royal Bloodlines coming through. This is crazy expensive, but remember, the reason why Wham thinks he can do this is it's triple deer stack. He doesn't want to turn this into a hunker down in tech. Guildhall is cool in theory, but it would make you very weak against Collar of S's. Without Royal Bloodlines, the English Knights can win, which means stalemate or loss. Stalemate leads to House of Lancaster with 9 manas winning the game. This might be a win of the game type moment, though. Knights, what a strike! That's the entire villager advantage gone. What a timing there by Vortex. Catches him trying to run out for the ball. Unfortunate demise for the food gatherers there. And still more coming in. He knows about the gold. That's an obvious predicament to stick Wham in. As he charges in there, 2 more workers go down. Vortex getting into that raid groove he's been looking for. More workers still to fall. Berry gatherers as well. He's not stopping. And they seek shelter through it. Well, luckily the scout absorbs all the extra shots. Unluckily for Wham, this game is getting uncomfortable. He's got mass knights, Royal Bloodlines complete. But it feels like he can do nothing but lose more and more troops. Spearman? Oh, maybe not. The knights just run by like that. It's weird as well, because you kind of don't want to kill villagers. You want to kill the spearman first, so you get the worker kills afterwards. It's a bit of a mess. Definitely not worth that many knight losses for Vortex. That's his entire aggro. Meanwhile, in the base, Wham commits. Royal Bloodlines complete. Why not? Crossbowman coming out, but not quick enough. Should be able to steady the course here. Keep that count down. Maybe even find the workers on the back end. Wham. Does he know? I mean, he's gonna know. Does the charge. Remember, raw bloodlines is a big deal. Makes him very hard to kill. Won't find too many workers. Needs to back away. The scary part in this game right now for Vortex, he lost too many knights. Look at the heavy cav count. And oh my god, the positioning. He can body block the gate. Yep, gets in front of them. He chases. He body blocks. The villagers. Vortex, he has got the textiles. Minimizes the depletion, but it's still going to be 3 workers down and a knock at the door. Vortex, a panicked rush into crossbowman. Limited to no food. He's getting idled out. This is actually happening. The Canadian is slaying this Lancaster play. And it looks so good as well. Vortex, the collar of S's timing. It seemed like it was going to be a GG moment. But that loss of knights on the spearman, the desperation for Vortex. The triple mana just not really providing enough food income. And there's no other food he can touch, guys. Vortex, it's either farms or eat each other. Those are your options. Because the berries do not feel safe. If you come out to protect this one, you can't get the other one. It also means your wood line's going to get raided. It's pretty much pick where you die at this stage. Vortex has got gold, so I guess he can trade for food. There's anything he can do right now. He's done a great job on relics. They're now on the horseman switch up. Wham. Still working the map for food. The boar was harassed a little bit, but the knight's now being chased away. So we'll access that. It's got berries on the back, which he's playing for. And the pro scouts play pretty much gone. There's like 200 food left on the deer. Vortex, correct idea, now switching to spears. Knight? Wait. Hello? Bro? 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 Not this again. No, no, come on. Why does this keep happening? Hello? He just walks away! Oh my god! Loses almost every worker out on that ball. That was ridiculous. Wham's gonna have to make up for it elsewhere. Knights. Few horsemen charging in. Trying to contest that crossbow ball before it gets too big. Villagers aren't being harassed just yet. He's still chasing onto the military force. Both of them have lost so many workers in this game so far. Spearman left to chase after this. Knights are now going to steer into the worker line. Body blocks can be good. A little bit weird on the targeting, though. But it's still finding kills. And the spearmen, they're just not dying quick enough. The crossbows are dead. Vortex, this has to be it. He needs to make a break for it with a gate build. But all crossbows are down. And that is it. GG gets called. NA hopes stay alive. Wham will make it through to playoffs. Vortex will go out in the group stage. A vicious formulation here. Whoopsie. By the way, shout out to PCS for this incredibly high quality broadcast. You guys have been praising in the chat. But that's the end. Vortex out. Today's upload was very meh. Which one was it? Dude, I give you high quality games, you get spoiled. Wait, you're seeing... Dude, why you gotta flame the new game mode? Bro. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, no, I need to... Let me check with him on that. That might be a misread. I mean, also, we want at least 15 minutes long anyway, because you can't add in mid-roll ads otherwise. XD. Oh. I'll check in with that one. But yeah, that means most of the picture has been painted. So, csoh eliminated, Vortex eliminated, Wham, MarineLord, Beastie through so far. There's one series left. That's going to be Louis MT versus Anatan, but I am hungry. It's been a long day. So I'll raid through to where there's going to be coverage of that. But guys, I am going to go enjoy my pizza. If you don't catch the games on the weekend, I think we'll look to cover some of them here. So the weekend games for this LAN, we'll look to cover some on Monday, do a recap. I think that's a pretty cool way of going. So what I'll do, I'll raid through across onto the stream now. And then I'll be back on Monday for more epic Age of Empires 4. So make sure you mark it in your calendar. Should have some announcements coming about KPMM in the next few days. But I'm going to raid through. We'll send it across to Wildman's one. I think she's got some front page coverage right now. YouTube kick. I'm going to end the streams now. Thank you for watching. We'll return on Monday.